All right. We're back with another stream. It's been a long, hard week at work, man, and I hadn't had much time to do much streaming. I think I streamed last Sunday night, and then I didn't feel good the last few days on my days off. But it's been a long week. I'm here tonight just to catch up on some grinds and some events. And I'm going to be doing something I'm going to do for my YouTube channel while we're on live on the stream as well. Um, I figured out how to kill those nightmare cons champions or whatever. But I've got to grind out the insignias I need to be able to purchase the mission in the augment of store there, the faction store. So let's get together. If you got any questions, start cranking them out, and we'll talk about the game, talk about some strategies, whatever you want to do. Tonight is your call. I'm typing it into the chat channel too. But if you don't mind, when you ask your question, please give me your server and what ops level you're on, because it kind of, and a lot of questions uh, you know, will depend on what ops level you are and what style of play that you actually do. And so feel free to ask any questions you want, and I'll answer them the best I can. I'm a high level player, probably the second most powerful player on my server. I'm in the most powerful alliance right now. We're in a server war pretty much against everyone else right now. Um, and that's been pretty fun. It's been challenging too because there are certain things you when you're at war with the entire server you can't do, or you have to come up with better strategies. Let's put it that way. There's really nothing that I can't do. It's stuff um, that wouldn't be wise to do. Like right now, sending my Reliant out to do this grind I'm doing here would not be the smartest thing. And I've kind of come around on the Reliant, using it to especially get these drops for me. Okay, let's see what I got going here. Should I have? What's weird about this, guys? I've noticed that cross platforms, if you set this, it shows that it's on, but when I just clicked on another one, it didn't. I did use some of my tokens here. In fact, I need to do this because there's a bug on the iPad where you can only do a few of these before it locks up the screen. So I'm going to go ahead and pull as many of these Freeman shards as I can. Um, I don't know how hard I'm going to pursue this mechanic going to the fort. We got too many people in my alliance that are coattail riding. And what I mean by that is they're not doing their part. And to me, I know some people the points doing the big ones are the thing, but the thing that gets me is people not doing the full set, or only doing a few, or some of them not even doing any at all, and they reap the rewards of all the people who are trying to do some stuff in here. So that I kind of announced to the alliance I'm in right now, this is the last one that I saved stuff up for and do all the stuff that I did to get if you look at my score, we'll look at it here in a minute. I got a perfect. Um, didn't spend any money, um, but I did save. I did save a bunch of pools that I waited until the tournament alliance to do it. But I'm telling you now that I'm going to be playing this for myself going forward, and I'm not going to be playing it for my alliance. Yep, I can finally beat them myself. I'm going to show you the crew that I use for it. And what I did is I used EXO, Max Fortification, and uh, to do it. The one thing that I should have done and that I didn't even think of that probably would help it even more is I didn't use this ability. I forgot all about it, but I killed the nightmare. I had like a third of my hull left, so I'm gonna use that as well. And you could probably use Lorca's fist as well on them. You're Ops 22 at this time. To me, when I was Ops 22, the main thing that I was focusing on was getting to Ops 26 and getting that faction ship. That was my biggest thing, and I went from I guess it was maybe 3.5 weeks it took me to get to Ops 26. I didn't. I wasn't. Now I didn't spend. The only thing I bought an extra builder and an extra researcher. Because they're really cheap at that level. They're really, really cheap, and it saves you a lot of time. It's worth. Um, I'll never be the guy that tells you need to spend a ton of money in the game. I don't believe that, but I do believe you should support the game and not be one of these free to play roaches. Um, because like to me, Rev had this guy that was got all the way up to like Ops 62 without spending any money in the game. To me, that guy's the biggest asshole in the world because uh, he's put a bunch of time into the game and he's not supported it at all. And now I'm not the one. I'm not going to tell somebody that they need to spend hundreds of dollars every week. But come on, man, you can support the game by buying a battle pass or something. Even if you don't do it every arc, do something to support the game because you didn't. They didn't charge you anything to download it at all. Which which if I had a chance to be on the board or whatever of doing this, I would do this game totally different. I would make it completely free up until like Ops 18. Then Ops 18, you had to pay like $39 for a license, and every year you pay the $39 license to play. Otherwise, it just keeps you at Ops 18 the whole as long as you play. You can still continue to play, but you just can't advance. And that's about as useful as the free to play players are anyway. They're about as useful as the Ops 18. Um, but I'll never tell somebody they should have to spend hundreds of dollars in the game because you don't. I didn't really spend in this game until I got into the 40s, and that was only because when our server ascended, I found out that when I was like ops, I think it was ops 37 or 38, that I had enough uh, had enough faction credits to buy the uh, blueprints for an entire Katinga unlock, and then I did spend some money on the game after that. And still now I'll buy like this weekend. I spent $300. I bought the uh, well, no, not actually $300. $279. I bought the two Explorer packs. the two-parter in the uh, let's see, okay, I bought the Explorer version, excuse me, the Interceptor version of that, and the Interceptor version of that for like 279 bucks. And I actually used part of that to help me on the Alliance tournaments for the multiphasics for one of the tasks. And the rest of it was pretty easy, guys. I'll show you how to do it next time. Um, Pretty much what I did, and from this point over, I will save it until the next time. Um, let's see. In here in the Enterprise, I did not collect any, didn't turn any of these tokens in. And I used that task where you got the uncommon X Borg. I did that 3 times, and let's see. I think it's here. I did it. I didn't. When you get extras of these, I didn't turn these in. I got three. I got a three 10,000 task doing this, and you notice I didn't. No, I was down to my last bit. I'll save these until next time. I won't do that. I'll do the exact same thing again. And then uh, when the battle pass started giving us these, I didn't turn any of those in, and I used those today. Those what got me over today on the 3 task. I did 3 crystal uh, 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 Sigma, not Sigma, 6 star material. I did 3 of those for the crystal for today, and the rest of those all came. So I spent $100 I was going to spend anyway using one of the tasks, and so if you look on here, if you look at mine, uh, members, you can see I've got a perfect score of 115. I mean 150,000. So that's how I did it, and I basically just I could have probably did it without spending anything, but I was buying the um, interceptor packs anyway. You know what I'm saying? So I used those to help me out with that. So yesterday, two multiphasic, uh, the two multiphasic ones, and then I think I did my last of my Enterprise deal for the X Borg, and then today I did all 3 crystal from the choice rewards. James Bond Ops 9 is one for that's the person you're talking about. Okay. Well, tell him I think he's a jerk. If he's gonna play the game and put that much time to the game, he should support it. But yeah, I mean, I think if you're gonna put that much time into a game, you should support it. Maybe they wouldn't monetize everything if guys like James Bond would at least buy a damn battle pass every month, every arc. But they put everything behind paywalls because you got people that don't support the game. And like I said, I'm not one of these people who are going to tell people they need to spend hundreds and hundreds of dollars every week on the game because you shouldn't have to unless you want to. I mean, probably anywhere from like $100 to $300 a weekend. I might do that. There's been weekends where I haven't done anything, um, just because I didn't have the cash. But I don't think you should have to do that. But I think you should support the game some. If somebody says I've never spent any money on the game, then um, I think that's bull crap. So he should be Ops 18 locked forever because he didn't. It's because he's not supporting the game. Because you can't tell me that a guy that is Ops 69 and he's put all that time into it and he's supported the game zero. Is that a cool guy? No. That's not a guy worth having. I bet he's a very weak 69 because there's like tons of primes and research that he doesn't have. He was a guy. There was a guy who was on our server that spent. He would buy and unlock ships and only um, he would only put uh, upgrade them, barely upgrade them, and he had no research. Um, and we had guys that he was losing battles to guys 5 ops levels lower than him. Well, I mean, having 4 silkies is not a bad thing. I mean, doing anything you can to get a little bit of extra, but to be honest with you, to be completely honest with anybody who's looking at this, uh, the exchange rate from raw to usable mats is horrible. It's almost not worth mining at all. But it does give you that little bit every once in a while that makes or breaks the upgrade. It's not one that's going to get you the upgrade by no means, but it might give you that extra 100 you need to do that upgrade. But I mean, to be honest with you, you get most of your resources off of the battle pass, off of events, off of like this, like on this ticketed event here. I haven't bought one of these in a long time because it got to the point where uh, a lot of this stuff was stuff that I didn't need. But you can see which ones I did do. I did the ones with uh, the crystal and the titanium because I could never have enough of that stuff. See, right now I've got right now Sigma Para. I really don't have a way to spend it. And if you look at my total up here, I got 40 million, 41 million up here. And if you look what I got below, I got another 41 million below. I don't have any way to spend it. But you notice my Sigma Tri, because I'm still upgrading the ships, then I'm still doing what I need to do. What ship is this? Okay, that's one of my guys in my alliance. He's using his Enterprise E to do this. But no, what I'm doing right now, guys, I'm going to the thing that he just talked about the nightmare. I'm gonna take one down on the stream, but I've got to earn the drops up here to be able to do it. See, the bad thing about it right now, like I said, we're at war with uh, 6 or 8 alliances right now, so I can't put my Reliant out to do any any mining because they're in too low a space. Because right now there's not another player on any other alliance can take even with the PVE crew in it ain't taking that ship out. You know, so I don't have nobody's gonna come up here and mess with this ship because they don't have nothing that can take it. There's like one guy on the whole server that could probably take this server, and he's in my alliance. So, and that was something I did do this weekend. I tiered uh, the Kretschna up to 15. I took this to 15, and I took this one up to. See, I can do any of them here. I didn't notice that. I took this one up to. Let's go back. I need to go back. I took this one up to 8, and also took the Romulan. Did I take it up or did I just upgrade it? I think I've taken it up to 9 since I've been on the stream. And my Enterprise E, because right now it's in this kind of in the same place that the big Kretschna is, that it takes so many uncommons. You're kind of in uncommon hell right now. See, this one takes rare right there, but most of the other ones are going to have a healthy dose of. You see, well, it's rare. I'm looking for here, pretty much. Well, I got some uncommon there. I thought it was on same uncommon, but uh, I want to take this. I want to take this one up to 13, and then once I get up to 13, I'm not going to do any more upgrades with it. The same with these other two. This one I'm taking all the way to 18. But right now, the the little Kretschna and the big one are battling for the same resources. This uncommon parts right here. And so I'm not going to be doing any more upgrades. I just need one more to take it where this one's at now, and I did use some of it. And I think it was using rare actually, and not uncommon. But but yeah, it's a. I mean it. I was able to do it. I was able to do it before I tiered it up. I did that like on Wednesday. I did took the nightmare down. But I had to sit there and go old school with the crew. I had to use like a mission boss crew because I'd heard some guys on. Sometimes you don't know whether you can believe it or not, but I heard some guys on Discord they had their Kretschnas when about the same level where mine was, saying they were able to kill it. So I knew it had to be uh, my strongest PVE crews could only go like 6 rounds with it, and which was good because before that it would die before it would even got a shot off. But I had to go with a mission boss crew. Okay, let's see. Did you finally Yes, I unlocked. I've got the shred, the Apex shred. I think that's what you're thinking of. I've got the Apex shred up to. That might help as well on the Apex one. I mean, not the, on that one too. The nightmare. Let's see. Let me go into research. Yeah, once I finish that, once I finish what's his name off, I've been working hard getting. Well, I got on the wrong tree. The way team. I've got my Apex shred up to 8 now. That's basically what I've been using all the loot that I'm getting now for. Uh, and this one's pretty hefty. I need 22,000 of the Sigmas. When you do like not the nightmare, but the one before that, it only gives you 4,000. So you have to do a bunch of these to get it. Um, I'm getting close to where I can to being able to do these, because what I'm going to do on this particular thing, a lot of this I don't really care anything about. Um, so what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to finish all these, the apex shred. I'm going to go over here and see, the bad thing, this is only against hostiles. And right now I'm not having any problem killing the hostiles. I'll do that, but that's a low priority. I do want to come over here and finish these favors out. And then there's one other good research in here, and I'm trying to find it. Here we go. Here we go. I missed it. The isolytic defense. I definitely want to do that one, but they're kind of tied together. They're both hostiles and not against players. That's the only downfall on that. But these right here, what these do, these unlock efficiencies. Like that, I don't need this one. That one's one. I already got those done, except for data. And data you can only get through doing missions. Um, the lower deck one, um, really the only one I've got is Freeman. Everybody else is pretty much, I think, is done, except for I guess those like what the 3 PvP ones. Maybe that one will be one I'll revisit. The strike team, the only ones I've got left on the strike team are uh, the epic captains, and those take a lot of stuff. Then some of the other ones they've got back here, they've got unlocks of all these officers. My E data's done. Nurse Chapel's done. Janeway's done. He's done. So those are ones I'll never unlock. Um, Strange New Worlds. I've only got the Kirk brothers and Mabinga left on that, I think. So I don't know if that's even worth doing. The Voyager crew, once I get 7 to 9 done, which I only need like 25, I think 25 blueprints, or not blueprints, but shards, and I'll be done with her. So there's no reason wasting resources on that. Hello, how you doing, man? The Apex Pulse is a cool factor. Apex Pulse. But okay, see this guy right here, the guy that's in here with me. You hear me talk about a guy that on any of these grind events that he has to win all those, and he'll grind. That's my man right there. I don't know if he's seen me making a hard charge at this, but the problem is he doesn't know I don't really care about the event that's going on. That I'm doing this for the stream, and but he's seeing me. I went from like 160th to something to uh where am I now? Let's go ahead and look at this. So I was like 162 or something like that. Now I'm in 17th. I've made a run previous to that. Well, actually, my 3-year-old nephew made a run. He wanted to play the game and blow up ship, so he got to come in here and do some grinding for me. He made me put the sound effects on because he likes to hear the hear the little siren or whatever it does when it hits him. I was sitting there in El Phoenix eating on the way home, and I had to turn it off because I forgot I still had it on. And but he likes to hear it. That's what he says. I want to hear it. I want to hear it. And what he tells me when he want, I didn't take my iPad into sister's house. I uh, had just went in there, and he asked me if he could crush ships in the spaceship game. I said, "Yeah, I'll go get it." And he sat there and came up here and grinded for me for about 45 minutes. Had to make sure that he knew not to hit this one. And you guess what? So when I left there, I still had the ship in space up here. And guess who screwed up and hit it was Uncle. Oh, the 5 year old is the one that he's the honoring one. He's the one that if I ever let him have this thing full throttle all by itself with no deal, he would have us he would have us in a war with the rest of the alliances in this game. But I had to convince him that he would lose points if he hit blue targets. uh, so I got a 7 year old nephew, a 5 year old nephew, and a 3 year old nephew, and they all love to play the game. Now the 7 year old he likes to mine and do the missions and stuff like that. Well, the 3 year old and the 5 year old I could just throw them in a system and let them grind until they get tired. You know, they love to blow up ships. But anyway, so I'm gonna do 100 of these, and I've got 71 done now. Just because I could do a lot more than that, but uh, now that they're the cargo, the way that they got the redistributed the loot in these systems, my thing fills up after about 40 something, and I don't like throwing that much loot on the table. But the thing is, I'm grinding for these, not really for the loot, but I just don't like putting that much loot on the table, losing it. Well, something happened to my comments are not on there. There we go. Okay, but yeah, he loves he would sit there and play this. He would sit there. The 3 year old would sit here and play this for hours if they would let him. But my niece-in-law gets pissed off if they do it too long. So I got to kind of manage it a little bit. And I made accounts for the 5 year old and the 7 year old, but the the 5 year old likes playing with my ships more than his. But yeah, because he 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 calls the Kretschna my mean ship. He wants to use my mean ship is what he'll say. Because he watched me tear up one of these guys' TCs one time with it, and so he wants the mean ship from now on. So, but the 7 year old, he's like an ops 22 or something like that, like where you're at. That's where he'll never go any higher because he can do everything he wants to do at that level. You know, so I mean, he doesn't really care about grinding or anything like that. He'll do some, but his account I have to go on and shield all the time because if he found out somebody come and took all of his resources if it wasn't shielded, he would have be upset. So I have to go in and shield for him because they only play it when I'm over visiting them. He did ask me if it worked on his Nintendo Switch, and I told him no, I don't think they've got got a version for Nintendo Switch. That's basically once they got the Switches, they played this game a lot less. Their accounts are not as active as they once was. Especially when the 5-year-old wants to play my mean ship and not the one. But he was happy as a lark when I got his D3 where he could cloak. Oh my gosh, that boy went all through all his cloak juice. Um, he thought that was the funniest thing ever. That it went invisible, and then after that, I showed him what I do with the cloak. But yeah, the 3-year-old will just sit in my lap and grind all day if I let him. But I gotta turn the sound on. He has to hear it. So that's funny. The 5-year-old he likes to blow it. He likes to blow it way up so he can see their faces. Is what he says. That's when he was. I don't know. He was younger than 5 when he used to say that. Maybe he's more like 4. But he'd tell me, Uncle, make it big so I can see their faces. Because I like to do it, you know, out like this where I can see the whole thing. Okay, one of those is his, and one of those, I think that nightmare one's mine, and that one's his, or vice versa. But I did get the upgrade the artifact with some of the loot in the store. Most of the other ones I bought all were all officer stuff, all officers. And when we get our loot from wherever place we end up in, which that's another thing that's going on. We got people that not pulling their weight. I mean, I don't expect like we had one guy that was not. He quit. I'm glad he quit. He was getting on to the people saying it's too easy for you to get 150,000. I'm like, come on, dude. This Let's work on people getting 15 out of 15. Then we can worry about the points because if everybody did 15 out of 15, or well, at least 9 out of the 15, we would never have no problem finish top 3. But right now, if you look on the leaderboard, there are alliances that are uh, smaller than us beating us right now. We're like in 6th place, which is not good. But it's put it away. It's real lopsided. You look at the you go to scroll down on that board, you see all of us that's taking the thing pretty seriously and trying to do the best that we can to get. I want the loot. I don't. They care about the emerald chain crap. I don't give a crap about that. I want loot for the store. I want to be able to get some of these harder officers to especially right now. Um, One of the few places. Where's it at? One of the few places that you can actually get these 3 officers here, and I usually take turns on. You can see I got all the ones for him and all the ones for him this time. Eh, Or I mean, no, I got all the ones for him. Next time I'll probably go back to him again until I get these 300. Then I'll switch to one of these other ones. Then the other one I used was Mirror Picard. I did him, and now I'm working on Freeman, and I've only got a few more left, and then I'm done with as many pulls as I can pull for her. See, I can get 5 more pulls, so the loot that we get for coming in sixth place, I'll use that. I did use some for this, and I did make the pulls for the Prime Valor. I did that with the first day, and all the rest of it's gone to pretty much the officers, except for I think it's like 4 pulls you can get on this, and that was enough to tear it up one. Uh, but to me, there's a lot of good stuff. If you're lacking a little bit, you can get in here, whether it's some of these artifacts or some other things. But to me, if there's hard to get off, like there's some of these in here, like E Picard, E Riker, pick Picard, the pick officers. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do Paris. I wouldn't do, even though Una's very hard to get. Um, I there's there's she has few uh things you could use her for, so she would not be one I would spend the loot on. For Paris, there's so many other ways to get him. The cat doctor's borderline. If I was a little bit closer to uh, why does it say that? That's not right. I think I might have the cat doctor done. Let's look and see. Uh, I think I did. I have used the cat doctor on here before. Let's see. Best way to do this would probably be group. Okay, yeah, I'm on the last tier of the cat doctor. That's the reason why I chose not to do her. See, I was a little bit closer for Carol Freeman, so that's why I decided to do Karen Freeman instead of the doctor. I knew there was a reason. And plus, I've got a chance in this during the augment store thing to get Carol Freeman shards, so that's going to make it pretty easy to finish her out. As you can see, I also, through this arc, I also got my Section 31 to Giorgio up to 4, Tier 4. And that's what I'm, uh, I think that's pretty good. I don't, as soon as they find a different way to get her right now, it would be too expensive to like buy loot in the store right now to finish her off because you only get, say I buy one of those 100 packs. Let's go in the event store. Let's go. I gotta go in there and do those pull here too. So if I go in here and go in the Voyager, you go down here, it would one of those $100 packs gives you 100K. So for every 25 shards, that's going to cost you $100. So that would be stupid to use that on her, unless you were like 20 from taking her to the next tier. Then I would say, yeah, that's not a bad idea. But when you got some of these that are far away, that's why I didn't use any of them on Miro Picard for the same reason, even though I would love to have Miro Picard completely done. Um, I mainly when we were doing these, I mainly focused on the rare because you got so much bang for your buck on there. Um, I probably when we had the last arc when we were getting this loot, I probably finished 10 of my rares through this. This is like I said, last arc, and this one's not too bad. It has been the best officer requisition arcs we've ever had in this game. Um, there's really like, especially the rares. There's like a rare that you really wanted. Like was at one time she was very hard to finish, and she was the first one I finished. I needed 50 shards, and boom, she was done. Uh, but you'll never. Well, I doubt we'll ever have an arc that'll be this good for. And we're not even talking about through the mechanic they introduced in the game with the augments. You know, you put that together, there'll never be an arc as good as the last one. I mean, it can still be good if you're willing to shell out $100 to pop and get some more of these. Well, I'm not. Like I did buy the first. I did but spend $300 last arc buying those bonus packs that had 160,000 of the loot. But I'm kind of the deal. If they can sell me one of these packs with, well, I pushed the wrong thing. Okay, I think it's in. I think it's in the limited one. Is it in the limited one or is it in here? Let's see. Yeah, it's probably in the limited one. Damn, they got so much stuff in here. I don't even want to look at those. What is this? Let's see what this special is. 200,000? Holy shit. The thing is, I don't really, like I said, there's not, I'll have to look at that and see if there's an officer that would help me. Right now, I don't think the ones I'd want to use them on, I don't think it's enough to help. But man, if this 200,000 of these in there, oh my gosh, if you had a bunch of rares that were, and then you got the ones for the con chips, which, eh. But this one here, man, gosh, I'll have to definitely look at that later. But the normal one that they've been doing is maybe it's a new. No, that's the one I just looked at, I think. Oh, no, that's elite chips. I had to find that one with the regular one. They may have taken it out because they put that bonus one in there. But no, I bet they didn't. I bet they want somebody to go in and spend the extra money for less. Okay, here it is. Premium tokens. There should be $100 one in here. Here it is. So you get, see, like we saw one with 200. The one with no limit only has 100. So why would you buy that? Because they set the bar when the first one and those two special ones for 160. You know, now they got one with 200. Like, oh gosh, it did get. I thought it got stuck again. But anyway, yeah, I want to get the pack, man. I got to see I've got to see if there's officers I can actually use them on for to make it worth it. Because I'm low on cash right now. It didn't. It's not. I really don't. Like I said, I spent about as much money as I wanted to. That 280 on those interceptor packs, but 200 of those. I didn't see that earlier. Like I said, I haven't been looking at it because I knew exactly what I wanted. But damn, 200,000 of those. I, guys, that would take the if you have one that you need to go from tier 4 to 5, that would probably do 2 officers because it's 100. So you could buy. Okay, their 10 is 13. I think it's 13,000. So if you do 130,000, it's 100 shards. So you're looking at somewhere like 160 shards for a rare officer. So you could probably any. Let's look and see if I have a rare officer that I want to that I could do that with. First, he's got to be in the store too. That's another prerequisite. So I could finish out Field Marshal Q and probably her too, or get them to tier 4 at least, or spend. I don't know, but those are two officers that I would, if I was going to do it, or maybe even him. But I got. Mm-hmm. But I'm thinking since she's on the bridge of one of my ships, that these two would be more important to get up there than hell. I'm gonna do it. Okay, let's see. I couldn't think of anybody I wanted to augment reputation. God, I hate it when they sell reputation. It's not really fair to the people that went and earned it. Okay, no. I think it's in a limited time. Father's Day special. Okay, here we go. All right, we're doing it. Okay, so we're gonna go. We're gonna use it on the mirror crew, my second crew. I, let's see. Let's go officers. Well, no, I got to go into here to do that. Okay, so let's go. Okay, first we'll go ahead and use that stuff. I'm gonna use it on McCoy. Even though I've got an upgrade for McCoy, I can't do yet. So that's probably going to put me in striking distance to take McCoy to 4. Okay. See, I was using it on Quasi, but I figured we weren't going to get enough loot for it to make a major dent on it. Okay, let's do that. Now let's go into the other one. We're going to go ahead. We got to make a decision because there's 3 that I would like to use this on. See, I would. So that would give me a 50 mirror per card shards. That's really not enough to use it on when I could maybe finish somebody out. Okay, so we're looking at, like I said, for 10 of these, you're looking at, I'm going to be able to get 100 shards. So that would definitely take her to 4. So let's go ahead and do it. And then I'll use the rest of it on whatever I got left on Field Marshal Q. But the problem is I don't know if I have enough liquid D to tear her up right now. I'll have to work on that like I am with McCoy. Was it McCoy or is it? No, it's not McCoy. It's Scotty that's I can't upgrade right now because I don't have the shuttle bay loot. At least it's even, so I got one more. And then we'll see what it takes to. Okay. Now we'll go. I could either do some with her, which I'm not even close on doing. That'd be drops in the bucket. I'll use that for something else. Uh let's see. Let's go to Field Marshal Q. That's going to get me a lot closer to tearing him up. And once I get him done, I've got all the rares in this group I've got them finished. Because I think I'm done with Miss Q. Yeah, I'm done with Miss Q. I've finished him. Basically, I finished all of these on that last arc. I did all those. And I actually took up her up, but I was close on her. And once she got all those other shards were from that event that we had recently. And there we go. So we're in spitting distance with making draws in the X board tree. I'll be done with him in a week. He'll be tier 4. So I think that was well worth the money for $100. So that makes to me that even makes that regular pack less valuable and me less likely to go in there and buy that $100 pack. Because I was already saying it wasn't valuable because they sold me one with 160, especially one with 100 and 200,000 of them in there. Why would I buy one for half? I just spent the money and bought one for double that. But it does make a difference in PvP. Those rares, man, those rares are really good for PvP. Really good. Especially, but the problem is like there's a couple of them like Tuvok and I don't know if it's the other dude, however you say his name, Egypt or whatever. Uh, you have to hit first, um, or they don't proc. Because there was a guy that were on incursions that if he hit first, he barely beat me. But if I hit first, I would beat him with like a half a hole left. But whoever goes first, and we both were using this basically almost the same lower deck. And we're basically the same tier level and everything. But I probably had better research than he did. That was probably why when I won, I had a lot less hull damage than he did. But let's go see what kind of I think I don't want to know how much liquid trillium D that I'm going to need to tear this gal up here. Okay, let's see. Oh God, 21,000. Jesus. Ah. See, these are just as bad. I got to have 25,000 of these in Pioneer Crest, but I already had some of those. That just throws my research back some. Um, I don't know how good he's going to be. These new officers have some interesting abilities. They'll have to be tested whether they're better than ones that you got. But as we're all seeing that with the solo uh, wave defenses, we need to have three good crews, and they could most likely a couple of them are actually uh, that's part of their abilities is wave defense. So you're going to be able to use these in your wave defense officers make your strongs. In my opinion, and this goes with both PVE and PvP, you can't have enough good lower deck officers. I mean, I am primary a PvP person, but I have to do crap like this to make my ships better. So, dude, I have to go in. I'm going. This is all about uh, making my ship better by doing some of this research in this tree. So you can't say, well, I don't, I got one good crew. Screw this game. I was kind of like that at one time, but then when they started putting in where you're gonna, because there are people in here that'll take multiple ships in here and grind. I think I can grind just as well as they do with one. Well, see, he had to leave. I don't know if he left because he was full or he had hull damage. He had to leave because I think he's got his Enterprise E up higher than what I have my Krechna. But I think if we weren't on the same alliance, I would take that sucker down pretty quick because he's not a PvP guy, and I'm sure his research is not real as good as mine because I'm almost out. I am almost out, man. All I got is some battleship. I got some battleship ones to do, and a couple of researchers that are locked behind doing those battleship ones. But all my interceptor one that do that interceptor thing at the top of the combat, that's all done. And most of the explorer is as well for my Enterprise E. So there's like an isolated I don't know if it's isolated defense or offense. It right before you get to the faction ones at the very end. That one I need to do, and I need to do the battleship ones and I think I'm tier 8 on the hull and the shield one, but they're locked behind me doing these battleship ones. See, now he's back for his second trip, and I'm still up here. Yeah, I mean, I've taken a little break talking to you guys, but I mean, I've been using my uh, artifact to help me grind. So uh, probably need to go back. Let's see how many we've done. Let's see how many loot boxes we got. Oh yeah, we probably need to fly back. I'm gonna fly back because I don't want to give up any more loot. I'm gonna go ahead and stop it. Fly back, prepare, dump it. See how many. See how close we are to pulling that nightmare. I think we're close. Now I'm thinking. I don't know. Have you tried that setup against those 70 transports? Because when I was reading them, looking at what the hostiles do, they look like they do the same thing. So I'm thinking maybe this crew will work against those too, and that's something we can do without having to. do anything actually to the ship. We can go up there and see if it works. The only thing I don't want to do, I don't want to waste a max fortification. So I'm gonna do the nightmare first, and then if I think maybe we'll go up in that 70 system. If you don't know what I'm talking about, guys, they um, last arc they added let me find them. There they are. They added. Oh, that's a 60 system. No, that's not it. Here we go. They added these new 70 systems, and what they have in the 70 systems, they have these almost unkillable uh, transports. Mostly the people who've been able to kill them, and ones that had it have ones that are completely tiered out, like a 100+ billion uh, epic or cube. That's the only people that last time when they had that event were able to kill these things. Um, as far as I could ever get to them was 6 rounds, and the same as the nightmare before I came up with this crew that I'm going to show you here in a minute. If I got enough loot here to unlock it. And what I did is I went ahead. I'll show you the crew. I'll switch the after I repair here. I'll put the crew on there so you guys can see which ones I'm using. And it's kind of an old school crew. It's not one of the newer, flashier, whatever. I'm using some of the Apex barrier and shred officers below deck, but I'm not using them on the deck. Even though that you would think they would do really good against those uh, those hostiles, but I found that not to be the case for some crazy ass reason. Maybe I just don't have them tiered up high enough yet. Or my ship. I thought was my totally what was my ship, but because it bothered me because I unlocked the nightmare during like the first week that I was had got up to superior. I went through all of them. I went through the lower because I didn't know what to expect from any of them because nobody in my alliance had unlocked superior yet to ask around. So the crew that I'm using is this one. I'm using Lorca as a captain, Tau, and DeGiorgio, and it works. But let's see if I got enough loot, or maybe if I'm gonna have to make another run. Let's go in the faction store. So let's go augment. I'm gonna go ahead and make that claim while I'm in here. Let's see what else. I got a few claims. I think I. Okay, let's do. What is this? I'm gonna wait on those. I'm gonna wait until I make the pull up here. I don't want to spin myself down. Okay, this one I got plenty, so I'll do that. Okay. Let's go down to these missions. Okay, I do have enough for a nightmare, so we're gonna do it. So what I'm gonna have to do now. So now I'm gonna go switch some people around. I'm gonna go pull my. You know what? Am gonna move out of territory. That's something I am gonna do. I'm in territory for the last defense that we had because I needed points for the thing. I'm gonna move out of territory. I want to move somewhere where there's nobody that can come and pit my. Like I said, we are at war with like 6 or 8 alliances right now. So, and one of my support chips would be a prize for any of these dudes, even though it wouldn't mean that much to me. Okay, so we're going to put the Defiant in one. We're going to uh, did I have okay, wait a minute. I didn't pop it, did I? Let's see. I think I did. I think it's going to be in territory, damn it. I think I screwed up on that. Yeah. Let's see where it's located. Yeah, well, it's okay. I can fly the ship back over there. It's no biggie. So, uh, well, let's see. So we're gonna put the Sorrentos there. See, the thing is, guys, I wanted to learn to defeat them. I don't know if they're worth doing because I can do the loot differential to what you have to do to defeat it, unless you're already got a one that's over. You got a ship that's over 100 billion. Um, I think it might be better off if doing an extra, a little bit extra, and getting two of the one below it, but for the loot wise. But a lot of this stuff is trying to defeat the guy who set this up. Trying to figure a way to beat them. This is what this is all about. Otherwise, I would kind of say that the nightmare one's not worth. I'd rather do two of the lower one, and I can just almost use any of my G6 ships to take that out. Unless I just did them very poorly crewed. Um, so that would be really the better option in doing this, but just so you can see how it can be beat. So let's go back. Let's go back here. So the next step that I gotta do is where's locate? Locate. Here we go. So the next step I gotta do is get my uh, exos out. So first I'm gonna go to combat, and I'm gonna go ahead and use the interceptor one. Then I'm gonna go up here in the deal. I'm gonna look for I'm going to use this one here. It gives me 40% boost on my officer stats. Because why not? Then I'm going to go down here, the multi-purpose one. And you could either do one of the smaller interceptor ones, or what I'm going to do, because I got bunches of them, is 100 power. And just for grins, I'm going to go maybe get one for the health. Look for the health one and put up here. You can see, guys, I'm not a big EXO guy. You can see how bunch of these I have. Okay, here's one for health. But there are times in the game you do need them, and this is one of them. So let's go ahead and put the Kretschna out. We're going to go ahead. We're going to bring our Titan out, our Sorrentos out, and our... So what we're going to do now is I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to buff it. Triple buff it. Well, fuck, should have done that one. Let's do the max fort. Okay, so I guess I'm going to quadruple buff it. Okay, I did the Sorrentos. Let's do the Sorrentos now. Oh, I did the Sorrentos. So I guess I do got all three. Oh, now let's look at it. No, I didn't do the Sorrentos. I thought I did. Fuck, where's it? Let me look on my ship. It usually tells. Max fortification, Armada. Oh, that's for Armada. That ain't gonna help for the Defiance. Not gonna help. It did when it gets a hard opponent one time. Okay, we got 10 seconds. I must have boot. I don't know why it's not showing up. Okay, let's go. 10 seconds. Now we know for sure. Okay, so we're triple buffed up there. And let's see. What else are we? Okay, I think we're good. So what I'm also going to do is I'm going to fly it into that system where the uh, dealer is marked. That's the good thing about it. Okay, so I'm going to, whoops, wrong ship. Let's go here. Ship here. Okay. So I'm going to do something that I didn't do last time. And I did get it. I'm just curious, maybe. Okay, so we're going to bring it right here. And I'm going to use Lorca's Fist. And I'm also going to use this. Okay, now let's go up there and pop that bad boy. I wonder if I got time to go up into that 70 system and see if I can pop one of those. Let's see. We'll see. I know we won't have the fist. It's not going to have the fist. Is not going to last up there. But maybe the other one will. I'll probably die, but it's worth a shot. What the hell? Okay, let's see. Where's that extra 70? There we go. 3 minutes. So I might have most of my stuff still. Yeah, the fist is gone. But it worked. So yeah, it was just the challenge of beating it mostly because it is not worth going. I mean, if I had a tier 18 Kretschna and I didn't have to use any buffs, of course you would use the nightmare every time. Um, just because, but being able to have to use all those exos every time that's not worth it. But there is a but the whole challenge was beating it. And, I mean, it gives you 2,000 more uh, of those insignias that you can use up there. But is to me, it's better to do two of the lower ones and get 8,000 than doing one for 6,000. So, but the challenge was coming up with a crew that you can beat those with. I don't know if I'm going to make it and have all my buffs. Let's see what we got left. Nah, I'm not going to make it. I'll have my Sorrento's boost. No, I still have my max fortification. I'll just lose the Defiant, which I don't know whether that really worked or not. But it does work on players, I can tell you that. Even though it doesn't say that on the thing. Um, During one incursions, uh, I took a dude's cube out with my. Uh, I took a cube of a guy that's where I'm at right now with triple buffing my uh, Volix and jumping up and hitting his 24 million or whatever cube with ease. I took him out like 6 times on one hole. Is that a hazard system? You got to be kidding me. Oh no, that's the wrong one. Oh, it's over here. Is it? No, that's. I'm in the wrong space. Okay, I screwed that up. I thought I put there. It didn't take me there though. So that forget it. We'll have to do that another time. But I swear, man, I thought I pushed this. But anyway, we're going back. But we did beat it. Um, Maybe I'm gonna let my Titan get some more the juice for the max fortification. Let's go home. Time I get up there, I'll only have max fortification left. But no, it does work on players, man. And even though it doesn't say it does, I mean, I when I triple buffed it, man. Uh, 'Cause he was an op 70 with his cube. He was sitting there, uh, going to town against some of my. I had a couple. I was an op 69. Um, the guy that was grinding that system was an op 69, and we had another op 69, and he was just torching those guys and with the cube. And then I said, okay, they asked me for help. I said, well, he's a 70. And it's, well, I got an idea. So that's what I did. I triple buffed that Volix I think I might have used one of the incursion buffs, and I took him out 6 times on one hole. And the other guys had I don't know what ships they had, but that totally shut that guy down. Because I think I double buffed before and couldn't beat a guy that had a cube that was that high. But that Volux is a cube killer. It's the only reason I built it. It was a good ship until I got my Kretschna. Because I wasn't planning on building it at all. I mean, I had no plans of building any of the interceptors except the Kretschna. But because of the player that the cube got when people got it over like 13, I did make the Akura and used it for that, and also did the Volix for that as well. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that like I can't remember if it's Pella. That's not the one. There's one of these defense officers that's supposed to be only PvP only, but they do work against PvE as well. I can't remember who it is right now. That and the biggest thing what you have to look at when you like especially officers is go into the battle report and see if they proc or not. Let's look at that. We'll look at this battle report. I beat it in 8 rounds. So look how many shots it gets off before you can. So I've got 80%. Then, then round two. This is where man, you look at these criticals, man. See, I think the key thing is these nightmare hostels have no level. So if it was a level if it had levels like ours do, then Tau wouldn't work. That was kind of the trick on the Q's trials too. Is they don't count they don't have levels to count, so you can use an old school because I use these. This was my main crew to get through the inline missions, combat missions. I mean, Tal is just crushing them, man. And 7. Now some of my other stuff's kicking in. Increases when enemy hull that chaos tech is kicking in. And boom, destroyed. So 8 rounds. That it went because I can remember the first time I tried with my standard PVE crew. I got no shots off. I was dead. Nothing. We'll do even. I'll go even do it. Well, I don't have another one. I don't want to grind out another nightmare one right now. If I could, then I would show you. Maybe that's what I should have done the first way. I should have did a regular crew against it and then did this one. But I can tell you, I got before that, I got uh, no shots off, and then the same one I was using on this crew here, the same one that I'm using against the uh, augments. This one I get 6 rounds before I die. And I was all sure that the key was going to be her. Whoops, the wrong thing. Her apex shred, and then with Quasi too down here below with his apex shred. I thought that was going to be the key to beat those. But now what I've seen with pick Q, I would take Troy out of there and pick Q, put pick Q, and see if this crew could do the similar. Because that'd be something I would change if I was going to try this crew again on them. I would put pick Q here instead of Troy. That's something I would try if I hadn't decided to go ahead and go old school with them and see what that would do just for grins. Because for a while I couldn't remember the crew that I was using back then because I used to have it on a set point like I got like I got it now, but let's go ahead and put my regular crew back in here. Uh, but I messed around with a bunch of different ones, trying to figure it out because it bothered me because I spent the loot on it, and it bothered me that I had that possibility of getting that loot for the store without being able to use it. You know what I'm saying? So it was just floating out there. So I had to. It was just bothering me. But that was the crew I was using, and it works. And using the ship's ability that I didn't do the first time, I could have took two out. I think with that crew. But before I didn't think of it. I did it right after I pushed go, to kill it. Like, oh crap, I should have used the ability. I gotta think I gotta put it out. Let's see. Okay, so yeah, I didn't use this ability on it last time, so it does help. So it went from me having like a barely a third of a hole to where I was at here. So that ability does work. It was supposed to work on both ways anyway. That's not a secret. But I was about right there. So I using that ability, I gained uh, that much of my hole. So it does work. And that's the key thing, guys. Don't be afraid to experiment it. Like when I get to like right now, I think I still have. If you let me go back here, come on, go back. Recall. Okay, I still have them in the just because I haven't changed it yet. But this crew right here was my meta PVE crew. No, not that's the wrong one. I got those are my wave defense deal. I just saw the Kirk brothers. I went the wrong one. Okay, where's it at? Here we go. There we go. That's right. So that was it for a while. I mean, I had somebody else there besides Jocko. He's new. He's a new ad. But right now, the my true one right now is Janeway and the Doctor because I got both of them tiered out now. Now, when I get the two Kirk brothers tiered out, that might be a horse of a different color because they were better than the Janeway crew before I tiered both of them up. Not by very much, but they still. You're talking probably hitting 20 more hostiles with the Kirk brothers versus Janeway's crew. Oh yeah, I had Paris here before. Yeah, I had Paris there instead of him. That was a change I did make after I unlocked him because he works on both. What's going on? Got to turn my headphones off. They were still playing. But anyway, so you see, his lower deck ability works against hostiles and players. Not sure if it works against armadas or not. Because right now I don't have there's not an armada in the game that I can really test it against because I kill them so easy. Uh, so I don't know. with or without, which one that would. I guess I could look and see how many rounds they go. But right now, those are the big players. So I also need to do a few wave defenses. So I'm going to go ahead and change my crew. And we're going to do a few wave defenses. I need the loot. Find. I'll put this one in my. And and I'm not done with the cons thing because like I said, I've been working. This is my first night off since Tuesday night. And I haven't done any. I mean, I've done some in the morning before I went to sleep, but basically just like one or two. But I need to finish, even though I'm done with the main meta, there's still loot in there that you can use in that store. And I want it. Okay, I don't, doctor's not going to fit, so I'm going to take him out of there. See, these are still set up on my rare ships because that's what I used to use. And okay, so I'm going to stick. You know what? I need to change ships first. I'm going to use the junker so I can get the extra points. I might be able to tear up the junker or add upgrade. Nope. How much do I need for a shield? Okay. Okay. So we're going to change this crew. This is the one I would, when I was using my rare ships, I would use one of my cubes in it. I need to change this up. I need to rethink this whole setup now that I'm not using the cube anymore. May even need to put this on my lead dog ship and not the cube. Before, the cube was the strongest of those ships, so that's why it has this crew on it. And I've got room for one more guy, so let's see who we got below. I don't have any of the newer officers. I guess I could put Jockholm in there. Or, I don't think McCoy works on Armadas. Oh, yes, he does. Let's throw McCoy on there. Okay. So, oh, he's not, I'm not doing Armadas. I'm doing wave defense. What am I thinking? So he's going to work okay on that one. So we're going to go, no, where's it at? Okay. Okay, first thing I need to do before I even do that, I need to turn that artifact off. Where's it at? Artifact off. You want to screw yourself up is leave that artifact, and when you click on it, you still stuck on your other ship, and you end up having to hope that your ship has enough time to kill both of them before. I've done that a couple of times and I've gotten lucky and I've gotten unlucky on that. So I don't recommend leaving the effect on. Okay. Come on. See, for something like that where I clicked over and it didn't it didn't actually do it. All right, so start. I mean, I like doing these on my iPad way more than I do on the PC. And that's why you don't see me do them as much on the stream, because I'm not streaming on my iPad. I'm streaming on my Mac Studio. But to me, they're a lot easier to do on the iPad. If the iPad OS is stable, that is. And you got this ability too that you can use. And I'm not sure if on this level it would kill them. So I don't mess with it because if it can't kill them, I think I think it's a dumb ability. And because if once you say, well, when you get to the stronger ones, it makes it weaker. Well, I tried it on some of those stronger ones. Well, the ship isn't strong enough to. It does just fine on these though. Should be one coming up. Get that one there. Should be one more. Here we go. And we'll get my B ship and get that one with it. Come on, get on it. Okay, so all of them are going to be pretty much up here. So I'll start off with this ship. Unless I missed one. Oh, I did. Damn it. I didn't see that one. Oh, well. Let's go A. I'll count them out, or I don't do that again. B. Come on. Come on. B. C. A. I'm going to go here. I probably could maybe try to use that beam on it, but I saw it was too late. I knew I was missing, so I felt like I was missing something, and I did. Because I'm kind of out of my normal formation on this stuff. Okay, so we got to get this ship here and this ship there and get on the junker because it's going to put right in front of him. Okay, let's go here. Come on, click on there. Click. There we go. Come on, junker. Go up there and get it. Okay, let's go. B. Now we got one more wave. They're all going to start down here. I don't know why I did that. Oh, it did kill it. Now I know it's strong enough now to kill it. I've done some research on it since the last time I tried it, so now it can kill those. Where before it just weakened them. All right, so we're done with that. So I think there's a cooldown on that thing. 2 minutes. Let's wait 2 minutes. What is he doing? Oh, he's doing one of those Rev Armadas. Well, I need one of those Revativity ones. Is the one I need. Those formations. I gotta wait till I'm waiting till my buddy's online. So like if I do that, I like to make sure he gets some of the loot too. So I need loot for the store. Okay, let's see if it's done yet. 1 minute. Let's go ahead and let's go ahead and go into the store. There's a couple things I want to redeem. Let's go to section 31. Okay, let's go ahead and do that. Okay, now I can make my claim here. So you can see about a week's worth of pulls, and I'm got him to tier the next tier. Okay, my DeGault. Do I have enough? I'm gonna wait till I can do the next one. Who else was I pulling here? I was doing Mariachi Q and somebody else. Maybe it was her. Let's see. Oh yeah, I want to do her too. So I need one more shard and I'm done with her. Could now I'll wait and do it in here. I was thinking I could go up there and maybe use it. I want to do Freeman too, but he's more important to me than Freeman is actually. I want to get those. I want to try to get all these rares done. And one of the things that kind of it gave me, uh, kind of pushed me to finish them is this whole thing here. This is uncommon. Being able to get a chance to get them in here as well. Basically, this is the only other way you can get Billups and Ransom besides the tournament is in here. That's why those Billups, Ransom, and Shax, those are the only Shanks or whatever. I don't know how you say his name, but those three officers, this is about the only other way you can get them is it here and during the Alliance tournaments. That's to me, this is why this pull is one of the most valuable pulls of these four. Though there are some good officers in the rare here. Like you can see, I only need, look how close I am to being done with 7 of 9. Then basically, the pick officers and the Kirk brothers and Mabinga is the only one I won't have done in here. This one won't, you know. And there, I mean, there are better places to pull these though than this actually. That doesn't, you know, but you're getting these for part of the loop, so it's not that big a deal. If there was a way where they had like a fixed loop where you had to choose which of these boxes you wanted to use, which I think would be a better way to do it. Um, Now that would then you would probably not see me do very many rare pulls, to be honest with you. The epic ones are good because you've got him in there, you got your E Picard crew in there, you got your if you need your art. See, I'm really close to being done with Archer, and you got these two in here, but I think the biggest one is DeMarco. But you also get a chance for DeMarco when you make those pulls up there. They give you tokens, and you can use the tokens on DeMarco. So basically, since we started this arc, I had DeMarco. I think I had DeMarco at tier 4 with 4 shards. So basically, I've gotten 480 something shards minus whatever I pulled in the Alliance tournament. Not the Alliance tournament, but invasions, which I only got 2 pulls, so maybe like 5 shards from that. So I'll say 9. Everything except for 9 shards all came from the loop. And I think I did get some in. Let's see. Let's see how many I got in the territory. Pat, or yeah, it's a territory she's in right now. So I got 1, 2, 3, 6. So you can see I got close to 400, more than 400 doing this loop. So I'm looking at, do you know the answer to Star Trek? Yes. The answers for both questions is the first one. The first one, that one of them is aquatics. You go in there and hit the aquatics. And the other one, you go into the event store and you look. I think I'm trying to figure out which one is it in. I think you go in the event store. It's in this one, and it was way at the back here. But it's you have to hit a certain amount on the aquatics, and the other one was in this hidden thing inside here for sources and materials in the event store. See, now when I read that, I thought for sure that it was going to be in the refinery in one of these, one of these, you know. So I looked through all of these and didn't see it. And then I remembered there was one in the event store too. And that's where I found it. How many more of those do we have, man? Some of those have been a pain in the butt, like the one where we had to go and hit the doomsday worms. So, yeah, so we got 2 more. We got 3 more, I guess, 2 more days, and we got 2 more events before we hit the thing, which these were good. Guess 5 of those, but they they've got to realize that a lot of people, and because I was never big into, if I'm there, I know there's a whole bunch of other people that are there too that has this maxed out now. Because they're giving it in prizes too much. I know there's a lot of people that's not, but they got to give some kind of alternative, because some of these events, especially the ones that don't have anything else but Sigma, not Sigma, but Syndicate XP, they've got to come out with something else for the people that are maxed it out. Now there's been guys on my alliance that goobered out on this soon as they released these levels, and had it maybe within a month of the time, because they bought all the packs and all that kind of crap. Um, but I did it, and I bought, in the history of the game, I bought 3 of these packs. One of them was because they had uh, for some reason, when they did uh, the SMS on that, they had it upside down to where the first tier had the biggest pull, and the last tier. So I wanted those first 2 tiers. So basically, uh, at that time in the game, they didn't really have a lot of place to earn it, except for. But yeah, I know a guy that he would he would waste. To me, it's a waste. He would go into the use his multi-phasic credits and make these pulls. for this. And he used to talk about it in the channel like he was doing something. I'm like, dude, you're like wasting some. To me, it all goes to ships. There have been a couple of times where I used it when I was building like crazy, that I used the building ones, but for the most part, it's always going to go to the ships because that's where you get the most value to it, I think. And this is a good one too. The research one is meh. It's okay, but I think it's a little bit. I think it's a little bit light on these. It's decent on the dilithium. I'll tell you that. But you can get a, say you needed to do research and you needed one of these. It's better to go over here and pull one of these packs if it's not dilithium that you need, because you get more of the mats in this one than you do than the actual research one. And you can do that too building as well. You can look, say I need to build something. Well, these battleship packs got a bunch of mats in it. Let's look at it and see. Let's go with the 6-star one because that's where we're at. Okay, we got uncommon. We got 122 and 18 for each one of these. Wait, I'm looking at 122 and 32 for your ore. We're talking about ore in there for the building one. So we go to the building one, and let's see what we get. The building one. So the building one, we get not as much. So it'd be better to make, if you're not needing the para. Now the para is a big factor in building. If you're not, if para, you're good on the para, and you're needing the ore, then you would hit the battleship one. But these are the ones I use them for. Now, I could see a lower player who needs these faction credits and could go here with it. But the lower pack for the lower player, you actually get like crystal and uh, uh, gas if you're doing explorer. I mean, I used it back then when I was a lower player. I would use these packs for that. But now I'm a higher player, and there's no mats in here. Then it's not worth. To me, they're not worth doing. Neither is this one. And now the survey one's okay, but I don't think I would ever use it on the survey one, to be honest with you, man. But these three, the battleship, the explorer, and the interceptor ones, they're game changers, especially if you're upgrading your ships. I can't tell you how many times that this one has made the difference. I mean, being able to make an upgrade and not. And let's see let's see how much that helped the cause. Okay, that got me gave me a lot of parts. See, I'm within next. I'll earn this much this week, so I'll be able to do one of these upgrades next weekend without having to pay, which is good because this is going to be hard. These upgrades right here, you're going to take like a week's worth of saving, and then maybe 2 weeks worth of saving, then using a pack to put you over the top, because the pack is not enough to make one upgrade right now. I think I figured it out after I made an upgrade and was low and didn't have hardly anything. It would cost me $300 or $400 to make an upgrade for each of these if I bought it, just straight out bought it, and that's not in my league. So that's part of the reason why I went ahead and made the other ship, because that way Is there something on the leaderboard event I really want, I can sacrifice a week and go down here and punch it and get what I need, because that's basically what's going to happen, because I'm really close to running completely out of research, because pretty much the research the last 2 weeks is what I don't think I don't know if I came in second or first last week on the Scotty. Right now I'm way ahead on the Scotty. I don't know if anybody's going to catch me. But again, I made two upgrades on that ship from the pack I bought and what I've been saving. I already had one upgrade done, and then I went on my little Kretschner. I took it up to where it's at right now. I did two two upgrades on this one, I think. No, I don't have my Romulan battleship there. Okay, so let's go back and do another wave defense. We should have the abilities back again. If I knew it would kill it, I would have used it while ago and not let it kill that. Okay, so we got that one. Let's put it in its place. Let's do right there. I wish it would put it where you, once you're in there, when you zap them in, it should put it right where you're put right here and not put wherever it wants to put it. Okay, so we're good. I'm going to put it out just a little more. Still it didn't put where asked it to. Okay, let's start. I'm probably going to do, I don't know if I'm going to do it on stream or not, but I'm going to do some Crenoms. And I need to call out to my buddy and see if we can do some formation Crenoms as well. I need that loot really bad. I want to what I'm doing with that loot mostly is trying to get Seska up higher, because I saw a guy's crew that was doing what we were just doing now. He was using Seska, and I actually used her on on trying it, and it did work, but not enough to kill it. But it seemed like it worked better than putting her on there. I don't remember who he had on the deck with her, but it was worth a shot. I saw it in Discord. Maybe you might have saw it too, John. They were using Seska as one of the crew officers to kill those nightmares. Oh shit. Did I not remember that? I didn't remember that. I need to get my head back in the game. Let's go ahead and use I think I got it. Get my head back in the game. I thought I'd killed all those down there already. Yeah, this is only okay. Yeah, no, I didn't. I guess I got my flights mixed up, or waves. Okay, come on, locked on that. Why is it? See, look at it. It's not letting me on that one. Okay, let's do. I don't know why I didn't do it before. Let's make sure there's not another straggler somewhere. Okay, that's 3, so I need to get these other 2 in position. Then go back to 3, because that one's going to pop right there. Get these other two. Then go back. And we get the junker to go up here and get that one. And this one here. Need to go big. That's where how I'm screwing up. I didn't have it all the way out. Okay, there should be all three down here. Seems like they're moving a little faster than normal. Come on, get it. That should get it. Okay, that gets me those revenge chips. That finishes that SMS too. So let's go up there and use the loot. So I can either stop right there or do some more. Okay, so I'm going to go back in here, do more McCoy. All right. Okay, so I got two things I need to do. I need to do that mirror space deal. So what I'm going to do with the mirror space thing, this is something I've been thinking about. I hadn't had a reason to go in there and do it since I got this thing tiered up. I'm going to go ahead. So I'm going to put my best PvPE crew in there because I don't think I need, because it's going to fill up. It's going to fill up, even though it's got a huge cargo bay, I'm pretty sure it's going to fill up with the loot without. Okay, let's go ahead and put Janeway. Because I used to do it with my Rotaran. My Rotaran was a lot lower powered than this ship. And let's go lower deck. Let's see, who do we want to use down here? Is Cessa got a lower deck? Yeah, she does. Let's put her in there for the hell of it. Okay. All right, so we're going to go. I need Trillium A and I need Trillium D. Quite simple. We're going to go here. So I want to go Ascar, Deb. No, I want to go Ascar, Deb, Babel. Okay. Yeah. Okay. This is risky. What I really want to do is mine, but I'm definitely gonna do that on stream. Let's switch these ships back where they belong. Need to put the right crew back in that one. I'm not gonna. Okay, it should be there now. Okay. Let's look for the loot ship. I think the loot ship might not. There it is. Where's that ship at? See, it's not really where it's showing. It's got that glitch. I was I was in this. I'm in that one, and not. I don't know why it does that sometimes, but and now I can go back in here. It's gonna. You must be in the rift. All right. Yeah, these dudes are having fun with the war thing going. They're calling out people up. That I had to get on to them because one of the other alliances that's we're friendly with. One of the guys has got some way where he can mine some of the data from the game, and he keeps a spreadsheet on we're doing a kill event, and I kind of called them out because the top 5 guys in the server with kills are all in our alliance, and we're still not in first place. So I'm like, what the hell? We're doing we're doing our job. What the hell are you guys doing? Yeah, one guy passed me because of work. Because I haven't been doing anything really since Wednesday. I went into one defense because they told me we were going to take it, and they ended up not doing it. I took my lunch break during the damn defense to help out, and then when I got in there, they decided they were not going to do. They changed their mind on their strategy on it without telling me. Hey, are you the only one in the server? Only one in the server to do what? Do you do no? Do you like to play on other? No, I'm just playing on this one. Believe me, this account's enough for me at least. This one account is enough. I'm not one of these guys that's got multiple accounts. I do have an account for my little nephews, but they're um that I just made those accounts for so when one of them one I'll bring all 3 iPads, and that way all 3 of the little nephews got a game to play. Because if they don't, they fight over it. And the my little nephews are I don't know I couldn't even tell you what servers they're on because it doesn't matter. They're just in there grinding hostels, and one of them's the Ops 28, and the other one's an Ops 22, I think. But I don't even keep up. I'm not even sure if they're in an alliance because it's not one that I'm playing like that. It's just something to keep a five, six. I mean a 3, 5, and 7-year old busy so they don't fight over using my account. You know what I'm saying? So I don't even know what server they're on. I mean, they don't even, like for like incursions type thing, they don't have enough resources to matter. If somebody, I don't know if they can, I don't know if they can raid one of them. They could probably raid the one with the 28, but he never has much resources for anybody to, if they're looking, if that's what they're picking on, man, that means they're on a really poor server. And if he loses it, it's not that big a deal either. Especially the 28, because all he cares about is um, going to a system. But like I said, here lately they've been all wanting to play mine anyway instead of theirs. So it's been kind of. I don't think I haven't even picked their accounts up in maybe a month and a half. But for a while they liked playing their own, but they got to the point where, especially when I got these 70 ships, they think they look so damn cool. They don't want to use the ones that they have. Which I guess I don't blame them, because especially that Romulan 70 ship, even though it's not a great ship compared to the other two, it looks really cool. It's maybe the coolest looking ship in the game. That's why I can't believe somebody would use those skins on them. I bought them because they said that you could just buy them and unlock them in the what it unlocks the ability or whatever. I mean, I have one for my Kretschna, but there's no way in hell I'd ever put that damn skin on there. That ugly skin looks like a cartoon. No, I'm not on any other server. I'm only on this one. What is the name that you saw that was similar? Yeah, I don't think there's any way I could ever do two accounts and really play both accounts. I don't even know if I'd want to. I need to put that Akura effect back on. I thought I did. Let's see. Let's put that artifact back on. No, that's the wrong thing. Improved system with ship text view. No, I'll put that on. What the heck? Okay. I don't know what that is. I've never seen that before. Okay. Let's see. But yeah, I mean, like I said, I don't blame them. I mean, they got where they'll take turns. For a while, they didn't want to take turns, but they did a good job taking turns today when I went and visited them. In fact, the 3-year-old played more than the other two did today. They played for a little while, and then the 3-year-old went to town. He didn't. He's the one that 3-year-old's the one that asked me if he could play the game. Actually, I was surprised. Usually it's a 5-year-old. And the 5-year-old's like, "Hey, why does he get to play?" And I said, "Well, you can take turns with him. Did you bring your other one? Did you bring your other iPads?" And I said, "No, I didn't bring them because I wasn't sure y'all going to be home." And he goes, "But you can take turns like y'all used to." And they would both like kill like 10 each, and then they would pass it. And then the 5-year-old got busy doing something else, and the 3-year-old just sat in my lap the rest of the time. 7-year-old didn't really want to play it. He was busy watching some cartoon on Paramount Plus, some kind of anime thing. Let's look and see what this is doing loot wise. I'm gonna let it go ahead and hit all the ones in the queue, and then I'm gonna look and see what we're doing loot wise up here. Or I could just do this. So you got 4 million of this raw plus all the drops. Normally the drops is what gives you the most stuff, but if you can use a ship like this and not leave any loot on the table, it might be worth it. I did it with my junker, but the junker was just a little bit not powerful enough where I got it now. I think I was able to do like 50 or 60 of them with it, and ended up having to go to the lower space to finish off the time. But this one here, I've already knocked off 39 of them, and I don't have. I got a sliver of hull damage. Now I'm guaranteed that it'd probably be strong enough to last the whole time in here. Okay, I already got that one knocked off. Yeah, I'm gonna go do one of the things, guys, that you're gonna see on here. You're gonna see me do some non-Star Trek stuff. It's probably gonna affect the YouTube channel more than the Twitch, but I probably will stream some of the stuff that I'm doing. But there's gonna be a lot of content I'm gonna put up that's not gonna be streamed. And I used to do several other YouTube channels, but I had a real aggressive. None of those channels are up right now because I had a real aggressive scammer that got a hold of one of my email addresses and was able to find my social media and all kinds of crazy shit. I ended up having to delete like what I tell you what I did. I ended up deleting all my emails. I got me 3 new emails, completely new, and transferred my game. I got one email address I'm using for this. And then I've got one I'm using for all my financial stuff, and I've got just a generic one. Um, but I had to do that because this dude was finding me calling me on the WhatsApp app, even though I don't even use it. I downloaded it one time, and somehow he was able to find me on that. He was able to find me on a couple of other places, and even though I told him I was never going to give him, I didn't believe what he was saying and that he was never going to get any money out of me. He just wouldn't leave me alone. He was pretending to be from the publisher clearinghouse. And he said that I had some, that I'd won money. I hadn't entered one of those since like the freaking 80s. And I got to the point where I actually called them and said, "Hey, I've got this person who's claimed to be one of your representatives. They're they're calling me like um, on non-business hours, or they've been flooding my social media and uh, other things." And so finally, I got a telephone number to one of their fraud people. And the next time the guy called me, I put it patched in on a conference call, and I go, "Yeah, here's the guy that's been calling me." And then he said, "Oh man, they just don't want you to win so they can keep the money." I said, "Well, that's illegal. That's not how it works, dude. They don't get to keep the money if somebody doesn't claim it." He was crazy, man. Right. Yeah. So I went ahead, and what I ended up doing is I went ahead and deleted all my known email. And unfortunately, the way that Google has it set up, when you have your YouTube accounts, um, it didn't affect this one because the one I'm using for this channel um, was one of the ones he didn't have because it was one of my newer ones. And so I didn't have to delete this one. Otherwise, I'd be had to start all over with this channel. But I had a firearms channel. I had a fishing channel that I put fishing stuff on, and all that's gone now because when I killed the email address, it killed the channel and off of YouTube. So as I'm starting to feel a little bit better, I'm gonna probably start going out doing some fishing. I'm probably gonna record that and put that on the YouTube side of this. Um, I may actually, I got a couple other ideas, but instead of doing like I did before, where I had multiple different channels doing different things, I'm gonna put it all up under one umbrella. So if you guys see something on YouTube or maybe even on here, which I doubt it's going to be on Twitch, but if you see something that's non-YouTube, I mean, non Star Trek Fleet Command related, just know that that's what's up. Um, because I mean, I've been doing this long before I ever decided I was going to do something with this. Um, but I do like this format the way I'm doing it right now. There's a couple of other streaming platforms that I may add to this one, but what's the beauty of this Ecamm software that I'm using. I could put I could stream to 5 different platforms at the same time, and I've got a Facebook page called for Spades World on there, but I don't do anything on it. I just got it to grab it as a space deal. I do also have a Instagram called Spade Kills, where I mostly did mostly the screenshots of some good kills that I made, and may start utilizing that is um, to point people to both of these to the stream here. Um, but but the thing is, I'm not gonna beat you guys over the head for support. I'm not gonna sit there and say I'm not gonna put anything behind a paywall. I'm not going to beat you on the head to subscribe whatever the follow or whatever the terminology is. If you want to, great, man. It helps out a lot if you do. Puts me in some of the searches, and but I actually want to put content on here and not spend like some of the some of the content creators where they spend like the first hour of their stream begging for people to uh do whatever, you know. And that's not what you're ever that's not what you're ever going to see here. I mean, I'm doing this for fun. What was wild is I can't believe that they actually did it, but Scopely did send me on the private Discord. They did send me an application uh, for their creators program. There's no way. I see no way. If Reb was too controversial for him and his negativity, there's no way in hell that these guys are ever going to have me on here. You know. I mean, it would be cool to know some of the stuff in advance. That's what's coming to the game, but it's not worth me selling my soul for. And sit there and tell you things or this or that is a good mechanic when it's not. Now I mean, I have come across after playing this mechanic with the augment stuff. I not as negative on it as I was. Um, and I do think there is a little bit of more value with the with the what you call it the new ship uh, the Reliant. Uh, there is more. There is. I think there's more value with it, but I also do think that they set it up to where you've got to do a lot of work on it to where it's unless you're just a really low player. There's a lot of work you have to do to that ship, and especially when they launched it in that day one unlock, they gave you no parts to and that's been the norm with the last three ships. The Junker didn't have it, and I'm not sure if the other two, but I'm kind of thinking that someone told me that was the case with one of those ships. I can't remember which one was it. Was it the Relativity or the Revenant? But I didn't buy either one of those ships. I unlocked them through gameplay, and I do think that the Reliant may be worth unlocking just because if you're like say because if we weren't at war with six alliances right now, I would have switched when I brought this ship home. I would have put that crew into the Reliant and put it in like 52 space or something and let it sit there and grind out and get some more of those drop box loot for me. But it would be dead and before I got before I got a half a dozen kills, it would probably be gone because we got people patrolling those things pretty hard. So I do think that it's hard. I mean, it's like one of those things. I think that the mechanic. I'm not real happy with the mechanic way that um you have to do it and especially what they did when they did the patch update. Now, me as a higher player, it's like hell yeah, you know, from what they did. So what they did for us now, if you go like in that 68 system where I'm getting all four rarities of the loot. Um, where before they didn't have it, it was weighted. It was like you guys that are doing the lower ones where it was heavy on the common, and as you go up, it gets, you start getting more uncommon. What was like that at the top, where you're getting all most the highest was epic, the second tier was raw, rare, then you got a little bit of uncommon, and you got no common. But now they redid the deal, so because people were complaining they were having to go in multiple systems. Well, yeah, but what they should have done is for the lower players, give them just a little bit of rare, a little bit of epic, not a lot, it should have to tier up like but I think that's kind of a rip off the lower players that they don't, where the higher players were now getting common and more common and uncommon. Like before, I could do 200 hits up there and still not have my ship completely full of loot. But now I can fill my ship with loot in 40 hostiles. So yeah, that's really good for me, but it's not good for the I would say the player base as a whole. And the one thing that you will find out about me is, like, even on my server, that the higher players wanted to make a deal where there's no hits at all in 6G space, where they could go up there and mine, fill up their whole thing, and be okay. They didn't have the same rules as the rest of the space. Well, in the beginning, I said no, I'm not agreeing with that. But right now, there's no value of hunting OPC in the upper, in 6G. When I had, when I was just starting out, my sulkies were low tiered. You would take more damage by hunting somebody OPC with their ship than you could get in resources because the exchange rate's so high. But now I got these 68 mining ships. Shoot, man, I can go up there and uh, kill half a dozen ships, and I barely got a scratch on the hull. So now it's a whole different story. So one of the things that we had the war kind of really started after the last incursions. We were started at war with 3 different alliances, and one of the things that I did announce at that time, I said, "Okay, farmers, the free ride's over. There's no more OPC in 6G space. Because if I see you OPC, I'm gonna take that shit." And I've been doing that, and it ended OPC in 6G space. And but one of my arguments when I was arguing with them is that a 6G player shouldn't have different rules than a 3G player. What's cool in space, if it's okay to go OPC hunt in 3G, 4G, or 5G space, it should be just the same rules in 6G. And it didn't come over too well. But there isn't too many people on this server that can do anything about it. And I've gotten my ship, I've gotten my Reliant hit a couple of times because it was OPC. And I just know that that's the part of the package is that you're sending it out to die anyway. Well, it's just a matter of when it comes back. But I'm not going to give right now. I just don't want to give those guys a prize, because they're going to go after my ship whether it's OPC or not right now, and I just don't want to give them a prize. That's more or less the reason why I'm not doing it, because I don't care. That thing gets popped. Um, the repair cost isn't hardly anything. And but yeah, I mean, we they try to do that. We have like they have like a secret. What happened there? Oh, it popped out. Ran out of time. They have like a secret Discord channel in the on the server Discord, and some of the things that these schemers come up with is hilarious. Like when the Voyager came out, they wanted to make it illegal for the Voyager to go in 5G space if you weren't a 5G player. Can you believe that? Because they were afraid that the lower players would use the Voyager poured up into 5G space and take up one of their valuable mining nodes. Can you believe that crap? That's the kind of mental geniuses that I'm dealing with on my server. See, I'm at the point. To me, if a lower player uh, wants to take his NX-01 or Voyager and start an armada up in 6G space and needs somebody to carry it, I have no problem with that. It's a guy using his brain. I'm going to reward that every time, to get the most loot out of it. But I don't want, like, if I start an armada, I don't want somebody's Voyager or NX-01 because to me that I feel that they're at that point they're stealing loot. That they should stay in their lane. If they got a thing they want to start one and get the loot, I have no problem with it. That's using your directives the most smart way possible. Like earlier, they were doing some of those. Uh, where are they at? Where's the zigzag space? Some guys in my alliance that they would just wait until other people were on. Where's it at? Let me look back up. Okay, we have a strong enough alliance. Well, that's the wrong space. Here we go. No, that's not the one I'm looking for either. Here we go. Let's find the one with this is the one. I think these are the yeah. Where's this? Oh, here we go. We have enough strong enough alliance that we can do these chronomes in the 70 system. But you have to wait. You have to set it up to where we got some of our better, higher players are online, but they're sitting there wasting their directives in here, in the 60 system, because they didn't want to wait till somebody stronger players are on so you could get. And sometimes you have to sit there and wait till you can get in, but the difference in the loot that you get here and here is tremendous. And the same thing over here. They'll do the same thing in the one that I went to the first time. The uh, I went too far down. There we go. Same here. Even I got a ship that can, even like free to play it. Mine's my Revenant's all the way tiered out. It didn't take it took a month and a half to get this thing finished. This is one of the easier ships to actually tier up. I don't know if it's the NX-01 or this one. It's got to be one or the other. But But yeah, man, I'm still, like that stupid Gorn ship, and that's why I can't believe that when they have the event where they're trading parts for Latinum or whatever it is that they're using the freaking Gorn ship. That Gorn ship is the hardest ship in the game to tear up. Anybody that would sell their parts for a little like pennants of Latinum or in the score in the event are stupid. And I've actually put that up a couple of times. I don't know that it'll go anywhere, but I did have talked to a few people on from Scopely that you would know their names if I'm not going to say what they said because it wasn't that kind of deal. But I did mention to them that if they're going to do those events, do it in something we're drowning in. Like for me, I'm drowning in this transporter patterns. Why not put one of those events that we can trade transporter patterns for something that we need? Because it doesn't look like they're going to put they don't put in the officers enough in that mechanic that we can spend it. And also like the invasion scrap. I'm sitting on like 20 billion of that stuff and I can't spend it because they got a cooldown that doesn't make sense on the redemption part of it. And they did promise one of the Scopely people on one of the content creators deal said that they were going to shorten the cooldown, and that's never happened. Um, and it kind of makes invasions not worth doing, especially now that you've got a vehicle to get DeMarco. Like I think probably one's going to come next week. I would imagine. I haven't heard that you're not getting an inside scoop, but if you go by what they've been doing here lately, I imagine it's going to come either this week or next week. It's probably good chance it could be the next week. Um, Whatever week they put invasions on, you can guarantee that either Tuesday or Wednesday of that week, invasions are going to start, and it's almost not worth doing anymore. Just because unless you're just decide you want to spend buying those Camara, deal, you just there's not a lot you can do because the pull down I would say unless you are really really lucky, you're going to get half of a deal, and the way it's set up, you're going to get one. You're going to get one, and I have 50 set for last, so I'll end up doing two. I end up getting day one. I'll make a pull. I'll have one set. And then the last day I'll have a set. So you got two pulls that you can do in there for the Camaras, and plus you're getting uh very few loot for the actual store, and that SMS that they always do always gives out Syndicate XP and not the loot for the store, which makes absolutely no sense. So to me, it's just almost not worth doing. I was gonna sit out last time, but there was somebody in the channel that asked me what crew that I use, and I ended up showing him. So then I was already in the system, so I grinding out ended up grinding out the SMS anyway while I was up there, and but I mean, hell, I got enough of that. I got enough of that loot. I could set out for 2 years and still make all the pulls. Um, but see, I'm to the opinion that they shouldn't have cooldowns on much of anything. Because if I have the loot to spend it, I should be able to spend it the way I want to. If I want to spend it all at once on something, I should be able to do that because I earned the loot. It's not, you know what I'm saying? I don't, I think the cooldowns that they put on a lot of things that shouldn't be there. When they had this whole DTS thing, or DTI, I guess it is, and all these people went in arms about, and it's pretty much the reason why they did it is people were are doing what most people are doing for the Tournament Alliance thing. But what people were doing is they were using the loot in here to go. Was it here? Or no, it's in here. Was it? Where's that stupid thing at? I think it's no. I think it is the DTI store. They were using this pocket watch, and it had no cooldown on it, so they were using this pocket watch to get uh, to get the things where they could sit there and trade it in for the uh, whatchamacallit, the temporal disruptors. And there's one in there that you get. I forget how many it is. There's a bunch. You get so many of these. Um, well, see, right now where I'm at in my game is I don't have any of these temporal artifacts that I can upgrade. And I be honest with you, I kind of liked it that they took that away, where it was where it was automatically making all those pulls where you didn't have to go in here and do that. I kind of liked that, but people were using that to get a free 10,000. I did it this time because now they know it and they put it back. Obviously, they don't care if people are exploiting that thing now. So okay, so I do it now, but before I didn't. I just went ahead and pulled all the ones as I got it, um, but I think that they had the right to what they actually should have done, and they should do for a lot of stuff in this thing, is once you finish it, it goes away. It's no longer in the store. Once you tear it up, there's no more tearing on it. It goes away. But I think that would actually take some person that actually knew how to code stuff to do it. And but that's the fix. Is now that you have Janeway's pocket watch completely done, uh, it goes out of the store. But now they still have a cooldown on Janeway's pocket watch. Let's see. See, they left a cooldown on that, but they did take the ones off the officers, which is good. Because if I want to go up here and make a pull for her, I can make as many pulls as I want. And that's the way it should be on all this stuff. If you got the loot, you should be able to spend it. But that wasn't only here. That's the way the game's always played, where they put these stupid cooldowns on stuff. So if I go out and grind out a crap load of loot, I should be able to spend it if I put the time into it. I don't. I'm against the cooldown complete for, but I understand why they did that. If somebody's using one of the things as it's not intended to get a unfair advantage, and yeah, I'm all for them trying to fix it and stopping stuff like that. I mean, I'm a guy, like I said, I earned my reputation. I earned this sucker. I'm proud that I went in, I did the work and didn't buy it. Like I said, there's right now in this store right now, you can buy augment reputation. Well, that for all the people who went out and earned it, it's like an FU, to me. We're going to reward lazy players, and I don't. They do that too much in the game. That's the closest I ever came to quitting was when was the first reputation packs that came to the store. because when it came into play, our alliance had been ascended for from you know, to 4G space for a month, 6 weeks, something like that. Well, what we did have, well, on our server at least, we had the dynamic to where the guys that put in the work could get their 4G ships, but the credit card cowboys, they were rocking jellies and 34 ships, and some of those guys were like ops 46, 47, and still had those ships because they didn't have the reputation to get the 42 or the 46 ship. And that's the way it should have stayed. But day one they had this big screw up. So when they launched the packs, if you don't know that the packs are weighted as far as ops goes. And so what they did day one for like I don't know if it was the whole first hour or first 45 minutes of the rollover. Um, Instead of it releasing whatever ops level you were, it released them all, and it allowed you to take two of each of those. So you had guys that, the heavy spender guys, go in there, buy the 70. I don't think they had 70 then. So they bought the 60, they bought this 59, 58, and whatever until they either stopped spinning it or they turned it off. Because they took it out of the store for a little while and then put it back. And I didn't see it until they put it back and they had the one. I didn't know anything about it. I heard about this whole other part from, I think it was Rev who was talking about it. And so now, we know all of a sudden, we had like one guy on our server who, like I said, he was rocking the jellies and the um, 34 ships, 34 epic ships, and now he's got two 46 ships and a 42 ship. And he not only bought that rep, he bought those the uh, the blueprints for it because he was like, for the longest time he was the most powerful person in this game until he got really sick, which I feel bad for him because he was not a bad guy, but he would spin so he could be the strongest guy on the ship. You know, strong. I'm gonna put that in quotes because he couldn't crew worth the crap and he didn't do his research, so a lot of us could punch up on him. But there are limitations, like somebody's got a 70 ship, and they got it. It's going to be really hard to punch up with those rares, no matter who it is. I've done it a couple of times, but when I was like a 67, during the arenas, I did punch up and get a guy's Enterprise E once, but it's they can be the worst crewer or whatever. The power differential on some of the ships um, are a lot. Even a guy that doesn't do his research and stuff like that, or doesn't have the primes, and you're still kind of you end up catching them because I did. You know, there's a lot of these guys that were a lot on my server at least. There's a lot of guys that were higher than me. I've not always been where I'm at right now. I grinded myself up. If when 6G space opened up, I stayed at 60 for, I don't know. I tell in the video. I do a video, my guide to go to 61 on YouTube. But I waited for a while, and then when I got up to um when I went to 61, um I was prepared for it. And I you know, all the horror stories that I was told by the people that I knew that were up there, that didn't really happen for me because I did the work. I had everything ready. I was ready to go up. Now, the one thing I would do over again, if I had to do it all over again, that I didn't do the first time, is I would have had two sets of Selkie blueprints. So, because you could basically you need the Selkie the second you go to Op 61. Because there's unless you're ready to spend latinum on everything, you got nothing. You know, some of the guys now will have some of the Sigma stuff that we didn't have. I see every once in a while I'll scan somebody's base and they're they're a high 50 and they've got some Sigma resources somehow. I don't know how they got it, but I didn't have any. I had all the regular resources. Now, to being someone that tells you from 61 to even to 70, the biggest hurdle you're going to have the whole time is the Sigma speed ups. Now, the other stuff it varies on the levels. Like the one thing that crushed me up until I would say like Ops 68 or so was this. I'm trying to get where's my mouse? Mouse went to sleep. Trying to find my mouse. My mouse is stuck. There it is right there, but it's stuck. Okay, I'm gonna restart the game if it lets me. For some reason, my game stuck uh, my mouse is stuck, guys. Let me turn it on. Maybe I ran out of battery. Let me go get a new battery and stick in there. I thought it would give me a warning light or something at least. Let's see if this works. Let me put the cover back on. Okay, it shows that it's on, so there it goes. I got my mouse back. I guess it ran out of juice. Okay, the biggest thing that was this peristyle. This was a pain in the butt too for your ships. Um, but you can see I've started getting a surplus. I don't. I mean, look, you see how y'all saw how much I had below deck. So I haven't used those tokens at all. I don't think I used any at 69 or 70. Just because I was earning so much in the events, I was getting them in packs. But I would say it's from 61 to 67. This is going to be a kick in the nuts. Trying to get enough para to make your upgrades. The try is pretty hard too, but Sigma speed ups, para. That's gonna be your enemy right there. Um, then when I got like 68, it was always this, but now it's just right now where I'm at right now is just speed ups. Um, I would say in since I went to 69, and also mats became an issue. I guess around 66. Right now, the only thing that stops me from what I want to do is mats and parts and speed ups, because you end up. Luckily, the packs that you get at this level, they give you a ton of platinum. and it doesn't hurt when you're in the lower range. When you're getting not as much, yeah. I mean, I don't know that many times when from like 61 to maybe 65, 66 that I had over 100 million in latinum. But now the packs give you. We'll go and look at them. Let's go and look at these featured packs because they're going to have the most stuff. The Carol Marcus Station pack. You get 44 million in latinum right there. So let's look at all this. Look at 7 million. What I would have done with 7 million is a 62 player. Oh my God. You know, because I probably then you would have got like a million there, and but now that I don't need it, they drowned you in it. But who knows? Who knows what's coming up next? Um, so right now, just storing that stuff up until I need it. Right now, my main focus right now are my ships, what I can do with them. Okay, let's go ahead and pull this thing and see how much of the that we got from that run we just got, and I'll go in there in that refinery. See, man, they give you these Nova. I've built since I've got up. I think I've built 3 Novas off of stuff off of pools. When I needed it, you couldn't get them. You couldn't get them to save your life. But now they're useless ships. You get them all the time now. Got a few speed ups, so that's nice. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's go into the refinery now. Now I need a bunch of mirror. Luckily, there's nothing in here I really need anymore. Basically, what I've been doing is just I haven't mined in a long time because I don't have any mirror research I can do, the regular kind. The only thing I've really been using is this Omega one. So all this, I do make when I go in here, I do make this pull every day. This is a really good sourcing of your enterprise officers. But now I'm gonna have to put that on hold for until I get enough to. And I usually make a pull here and here. I don't ever do these anymore. And over here in this store, pretty much I'll get the 2 free ones. I'll do the mirror dust and the Brennium spears, and I'm done. So now I'm just going to put any kind of pulls on hold for about a week, so I get enough so I can upgrade her. Let's see. That make a let's before I go do that, I need to go check something. Let me go back. Did I make that one pull? Yeah, I did. All right. So looked like that was a success. I got a ton of the Trillium A. Like I said, when I'm not on stream, that somebody could see me got where I'm mining. Uh, I'm gonna go up there and send a miner. Send that. I may send my one of my 68 ships and the what you call it, the protector up there. But yeah, I may end up having to do some. Okay, I need to do some of those. Let's go ahead and do those real quick because I got an epic. I'm sure I got enough that I can do one. Okay, so what I'm going to do well, let's go ahead and just move up there. Let's take the one of the cubes. It'll make it a lot easier. I also want to see something too. This might be an epic fail, guys, but this is something I've been wanting to test out. And today looks like it might be the day to do it. So what I've been seeing on the rare and the epic up here, that my cube is almost by itself strong enough to one shot them. Oh my gosh, look at this idiot. We're gonna get these. I got a bonanza, guys. That was like the worst unlucky dude in the world. He puts all of his mind, think he's safe. I'll park right next to him. Scare the crap out of him. All right. Okay, so what we're gonna do is I'm gonna sit there. Uh, I want to take my cube up here for the first round. Let's go ahead and just so I can get stock up that. So we're gonna put, this is my main Armada crew. And I got him, DeMarco, 7 of 9, Vial, Paris, Himmer, and so now I think I could probably make this better with some of these newer officers that are in the game. Let's see. Some of these don't have Armada abilities. I'll actually say that on it. So she wouldn't work. Uh, he would. I think he doesn't specify our non-Armadas against hostiles and players. So I think he would be okay. We'll definitely look at the uh, deal. So let's pull him Paris out of there. I'm not sure if he works against non-Armada, so he wouldn't work. How about Seska? Seska would probably work. So I'm going to go ahead and put her in place of E. Troy. And I don't think there's anybody else I would. You could put, yeah, let's go ahead and let's put Pick Q there. Because I'm pretty sure he works on both. Because he was working a while ago on hull damage. And I think he works on both. So let's do this. We're going to go up to, first we're going to go up into Uncommon, which it's just right up here, so I don't even have to use the jump. I could save it. Now I probably do have a rare start, but I'm not going to use it right now because I think it's like 14 hours away. Oh, it's using the discovery thing. Yeah, it would be nice if you could. If you could, if they would have used the star base thing that they put, and if say there's a ship, I would donate ships to the alliance guys in my alliance if that was a possibility. I would do like that for the for the weekend events. It's easy to make a 5G ship and completely tear it out and put it up there for somebody that's in that op range who could go up there and grab it and use it. I would easily do that. I'd rather do that than scrap it. I mean, you can't right now, but there'll be a point where scrapping 5G won't help me anymore. And when that happens, I would love to go up there and make those ships and then give them to whatever guy that needs it. But yeah, I wish there was a way you could donate parts, you could donate mats, you could donate anything, for but I think there would have to be like a limitation on how much that one guy could pull out at a time. You know what I'm saying? I couldn't put like, let's say if I put 50 trillion uh, para up there, that one guy couldn't go up there and pull it all. Maybe there'd be a limitation of so much a day you could pull. Because there are guys on this server that will sit there and drop their alliance tags and let people raid them to get rid of their regular resources, which to me that's a form of cheating because it gives the other people who aren't getting the resources. You know what I'm saying? It gives them an unfair advantage. That would be something that I wish we that that Scopely would outlaw, because it would be easily detected. Like if a guy in X alliance drops his tags and everybody in that alliance comes and raids him and gets all of his resources, then he goes back into that alliance. So it wouldn't be that hard for somebody to police. But I would have no problem if for like that they would have used the uh, Starbase for something like that, where you could go in. Okay, these are resources I don't need anymore. Maybe somebody in my alliance could use them. That's not a big deal. Like I said, if there's like some kind of limitation, say you can take 500 million max a day or 500 million max a week or something like that. Not where some guy could get 100 trillion resources to help him skip a whole ops level. You know. Yeah, there was a guy, the guy I was telling you about, the big spender guy. He was in a war with our alliance and they were losing badly. And so he decided he was going to be kingmaker for another alliance. So he lets one of his other alliance guys raid him, and he takes an ungodly amount of resources from him. So he joins their alliance and he drops tags, and he parks in their territory, and then he leaves the alliance, and they get. I can't even tell you how much resources these guys got. So all of a sudden, you got like five guys from that alliance who were like uh, very low 50s players. All of a sudden, they're up 60 because they were given all this, and they weren't on this board here where where they had how sources rated. They were nowhere. They weren't even in the top 100, and all of a sudden their number, all their alliance are in the top five, and they got all these resources from him. Like I said, these guys were able to jump at least 5 to 6 ops levels, and I reported it, but Scopely didn't do anything about it. I mean, I if it would have been up to me, um, if I would have been the head of our alliance, we would have annihilated those guys to where they wouldn't exist as an alliance anymore for cheating. To me, that's cheating. It doesn't matter if somebody does, but we would have. But he was wanting to the guys our admiral. He's wanting to win them over for their side, and I'm like, well, they just cheated. Look at all the leaderboard event stuff that are robbing our guys of resources, officer shards, and all this stuff because they got all this. See, they don't look at big picture. Big picture is when these leaderboard events happen, they're winning them because they got resources that weren't theirs. This is robbing officer shards, whatever else is in the thing, whatever else is in the event. That's resources that they're getting over our own guys. And it's this dumb play. I just couldn't get nobody to understand that. And they did. It was too late at that point. And but yeah, if it would have been up to me, those guys would be memories. A couple of them are. A couple of them I went after them personally, and they're no longer in the game. Well, to me, if you're getting an unfair, if you're getting, there he comes back. He's lucky I didn't see that. I was looking at you, looking at the screen, or I would have popped him coming back. He's probably gonna move now. Who is it here? I don't even know who this guy is. I used to be not when they weren't by this name. I used to be in the alliance at one time, but I don't recognize that name. But I mean, I used when I mean, I used to do a ton of raiding. Right now, it doesn't really help me much, but there are guys that I'll do defensive raiding still to this day, where I'll go in and uh, raid them just so they don't have the resources, you know. But I do wish there was a way I could. See, right now I have that much showing, but I've got probably couple, about 3 quadrillion that's not showing. I had more than that, but during the last incursions, when they had that deal, there was a bug where the 12-hour shields were failing on people. I had somebody the only time I've ever been raided because I mean I was raided like at Ops 22 or something like that, but I've never been raided since then because I always shield. But they did compensate me, or I did show them. They did see that I shielded, and it somehow died like like 2 hours something into it. But what I talked to one of my viewers. He does game design. He was telling me that what was happening there is, um, because this is client based stuff where the client and server weren't talking to each other. Where, during incursions, you're using a lot of 4-hour shields, right? So he was saying when I shielded, it didn't. it didn't update the deal. It still had probably the last 4 hour shield that I had up. And from what he was saying, from the thing, from what they told me, that works out pretty right. Um, that, but, but the thing is, guys, what you ought to, what, especially if you're going to be offline for a long period of time, this is what I would do from going forward. Log out, close your app or whatever, then log right back on to make sure that you got the shield that it says. And he said that will fix that every time. And so far it's happened one other time where I knew that I was shielded and I come back and there's not. And I don't know if it was a 12-hour shield. I don't think it matters. I think just the people who that I know that it happened to on this server too is they were doing the same thing as me. They were when they were using the 4 hour shield a lot during their plane incursions, and then when they went off, they used the 12 hour because that's probably the most common. I mean, I rarely use a 24 hour. I'll use an 8 hour sometimes, but most of the time it's either I'll use the 4 hour. Like if I'm, uh, just while I'm playing sometimes, and sometimes I'll use the other one, but that happened to me. But even so, even though I had like I didn't even have a quadrillion worth of resource because I'll get rid of. I think some of you have seen me do it. I'll go in here and a few times a day I'll go in here and do this. Give a couple of trillion away. I'll just do this. So I usually do that. I mean, that's a good way to get rid of it. And you're not giving some player an unfair advantage. But I do wish. See, I work nights, and incursions was going on during one of my work nights. Um, so I'd come home from work, and I was I wasn't even planning to be awake during incursions during the first part of it, but something happened. I think I had a delivery at my house and woke me up, and I got up, and it was like 10 minutes till incursion started. So I said, well, since I'm awake, I'll go on the other server, crack a bunch of bases, and let those guys raid it. That's kind of what I've been doing. I've been pretty much incursions for me. The last 8 of them have been going over there trying to find somebody that didn't move out of territory, go in there and crack their base, post it to the alliance, and pass it over to a couple other guys that have big alliances, and let them raid it. Then I'll go into another system, find another guy, break him up, do the same thing over and over again. And then the rest of the time, I'm defending idiots who couldn't move or didn't shield or whatever. That's been encouraging for me at least the last 6. And so I wake up, I say, okay, I'm going to do that, but never made it to the other side because I'm getting my DM box is getting blowed up from so and so didn't move, so and so didn't move, so and so didn't move, all over this. So I'm sitting there trying to break raids up, and uh, we'd got so far behind it was unreal. We had so many guys that didn't move, didn't shield, didn't go to safe space. We lost it in the first hour. It was so lopsided. There was really no way we would ever make it back. So after about an hour and a half, I just said screw this, and I shielded and went to sleep. And then when my alarm went off at 4:30, I get up, I'm seeing being raided, and I shield. and they didn't clean me out. I still had like maybe 200 trillion worth of resources, but it took a lot for them to get in. There was a guy on their server that had a 160 uh, billion cube. He hit me while I was online. He wouldn't he so it probably took him 15 hits to get my base because he hit me while we are playing once, thinking he was gonna get in, and only put I think he put like took out half of this ship on one shot, and he didn't even get through he did nothing to the 6G. I mean the 70 ship. Because what I'll do is this is what people see during incursions. Um, and I think I'll have maybe one of my mining ships out, but I had already put it up because I knew that raiding was going to be off the table after that. Okay, I need to switch ships. Okay, I think I could put the wrong one in there. That's going to be my. I think I just switched the wrong one. Yeah, I need to put that one there. Oh, nope, that's not it. What's going on here? I think I got everything screwed up. I guess that's right. I still got it set up for my cube. I haven't went in there and changed everything. Let's see, we go. That's why I stuck it in there. I didn't have them loaded on anything. Let's go to the. Yeah, I'm about to use this here in a second. I'm gonna go ahead and stick them in there though for right now. Okay. So let's see. Let's put him. I'll just put him in there for right now. I don't know how I had it. I should have went ahead and fixed my preset. That's how often I change that. Okay. I don't know. So I would have Freeman crew here. Then on my other cube, I'll have the other mirror crew. And then on this one, I'll have like an explorer crew on it. I got the OG. Believe me, that's not a bad crew. I left it out while I was at work, and one of these guys that are like are in war with it. It took him 8 tries to kill it. Okay, and this one here, I usually use. I need to do something with figure out some FT to put in this ship. I don't use it anymore because I got 2 Kratchinas now, but I've got to figure out something with. I don't like not doing anything with this ship. Now, see, I won't use her because she's not a battleship. So I'll go group. I'll go with Starfleet Q. And then I'll just go power, go whoever's the biggest I got left. It's not in some ship. Say put Mavery there for instance. I probably won't do that, but just for now. Okay, so this is what you would see if you're gonna try to crack my base. And let's look at it. So where's it at? Surprised he didn't move. So that's what you're looking at right there. So even though he had a 60 billion cube, it wasn't big enough to kill. It probably, like I said, it probably took him a dozen times. I couldn't know they'd hit it over 300 times. And but from what I saw when he did take a shot at it, the only thing that got damaged was this ship, and then the rest of them didn't. So he's gonna have to go through. If you guys don't know, if you can, if you got good battleships, put them in for your station defense, because the battleships are the hardest to get through. They are the hardest to get through. So I've got one, two, three battleships, two explorers, and three interceptors. You have to get through. But they did compensate me though, because they could see on the logs that I did shield and didn't do anything to lose it somehow. And the thing was, it was a widespread problem. So it's little. I mean, it was little, the least amount of blowback I ever got trying and asking for compensation for it. They were like, "Yeah, what do you want? We can give you this, and we can give you the resources back." I said, "I don't want the resources back. That I'll take that other though." For that one, for that crew, I'm using in below deck just because I don't have any. When you're talking ship seven, I don't have any good below deck PvP officers. But I got McCoy. I got all his crew underneath, and I've got I think he's a morale officer. Pieces bear against interceptors. Okay, yeah, that's because he's against interceptors. I got him in there. That was on from the other ship that he wouldn't be on there. So it looked like that. So, but from what we back in OG days, believe it or not, O'Hara was the best captain of this bunch. Because back when people used to run these on their enterprises back in the day, uh, they wouldn't. You would think that this would be the way you want to go, or this is the way you want to go. But O'Hara used to be the one you wanted on as the captain, and these two guys on the side. A lot of people didn't have Spock. Spock was a hard. At one time, Spock was like kind of like Data is now. Um, but captain ability for Uhura, um, her captain ability is when fighting players along. As long as the ship has morale, she decreases the opponent's critical hit by 210%. And then you got your morale from Kirk here. And then you got your the reason why I know this, I used to run the D4 against these guys. And the ones that knew how to crew their enterprise right always ran this bridge crew back in the day. Because I remember before Strike Team was a thing, uh, a lot of these crews, you go back, I tell you, the best crew to kill an Enterprise on an interceptor back in the day was, let me go ahead. Well, this thing would crush Enterprises and jellies on my D. Let me put my D4 on here. Now I'm not gonna mess with the lower deck. I'm gonna show you the upper deck part of it, but I'll tell you what you stack below deck uh to make this work. You find it. I want to do it so I have the right amount of seats underneath. Otherwise, I'll just leave the freaking interceptor the way it is. Okay. Back in the day, this D4 I could stick. So you'd want to go strength. I'm not going to say this, so I won't screw up the rest of my ships. So you would go Lorca. Fine, where's my gal? Oh, man, I got so many officers now. Tilly. And I can't even imagine what it'd be like running this crew now with if you didn't have the strike team. The strike team changed everything. Where's he at? Where's he at? Where's Marcus? Marcus, where are you, buddy? I know you're up here somewhere. God, man, he used to be like on the top guys. Where the hell is he? I had to pass him. Okay, I'm gonna just look for the damn name. Too far. Okay, he should have been right here. I don't know why he's not showing up. Oh, I got him under below deck. No wonder. Shit. Okay, that's why I can't find him. Okay, so what you would do is you would load this lower deck with defense and health because Tilly's ability, total health, and so was Marcus. Marcus uses defense, and I would load these guys with my top I'll go through there, put put my number one. Uh, let's see. Let's go do this strength. Let's go attack. I'm not going to save it. So probably back then it was probably Kang would been the number one guy, but I'll put this guy here, and then I would go defense. I would put her. She was definitely on there, but I got her on our way to be. So I would go defense, and I would just switch back and forth. Put the best, put him on here, and then go defense, just back and forth until I filled the ship up with everything in here. And some health. Put him there. And then you could, I think I probably put Grush because he had everything in there. I didn't have this guy. I really didn't have him either, but so I'll look on that. Okay, I need a little bit more health. So I'd go in here and put Odo, I guess, in there. So So I would roll with that, and that would crush any enterprise like I said, pre-strike team. That would crush any enterprise or any uh, jellyfish at the time, because if you're pre-ascension, the jellyfish is pretty strong until you get to like a halfway tiered epic, and then after, because back in the day, the big time spenders, before the regular players got their epics up, they would just use those jellies as power. They would overpower us because they would power up so much. Now this doesn't really even factor into what the power for it was back in the day. I got so much interceptor See, this is almost 100 100 million. Back in the day, I don't think it was over six. Like 6 million here. It was a good one. That's how much power creep's been in the game. That it's uh, more than maybe 12 times as much as what they would be back in the day. But anyway, so let's go back. I'm going to go ahead and discard this. But that was OG. That was OG Star Trek Fleet Command. I missed that. It was so fun back in the days trying to figure out a crew. I mean, now it's kind of came back with it with some of the newer stuff that they put in the game, the lower decks, and watching what is he really gonna go ahead and try to mine again? Does he think? Okay, let's just do this. What a dumbass. He sees me parked right next to him. I didn't see the other one, or I would have got it too. But anyway, so yeah, I don't know if that's a player from another alliance. I don't recognize that name. Or somebody might have changed their name. I guess that's a possibility as well. But what's going on? We need a big. What is this? To get to 10. We need a big to get to 10. Oh, I guess he's starting a wave defense. I don't want to do one of those on the stream. Wouldn't mind doing one later, but not right now. But what time is it getting to be? Oh gosh, it's midnight. Gee Louise. Time went by. Yeah, Honor Guard Wharf is a good one too, but uh, not a lot of people back then had him tiered up very high. Honor Guard Wharf used to be one of the harder officers to get in the game back then. Um, at that time, the only way you could get shards for Honor Guard Wharf was through the amalgam store, and they would sell him every once in a while in the store. He wasn't like you went to you go into the recruit stuff. He wasn't in any of these. He wasn't in any of these. He he sure the heck wasn't in the transporter patterns. And that, to the point where like some of the content creators would ask if they could put him in the ultra pack. They would laugh at him because they used to make tons of money. People selling his shards because they made him so strong. But most people didn't have him tiered up very high. You got to realize that back then. Lorca wasn't easy, but you had that discovery thing you got every week. You got shards for him there. that was when that thing was kind of relevant. Now it's really not anymore. Uh, but back then, Honor Guard Worf was maybe the most valuable officer in the game. He was where DeMarco is now. Um, so you didn't have this. You didn't have him in the deal. The only way you could get him was this an extremely slow drip. Well, I don't even have it anymore but it used to be in here where you made these pulls, and it was a lucky pull. There'd be times where you would go through this stupid loop and make a pull in this store. You wouldn't get an Honor Guard Wharf uh, uh, shard. You'd get all the other exocoms that come in there, but you would not get an Honor Guard Wharf shard. Um, but now this is in the archives. You can get Honor Guard if you didn't have Honor Guard Wharf tiered out, it wouldn't take you very long. Or you could definitely get him into the patterns. So he was a very hard. I tell you one that still is that doesn't make sense is Harrison. They do have Harrison here recently. They put him in one of the pools I saw, but he used to be one that he's like the three that was almost impossible to tear up, uh, or was very hard to tear up was Honor Guard Wharf, Tal, and Tal still you have to wait they sell him, and Harrison. Harrison used to be a big player in the game back then. I tell you another officer used to be player pre uh, was Yuki. She was a big player too. She was having her on one of your ships, man. You wanted her on one of your PvP ships. Maybe not your main one, but she helped out. But yeah, I mean, Honor Guard Worf was they protected him like he was made of gold. And even though players, like I know that Rev had asked him a lot of times to put him in the ultra packs and some different things to have better sourcing than just that amalgam loop. But that was the only way you could get it for the longest time. And every once in a while they would have a deal like they got with Carol Marcus in here where they would put where you would spend $100 and get 10 shards, or something ridiculous. And yeah, I bought it because I didn't buy it for Carol Marcus. I bought it for the interceptor parts because they were huge. But you would have one like this where you would get like, yeah, 10. I was right on the money. You'd get 10 Honor Guard War shards and some other knickknacks. That was the only way you could ever get it. And it was a major thing in the game. It was like one of those things you could put it in, man, I just teared up Honor Guard Wharf. That would be like a big deal. I know the game's different now. The game is a lot different in a lot of ways. I mean, like DeMarco's actually easier to tear up than Honor Guard Wharf was. Okay, so what I'm gonna do now is I need to do that rare. I mean that epic because what's in the epic is major, major. So I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna put instead of using 2 cubes like I would normally do, I'm gonna try something that I haven't tried yet, and I think it's gonna be successful. Instead of doing that, like I said, I'm gonna go ahead and tweak the lower deck back like I did. I'm gonna leave Paris there. Okay, let's go put Jockom in for sure. Uh, I'm debating that. Okay, let's see. See if there's anybody that's bigger. Okay, let's definitely put Pick Hugh there. Okay. So we're gonna go up into do epic. I'm gonna try to see if I can solo it. I think I can. I should have enough. I should have enough blueprint, or not blueprint, but directives to delete do at least one. Because I think I've done at least two rares since the last time I've done an epic, and that should give me enough for one start. If I have two starts, that'd be even better, but I doubt it. And I didn't see. May need to come back and do another. Uh, Go back and see if that reset it on the armadas up there and do those. Because I'm not. I want to make a full pull. Let's see if I got enough. I'm just curious. If I do, I'll go ahead and pull it. Nope. I got to go back in there and do a few more. I barely had enough to do a start. I mean, to make a pull, the single pull. Damn, I can't believe it's already 12 o'clock. This has been fun, guys, talking tonight. Okay, there's one right there. Yeah, I got one enough for one start. I figured I did. Now I'm going to see if I screwed up here, or now I don't have to sit there and do. I'm pretty sure it's going to crush it. Yeah, I didn't get any hull damage. I figured it would. Let's go back into. Let's just go by the rare, just for grins. We'll go ahead and do it since we got to go buy it anyway. Then we'll end it up into those commons. So you've seen me try that for the first time. I've never done it before. I've always set both my cubes to do these. But I've been noticing since the tearing when I finished tearing up the big cube, that the second cube. Okay, sorry, just turn on the radio on my radio. I got to turn that thing off. Yeah, because that's a good way for me to get my thing pulled. I can't believe Sari just started it up. She started to, yeah, here's a radio stations just for you. Okay, let's go do this. Okay, so I don't have enough for a pull. I will have. We'll go down here. We'll go down here and uh, do these uncommons and make it the pull. We'll have enough after we do the full pull, which is kind of silly, man. Because I don't the way that they had this. If I do a full pull, I only get a half a set of directives. I think they should have it set up like the Borg ones. If you do a full pull there, you get a full pull of the next rarity up. But they got it set up to where you got to do two complete full pulls to get enough directives to do one rare. And I thought I would have had that by now. See, I've got enough to do. I'm going to go ahead and do all the ones in here. That should give me enough loot to make that Well, that's what happened. I didn't pull the loot a while ago. That's why I didn't was so far off. That's okay. I'll take this down to 5 then. I'll go back, even though I don't think I'll need to repair. I'm going to do it anyway. Oh, gotta push the speed up. But yeah, these these are, to me, they're valuable in a way that, for mostly I'm wanting these to do these for the uh there's like rare particles that it gives out, and it also gives you a galactic acclaim, which you can use to. Where's my ship? Why did it not send it over with it? Well, while it's doing that, I'm gonna make that pull. Yeah, that's why I didn't have enough for that a while ago. We will here in a second. Okay, let's get this done. Let's see how many we got left. I'm gonna do one more, I think. I saw from what I had as far as loot, I got enough to make a double pull now. So we'll make a double pull. I'm going to take it right back to the rare. Okay, let's see. Come on, go, 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 go. Oh, we put in the wrong thing. Dang it. All right, let's go. I need to go there. Okay, alliance. Okay, now I got enough. All right, now we'll go ahead and do this one too. It's enough to do one, two. I'll have one. Okay, this, you got some good speed ups right here. This is good. It usually gives you galactic claim. I didn't get lucky for a pull, a lucky draw on that one for that. Okay, let's go ahead and finish this. Where's it at? Come on. Okay, there we go. Speed up. And I got barely any damage. I'm going to go back up there and get that rare. Then tomorrow, when that one spawns, I can make a pull and not have to come back up here. So now I know how I'm going to do these from now on, unless I want to jump to it. That's the one. That's the one. The plus of using the cubes, you can do it in a few seconds. But I don't like to waste that juice. I get when I get really low. Usually, then it's when I need it. That's usually when some guy who started like a rare Zindi Armada calls and says, "I need help. I got a minute and 30 seconds left on the clock." I'm like, oh, and then I have to jump to help him out. Oh yeah, that I forgot that those count for the spin the mat event too. I don't know. I saw that I was scored in that event. I'm like, what? I didn't spin anything. I didn't it's upgrade anything, you know. I forgot. There's not a good way to score in it actually because it doesn't give you a lot. it may help you if you're when you're like in your 30s or something like that. Um, but in your when you get up, I would say with 50 plus, they're not a big enough factor that you should be using those just to score for that, unless you're just really close to beating somebody out and that's all that you got, then yeah, maybe so, but uh, they don't score that bit. They don't score that much. But I am really surprised I'm ahead in the leaderboard. I'll be really honest with you guys. I'm surprised. I figured that this week I would probably come like in fourth or fifth, especially with the war going on and there's so many guys upgrading their ships. I'm really surprised I'm number one right now. I mean, Scott's not. He's an okay officer. That's not why I'm just doing my regular course of speed. I'll be right back. But what's going to happen to me here shortly is I'm going to run out of stuff that I can even upgrade, except for my ships. That's the only thing I'm going to have here shortly. All right, let's see what else we got left to do tonight. I'm going to see if my buddy's on. Maybe we can do some formations because I really need that loot. That's a loot that I do need. I also need to do some Gorn stuff, but that's too boring to watch on. Well, I can show you it's something I'm doing with the ship to combat the lack of warp range that stupid ship has. What I do is sometimes is I will swap ships. I'll just show you. See, my Gorn ship right now is at tier 10. I don't know how many upgrades I got left to do. And what's really stupid, even at tier 10, I can't get up into this space right here to where you can probably get away with you can get away with only using the eviscerator, not using the eviscerator to get the one loot and then taking one of my bigger ships and going into the 70 system and loading it up with the other loot. Um, but what I have done the last couple times is I've used my discovery because that's as far as my discovery goes. I didn't buy the prime to do the extra boost on it. I take my discovery and I'll put my discovery in there, then I'll summon my ship into this system. But the only downfall in that is I can't warp out of there. I have to use the discovery to summon me back to my ship, to my base, wherever it is. And see, right now I'm parked right next to that guy. If he happens to see me, the damn Gorn ship or the Discovery come through back through there, he's gonna pop it. So that's not. I'll have to move if I end up doing it. Um, Now I'm not. I may have to move anyway if we end up doing the formations because I don't know if my remnant has that the warp range to get to wherever it's at. Let's see. Uh, I messed up there. Let's go. But anyway, so now there. One of my viewers had. I mean, that's not a big loop. I'll go in there and do a whole bunch of it and then not do it for months because I hate it. Now he told me they put in a new system since where's it at? They took the they put this a new 60 system here sometime. I hadn't known that they did. Now it can go in there and you do get a little bit better loot, but you don't get the same kind of loot that you do up in that system I just showed you. You can sit there and but the whole thing with this ship is crewing the ship, right? You could go in here with you could go in here with a loot crew, maybe go with a uh, E. Picard, Rachel Garrett, and then Chapel on the bridge, and help you get some loot that way, and then put the Doctor below. That's a possibility, and we'll see what this does. Well, in fact, I've got to move because I can't get out of the space where I'm at. Okay, let's find a good spot. He'll get to mine again, I guess. Big thing is I'll look to see who's I'm sharing the system with. There's one enemy over there. It's a 50. Okay, but I don't think it's gonna be a big deal. Okay, so we're gonna go. I'm gonna put again. I'm gonna use it for my base. I'm gonna go back to my PVE crew, but I'm not gonna use any of these bridge officers. I'm gonna put Chapel there. Go group. Let's see. We'll get the Doctor and put the Doctor down there. Okay, where's E. Picard? E. Picard. Should put Rachel Garrett. Put Rachel Garrett right there. And now we'll go find the Doctor. See, I mean, there are some newer officers, but the problem is that they don't, those Apex Shred's not going to, I don't think it's going to do anything against those hostiles because they're all about isolytic damage. So you could maybe try some of the lower deck officers it's high on. Why is this thing not rolling out for me? Okay, there we go. So we're going to pop in that 60 system. This is something I wanted to try last time and I didn't do it. But I do need this loot something bad. Okay, where's he at? Okay, so I'm gonna be looking for battleships. I'll be looking at the battleships and see how much damage I take. Then I'll branch off and do interceptors too. But basically, what's going on here is we're using E. Picard's officer ability, and the lower deck guys are doing all the work because Rachel Garrett and Chapel are both loot gain officers in what I've got them, which works. Also, Rachel Garrett has synergy with Card, so that helps too. But we're using Chapel on the because her officer ability is for this type of loot for the Gorn. It looks like we're not taking a lot of hull damage, which is good. So I'll kind of do a loot check after this one's over with and see how we're doing. Okay, the ship, is going to help you get this apex. And the other one, this is where Chapel's going in. It's still going to be strong. It looks like it's still going to be stronger with the apex using this ship. So what we're going to do here, we're going to make a run. We're going to make a run doing both, see how much loot I get. I'm going to take my discovery and take it up there. We should be able to hit way more of these hostiles than we will up there at the 63 system. And I don't know that it'd be wise for me to put Chapel there. I might have to put her back below deck and put E data. Because even though it's doing okay here, I think if I try to go a complete loot crew up there, then I'm not going to be able to hit enough hostiles to make it worth the while. Uh, because that's one thing that a lot of times when I'll hear people talk about this or that. If I can hit a lot more of the hostiles, getting just a little bit less loot, I'm going to come out ahead in the long run. It's weird that it counted that one for its loot. For the jump thing too, like it would the discovery. That's one thing. I guess I should. That might be something I actually use some of that Valor Prime juice. I may end up using it to upgrade my discovery so I can go a little bit higher. Maybe I could um, pop a higher system and not use any kind of loot crew on it and see what it does. But basically, if I'm doing it for an experiment. Because I don't use the discovery very much anymore. Most of the time, what I do is use it to bring me home after I get stung in a system. If I don't want to be in the system anymore, I like to do that because it kind of just defeats their little game with the stinging. That I'd show them that I can get out of there anytime I want. Their little sting doesn't really bother me. They like to do that in the defenses, like that's going to do anything. Now if they had a player on their team that was equal to me in some way, then the sting will definitely be a plus for 'em. But if you ain't got anybody that can scratch the paint off my ship, then stinging's not going to do anything but keep me there. And usually, I mean, when we're not at war, when I go into the defenses, I usually look for high value targets, guys that are in the 60s or high 60s or whatever. I usually don't mess with uh, lower players unless unless I'm pissed off at the alliance for something or they sting me. If they sting me, then every ship in the system dies until my sting fades away. And most of them know it, but there are some stupid people who think that that's accomplishing something. And what's stupid about it, when you, how many did you kill? I don't know. I'm doing it right now. I don't remember how many I killed back when I was last time I did it. We'll see with the loot. I mean, that's really the biggest gauge is how much loot you get in the end. You know, I mean, it's been a while, so I couldn't even tell you. I know I used the other crew I was telling you about. I used E Picard, E Data. Want to say maybe Janeway. I don't know. Tried to get like the toughest crew I could get on against them, and it worked. I got a lot of loot. I mean, it's been like 2 months since I've done a Gorn run of any kind. I think there was an event that we had to do Gorn to hit. Maybe was it one of the cons event when we had to do some Gorn? But that's the only other Gorn stuff I've done is one of the events called us to kill like 20 of them or something like that, and I did that. But I went like 2 months worth of loot and making pulls the last time I did this, and that's the way I want to do it because this I hate this little ship. I mean, there's as long as I've had it, there's no reason I shouldn't be done with it. But that was like I said, it's so crazy that they do these part part trades for latinum for like the hardest ship in the game to upgrade. And it's not that much latinum either, guys. It's not like, wow, that's enough for me to do whatever. It's a silly low amount, especially for what the parts are worth. But this is like a Mr. Tiger type thing where he made it to where you have to basically make two runs, one with your warship and one with this ship, until you tear it up very high. I can see maybe uh, I could see where one maybe if it was like tiered out, maybe where you could go up into the middle 60 system, that this would be the only run that you'd have to make. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to eliminate the warship run. But if you can use Chapel to kind of balance out, because this one's going to be heavy, heavy, heavy on that apex on the apex isometer, and it still is. You can see that um, you need both. The problem is you need both in that refinery because the refinery's good as far as what you get for it, but what you have to do for it is another thing. And to me, this loop right here was like the architect of the loop that we're doing right now. He's the kind of guy that likes to make you do multiple things to get the one thing that you want. And it sucks, man. It does. Because the problem is that the guys that are doing these game design don't know their own game and probably don't even play their own game. Like I was talking to Hamster, and it was one of the times I talked to him, was trying to get him to see if he could get him to change the the SMS and the invasions to where they could put the loot that goes in the store instead of Syndicate XP. And he couldn't believe that I didn't want Syndicate XP for everything. And I said, no. We already get enough. We get enough daily pulls of this stuff. Nobody needs it in the events anymore. Or I mean, even when I didn't have it completely tiered out, I didn't want it and everything. But but I don't know. I don't know if it's something they got from one of the content creators, but somehow they think that's like, I'd rather have regular mats. I'd rather have like loot for the event store. And yeah, you usually don't. They usually don't run it when you actually have a Syndicate XP event going. Now I know a guy that on my alliance that will save his battle pass redeems for it and use it. But now it's really. I mean, now I don't even do that. But we get a different event now that we got it completely tiered out. It should have been that way on all the stuff. But I think somebody, I don't remember who it was. Somebody thought, well, when they go to the next level, it's not like it's not there. It's going to be there. So you're gonna be able to move a few levels when we expand it. And I said, well, I don't care about that. I care about the stuff now. But it's like sometimes I wonder sometimes what game these guys are playing. But he was surprised. I was like, hey man, we got to do something. We need to. I mean, because you go in day one, they put this store up, and you don't unless you somehow were some kind of person that didn't spend any of your loot the last. Nobody has it because number one, they don't get. There's not that much to spend. Okay, so I died there. I didn't get to see how much I pulled. Damn it! I wasn't looking at my. I wasn't looking at my thing there. Damn it! I should have looked. I didn't think I was that close to my hole being gone. Crap. But we can kind of gauge it a little bit, I guess. So I'm going to go. I'm going to change the crew up now. Like I said, I'm going to take Chapel. Put Chapel. I'll put her in Troy's place. And we'll go back with E-Data. Let's see, group. E-Data. That's going to give me synergy across the board. All right, let's get that. Let's get that discovery. Dang it! I should have. I was talking to you guys, not paying. I didn't think that was even close to losing. I guess I shouldn't have been hitting those interceptors. There was another guy grinding, so the battleships were scarce. What am I? I know I need to change ships. Swap ship. Now I could go. I guess I'll do it because I haven't used this guy in any of these guys in a long time. Uh, I can't. There's something there's a funny story I can't tell in the stream though. This PC world of ours, I can't tell the story, but it is funny. I just know. So I'm gonna use these two guys to, and I guess I'll put this cat up there too to save the summon juice. All right. I haven't done that in a while, but there's a funny story about that crew. It's not that exact crew, but two of those guys in the crew. I can't tell it on stream. I wished I could. We don't live in a world where people find stuff funny anymore. But so, oh gosh, I wish I could tell the crew. Wish I could tell this story. All right, so what I want to do is I'm going to summon my Gorn ship here because he can't get there, not in his dreams. Okay, so we're gonna go now. I'm gonna send my discovery back because I'm gonna have to summon myself back when I'm done or die. Okay, so I love it. He just puts it on the edge there. So some of y'all are gonna be surprised this ship can kill these. They can if you got, but like I said, I can't go all loot crew like I did before. The uh, Picard's a pretty officer ability is pretty good. I used to use not Rachel Garrett because she wasn't in the game when I was still doing silent enemies, but um, I would use Picard and E Data was one of my silent enemy bridge crews, and they used to give me a bunch of extra loot. Now we put Rachel Garrett there. In fact, we'll do a run just for the grins and see how fast we can fill up. I mean, I haven't needed any of that loot in a long time. Um, but we'll just do it for fun. There'll be some you guys that are lower, you can learn. There'll be something you guys can use for sure. And I won't use a big ship either. Now, one of the things that if you ever see my crewing videos on YouTube, I'll purposely make it to where I'm shooting up, just so you know it's not the ship that's doing this stuff. Like here, I am definitely shooting up doing this. And okay, now I'm starting to see some hull damage. And we'll look and see. You can see we're getting a decent amount of loot here. And see, that's the same thing with the Protector. The Protector doesn't have good warp range for its power. Like I am warp locked to where on that stupid little ship that I can't get in where I need to be going, even though I think it could easily defeat those ships, but it has me locked out in that space where I can't get into the higher ones because I don't know, it's stupid. You need see it. I mean, I am taking a lot more hull damage than I was in that other system. But the thing is, or the loot in this in these that I'm getting. See, I do think I got just using loot crew shooting down. I think I am getting more loot there in the long run. Okay, I had to watch and see who this is. He in the No, he's in a regular ship. I think I'm gonna blow his mind that he sees me with my damn little ship up here. If he looks. Again, I'm gonna stay. What the heck is that? Did you see that? It said awaiting right there in red, like it was. I never seen that before. That's a first. Now I'll tell you something, guys. If you got an 60 epic, you can put that slip forbidden technology in it, and you can get into this system with it. Even though you don't have it's way out of its warp range and normal, it advances your warp range well enough that you can go in there and do that. Yeah, I'm definitely not gonna get the same amount of loot I got in that lower system with the loot crew. I mean, I need the loot, so I'm not really wasting my time here. I need to uh, get both of those up because I haven't made a pull on those in a couple of days. So it's not like I'm wasting anything. I need the loot, period. Because it is a good source for those officers that you can get in both of the two different refineries in there. It is a good source for those officers. And you don't want to go too long without making those pulls because you're hurting yourself. That's why I'm doing, even though I hate doing it, this right here. I think I'm just going to let it die so I don't waste summon juice. I've already seen what I need to know that I can hit more in that 60 system with a loot crew than I can punching up. So the higher system, you need more tactical and defensive crew. Yeah, definitely. I mean, if I was using that loot crew, I would already be dead. I would have probably been able to hit like about maybe 8 of these, and then I'd be done. So that's the thing about it. You can't, when you go with a loot crew, you have to make sure that you have enough power that you can hit enough of the hostiles to make up for, uh, like say if I used a power crew and I could hit, and that works, definitely works. I'll tell you with the augment crew, the, and this is something that's fresh. Now the crew that I was using, um, the crew that I'm using now, I can hit well over 200 in that 68 system. Where's it at? I thought it was right here. There it is. In this 68 system, I can put the crew that I'm using right now, I can hit well over 200. Um, I tried it with Carol Marcus, and I'm lucky to get 60. So tell me which one's getting me more loot? The power crew in that situation. Uh, and Carol Marcus has the loot bonus on it. I see I could go with E Data, put E Data on one side, put Picard on the other in the captain's, and put Carol Marcus on the side. It doesn't give me enough power for them. It's like here I could hit 4 or 5 hostiles. It's got a lot of loot, but I can hit 200 here. So which gives me more loot? The 200. I don't do 200 anymore because now that they changed the whole dynamic of the uh, loot exchange. I mean, this is before they did the update. I haven't went up there and tried the 70s, but I can probably guess I'm still gonna get more loot here than I would hitting 4 or 5 up there, you know. And but it's trial and error. You have to. I had one guy that argued on my YouTube channel, argued and argued. I was sitting there and even showed him, uh, but it was on rep gain. It was not on whatever. I was saying, man, if you hit twice as many and you're only getting slightly less, you're only getting slightly less rep than the crew that you're using. How do you think you're getting more rep? Well, he's thinking I get more per hostile, but if he can only, if say he hits 12 hostiles with that crew, and I hit 70 with that crew, which one's going to give you more? It's going to be the one that, in that instance, it's going to be more. It's not always the case. It's something you have to go in and do, you know. But if you make your ship so weak with the loot crew that it can't actually do what you need it to do, then it's not going to work out great for you. No, I don't really don't care how many that you actually get in one shot. If you're only say say you get $1 for every time you hit a hostile. You hit 12 hostiles, and I hit 60, 75%, 75 cents a hostile. Which one's going to give you more? You know. Well, I got $1 for each one that I got. Well, yeah, I'm getting 75 cents, but I'm hitting, 5 times as many as you know. But he wanted to argue about that till the cows went home. And I mean, because I'm sitting there trying to get the most rep possible. If his crew would have worked, now there's been guys who's gave me suggestions on something different, and I've went with it when it works. I'm not one of these guys that so my way is the only way. I mean, that's not the way it rolls. But uh, what I'm saying is with and also it varies from person to person because your lower deck officers or might be a different power than my lower deck officers. So it all plays into the whole thing. These are suggestions. If they work for you, good. If they don't, then you might have to tweak some stuff, do a little something a little different. Maybe give yourself a little take one of the loot officers off your lower deck, put a strong officer in its place, or if you're easily killing this hostile, you can take the power officer and put you a little extra loot gain in it. It's crewing on this game is probably the most interesting thing about this game. Um, like in the beginning, I remember when I was like a really low player, I was Klingon all the way. I wanted all the Klingon officers and stuff. But I found out it didn't work that way. Like one of my most hated characters in two of the most hated characters in Star Trek Allure are officers I use a lot because they you can't do it that way. Like I mean, I hate Janeway. Janeway was like one of the worst characters ever. She was a bad captain. She constantly meddled with the other societies and got her crew in trouble. She was an awful captain, and she was an awful. She was actually Kate Muldoon, the woman that plays her. She was actually not that great of a human being either. If you listen to how she treated Jerry Ryan and some of the other cast members, um, and how she got the part. Yeah, how she got the part is great too. And then she goes on. I saw that one clip where she makes fun of the woman that left the part, and for something that's not true. And but they pulled that clip off YouTube. They used to have it on YouTube where she's doing a panel and she's making fun of that actress. But see, what happened is somebody leaked the actual pilot footage that were the original actresses on there, and the thing that Kate Muldoon's making fun of her, she's not doing that. And but yeah, I that was there are two Star Trek series I didn't watch all the way through when they were in the first run. That was Voyager. I quit about the time 7 and 9 came on the board. Even as hot as Jerry Ryan was, it wasn't enough for me to stay. And the other one was Discovery. But Discovery, I don't. To me, the Voyager is the worst series. Just the reason why Discovery doesn't get there is because we got Strange New Worlds, and I thought that first season with Lorca and all the storyline that was really good. But after that, it gets. I mean, because you don't like the main character, that Michael Brenholm or whatever. She's not likable. You don't like her. She was crying, especially the first few seasons, crying all the time. And she's just not a likable character. Um, you know, and I just never, I thought the storylines were bad. Um, but anyway, th- to me, like Voyager is like the worst of them all. And what was bad about it is it affected the way that Enterprise was all put together. Because by the time they got through the people that were the showrunners, they were tired of doing track. By the time Enterprise came, that was a series that none of them wanted to do, but the network did, and they were treated. I thought they got a raw deal, especially the way they ended the series. Basically made it. Oh my, I get. See if I can clear my throat. Basically made it a episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation. They deserve better than that. It was getting really good. They finally had a showrunner and writers that really wanted to do the series by the time that last season rolled around. They would have let that guy go in the direction that he wanted. It might have um, done it, but by that time, uh, the I think that network had went from UPN to WB or something else, and at that time the people who were running the network wanted more Dawson Creek type stuff than Star Trek, so the only people that were in their corner was people who didn't want them anymore. But it was interesting. I went to a con where the actor that played Tucker and Malcolm that were there, and here in Dallas they had a Star Trek con, and uh, one of the things that yeah, they should have done that. You're right. Um, but I talked to to the guy that played Tucker for a long time because the first day of the con was on a Friday and there wasn't a lot of people there. It was lowly attended. Let's see if I can get this guy. See if he's asleep or a gal. See if she's paying attention. She's not. She's about get up. She's about to get sent home. Okay. So we talked for a long time, man. It was well over an hour. I mean, I basically went over to get his autograph. I got him to sign a picture of of him and his Star Trek stuff that he had there. And basically, basically said to him, man, I really love the series. It was like my second favorite series of all time, and um, I thought they did your character wrong. And I thought about to walk away, and he started talking to me, and we talked for well over an hour. Uh, I did find out that I think I've told this story on the stream before that my favorite episode was the Mirrorverse one. I think it was the best Mirrorverse episode of all the tracks that they've done it. And well, he said that when he got the script from it, everybody else had real detailed stuff, and a little bit of a backstory of how their character was different than uh their normal character, and stuff like that. Well, he got nothing, basically the lines and whatever. So he decided he was going to do a joke. So he puts the eye patch on and starts talking like a pirate, you know. And to his dismay, the director loved it. So he was stuck with that through the whole episode. Because I told him I wish they would have done a whole season of the Mirrorverse and not just done one episode of it, have Archer, have the Mirror Archer, finally, you know, instead of all kind of wrapping up in one episode, do it multiple episodes or even a season. And he goes, "Oh my God, that had been like no way." And that's when he told me the backstory. And but yeah, he was stuck doing that with the eye patch and the doing the little accent the whole episode. And because he was kind of miffed, all these other guys got all this stuff to work with and they gave him nothing, basically his lines, and it, but see, full blown Romulan war. The idea would be Kirk was rise and fall on back. What I would like to see? I would like to see like uh, a series based all Klingon, where the whole thing was from the Klingon, all from the Klingon. Not sorry, for some reason is playing something in the background. Let me. I don't know why it's doing that. Hey Siri, turn off the radio. There's nothing playing. I hear wings playing in the background. Sorry, you're wrong. We gotta see where it's coming from. Hey Siri, turn off. It's my iPad. It was my iPad in my bedroom. How in the world does it Siri get turned on from hearing me talking um in my dining areas where I got my or would be in this apartment. But anyway, but I would love to see them do a whole blown Klingon kind of like a Game of Thrones thing with the Klingons, where they're all because there was always drama which house was going to be the uh head of all of it all. So they could actually do something like that where it's all drama and stuff like that. That would be I think that would be an awesome series. Just where each house are backstabbing and doing all the stuff. Just like the like on the Game of Thrones. To an extent. Just all right. Let's get this thing off. We're not going to use this again, but let's go ahead and put my bridge crew back on. There we go. All right, let's go this. So let's see what else we can do. Looks like my buddy's not online. I figure he probably wouldn't be, but I'll have to do those tomorrow. I've been trying to get somebody to, I had like a small windows at work where I could get on, and then reception's not good there either because I got so many electronics around me. All right, let's go back to, where's it at? Guess we'll do the Crenum stuff next, but I'm going to put this one back to where's it at? Titan Crew. I need to change that and put this to, all right. Definitely don't want Hugh on here. Let's go back, group. There he is. And I guess it don't matter. Find somebody that's not. Let's go power. That'll help. I'm not going to be mining anytime. Well, I might. I probably need to do that. In fact, let's go ahead and I'll do that later. Okay, I want to do some Crenum stuff. So we're going to go. What I've been doing is using my enterprise. And don't ask me why, man. I don't. This has ended up being. This is a strange crew, but they're not exactly armadas. So using the straight armada crews, I found is disastrous on these things. So I, I just did this by try and error mostly for the most part, and I watched some other people's crews. Um, in fact, I need to switch that. I want to put this crew on my most powerful ship. So let's switch this. Because at the time, my most powerful ship was the second ship I had set up in here when I set this up. And I could probably tweak this some now. Okay, no, I want the other ship. I want, but man, it was hard finding, especially now when I was shooting down a little bit when I was using my rare ships on the 68s, it was a lot easier. But graduating to the 70s, woo, that was pretty hard. And I'm still gonna double buff them, even with these ships. Now the thing is, I need more charged from what I'm spending on. I need more charged loot than I do the static. but I usually always toggle both. I'll do like 2 to 1 on it. Okay, so I'm not using the cube now, so I'm going to take him out of there and put Hugh right there. Okay. All right, so also going to, I'm going to get my Titan out. That's why I didn't want to use as much. Make sure I have enough juice. I'll check again though, because I mean, it does okay with the single fortification. Because one time I went up there and started the thing without looking, but the max fortification works better because it lasts longer. Okay, where are we at here? Let's go back to my. So what I'm gonna do? What is this? Why? Really? There's an active 11 player on this in this game? Oh my! On this server? Oh my God! There's a guy that needs to use the novice token like as quickly as he possibly can. That's got to be somebody's alt. Because if you go on there and you see there's 70, if you're starting the game and you're going to a server that has op 70s player, you're on the wrong server. But it's got to be somebody's alt. Because I can't imagine somebody would at this part of the game come out and that's another thing, guys. If you're a low player and you look to see who the highest player on your server is, and if your server has already ascended to where it's like in 4-star space, you are on the wrong server. It'll be so hard for you to catch up. Oh my gosh. Okay, I do have one for 1 max fortification. Okay, so let's put this one back and put my Sorrentos in its place. And so I just hope that's somebody's alt because somebody trying to start where this cat is right here at 11, that's totally insane. In fact, I gotta. It will be too hard for you here. Will he listen? I don't know. Probably not. See, he can actually see a 70 person because one's right next to him. All right, let's go into the find the Crenum. All right, let's see. Okay, so I'm going to send my 2 support ships because they take longer to get there. And now what I usually do with this, I will I will use the go in here and use the exos and you go combat first. And it doesn't really matter if you can do the charge first, and then I'll go down here and use the multi, drag it all the way down. Now there is a bug sometimes, so you don't. I'm gonna use that 100 power one too that we just passed, but there are times where it'll double use it where you can't, where you're stuck. So I'd be stuck with not being able to do the static. So been a bug that double fills these things sometimes. Okay, so I'm gonna use 100%. I don't think that's gonna make a huge difference, but I got a bunch of those. So we're gonna go ahead and bring both our ships in here. And you can see, even though I started them a little bit before, there's my other ships are gonna get there right before them probably. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm going to first thing I'm gonna do is I'm going to uh, get the Sorrentos and buff my Enterprise E. And then this is the first one I'm going to let tick down to where I get the uh, second buff, through the cooldown. Then I'm going to buff my um, Kretschner. Otherwise, the timer for the deal would slow down. So I'm going to let it tick off a little bit, so it falls within under the minute and a half the thing, and then after that I'll speed through here. I won't let it sit. I'll let them set up. As soon as they set up, I'll go to the next, speed it up, and then go to the next one because there's no reason to do it. Okay, so we're gonna find the. What I like to do is I'll look for here one like this where there's one right across the street from it. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and where's the Sorrentos? Well, I gotta wait for the Sorrentos to get in here. I'll go ahead and put it right here where it's close. Same with this one. I can go ahead and just put my Titan right there. And it doesn't really matter as long as it's in the system. I can start. Okay, I guess it's not in the system because look, it's telling me minus 12. What the heck? Okay, let's clear the localization. That's a first right there. I'm hoping that clearing the localization will fix that. But I need both. I need both to get a good run in here. I need both of these to be working. So if this one is still screwed up, I don't know what the hell. Okay, let's take it to the other system. Let's go ahead and bring it back. Man, I don't know, why is it doing this? Why is the cooldown broke on my Sorrentos? Okay, let's take it in the other system and come back. I'm glad I didn't start it because I'd have been screwed right there. We would have survived, but we would have took a bunch of hull damage. I want to do multiple of these. Let's see how many directives I've got. I'm going to let it go in the other system. Let's see what. Why does this thing make it this? You wrote a bunch of stuff I didn't see. Marquees seem to be even more powerful, but they should have been. Uh, yeah, that was a whole other thing about him. Like, there's literally no way he couldn't tell that she was making bad decision after bad. I mean, he should have stuck her through the airlock after not even through the first part of the season and took control. He hated, the actor that played him. He hated that role because they told him they told him when he signed on to play him, uh, they gave him a whole different version of the character, and he's actually said this on a few times. Well, you can find it online. You just search for enough. I can't remember what the actor's name is now, and he said that when Voyager got renewed, it was always like a, but he couldn't just. He was getting paid. I think he was getting paid more than anybody, even more than Kate Muldoon, because he was a more established actor. Because the only thing Kate Muldoon had done before uh, Star Trek was Ryan's Hope, a soap opera. She was a soap opera actress, and okay, it's still broke. I got to take a picture of this. So I'm not going to do these. I'm not going to waste my. I'm not going to waste my uh, max fortification for this. So I'm going to take a screenshot of this, and I'm going to show show this to. Dang it, man! This okay. Let me see who's online. See if anybody's online right now. Go into the private Discord. Okay, let's see. Usually go all the way down. I don't. Okay, so no, nobody's online. None of the. Okay, so I'm gonna just go ahead and take a screenshot and see if it goes tomorrow. I'm not gonna do these if it's broke and I can't. I mean, I just used it like a few hours ago. Maybe it's just because it's in this space. All right, let's send it back. I mean, sorry guys, thought I was going to show you how I run these here, but I'll have to do it another time. I mean, I got tons of the. It's not so bad. I mean, it would be worse if I was low on those on the uh, EXO that I just used. But luckily, I got those are ones I got I'm plentiful on. So I may ask them for a refund on those too, just for grins. Yeah, I think that's his name, but he hated that series. I mean, he every year it got renewed. He was like hoping it wouldn't, you know, but he's making a ton of money playing that character, and but you can see you can if you watch the revolution of the evolution of his character, uh, it's pretty pitiful. He went from warrior to lapdog. Yeah, see, look how much of that loot you. It doesn't give you enough of this loot when you use the eviscerator. So I basically got 2 days worth of pulls, and um, I have to do it again. It just it's stupid. So what I'll have to do is probably go back up there with my. We'll see. When we get back up. I'm gonna go ahead and put my crew back, and then we'll go back. We'll go back up there. I'll show you what I normally do. I think it will get there because it has a really good warp range. I want to take the Revenant up there and do some damage. I was using a Junker, but the Junker could only get to the 68 system. I need to go in the 70 system. And I'm going to see if the Revenant can get there. See, the one thing, even though I got kind of sucked in with how good DJ Ultimate DJ said that refinery was going to be, I got sucked into that. That's the reason why I bought it. And then once I bought it, they said, oh, you got to take it up to tier 6 before you get the G6 stuff you did. So I put in another, I think it was another $200 into it. That's maybe the worst $300 I ever spent in this game. But I've found other uses for it to kind of make up the difference. It's a good. I've used the ship to, so I don't. I've used that ship on the invasion hostiles. Like I can go in there and crew it, and it crushes those things up as high as it goes up to the 65 system. Um, but basically that's what you got to do with it. You gotta find a different purpose for what it's worth. And the only reason, if you guys were in here in the earlier part of the stream when you saw me doing the wave defenses, the only reason I was using it because this event here. I got double the points for the wave defense because I was using this ship. Otherwise, I probably would never use it for wave defense. But I was shocked that the gravitational blast killed those ships. Um, when I had it lower tiered and tried, it didn't do anything, hardly do anything to those 60 ships. I'm kind of curious what it will do against the elites. See if it actually works like it's supposed to. Because I can tell you the ship itself isn't strong enough for it. I mean, it dies like you're running with two ships at least one way before my ships aren't strong enough to kill uh, the invaders anymore. But it's not very strong. I mean, you're better off. I did better off when I didn't even take it in there. I had see now I'm a little bit stronger with this ship now, this one right here. I might be able to, I know I won't be able to finish one because it's just mostly from what I've heard, you've got to have a pretty high tiered epic ship, 3 that you can go in here with, and or have this so high tiered up that spend a couple $1,000s on the ship to get it to where it needs to be so you can use it in the 60s. Well, that ain't happening. I'm already like lamenting spending the $100 unlock and the two parts pack I had to do to get it to 6, and I'm already lamenting that. There's no way I'm gonna fork up another $1,000 to get it to tier 12 or whatever. There's no way that's happening. But anyway, let's change this up. We'll go ahead and put the Revenant in here. Okay, Revenant. We're going to go with our PvE crew. Let's see. I wonder if I can get away with. I think I'll put it here. The only thing that I'm going to change out of here, I was using that for the augments. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to take Quasi out because they don't have apex barrier. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back, put group. I'm going to put E data there. I'm going to put Troy in here, and I'll put Seska there. Let's see if I can get to the 70 system. Oh yeah, and I also said we'll do a silent enemy. We'll use this ship. We'll do a silent enemy after we do this. Let's see. It's gonna be right there. Hopefully we can reach 70 with it. Yes, we can. We'll see how much damage it takes and how fast we can fill this enormous hole. And then we'll make a silent enemy run with it, even though I don't need that stuff anymore. I can use a smaller ship too. That be closer to what you guys got. Well, like I said, I was really surprised how fast I was able to upgrade that ship and get it tiered out. And like I said, when I can get one of these little ships and get more than what I want out of it, then that's a good deal. Like the Tally, I mean, to me, the two best gimmick or specialty ships that they ever put through the game was a Tally and the Monavine. Because they actually, Monavine, just because of the refinery, there hasn't been a better refinery that they put in the game. I don't think this one's not too bad, the one we just went to, but I guess, and also the timing of it. I think a lot of times some of these mechanics vary in their importance. This is an interceptor too, so we're going to go with battleships again. So let's see how well this thing does against them. It's a pretty powerful little ship, actually. Okay, didn't hardly do any damage. So, and let's look and see what we got for as loot. Okay, now we're looking at the Voltal, the ones that. So you look how how horrible that Apex one is. So even though I've got a lot of that one loot, the Apex loot is non-existent. But that was all I was getting with the Eviscerator, though, pretty much. But then again, I'm still having to use two different ships to keep both refineries full in that. See, that's the thing about it. Once the eviscerator can get and effectively grind into some of this space here, then that's going to eliminate because you're going to get the bonus for that apex. So it's going to even stuff out that I don't have using this ship. But the stuff that it's getting right now is what I was lacking in the other one. Like you saw, I did one pull and I'm almost empty. But I probably got like almost probably got several weeks of pull in the other loot from the eviscerator. The Reliant's okay. I mean, I right now because we're at war with a bunch of different alliances, I can't really use it. But the I would say that the Reliant's better for higher players than it is for lower players because of um, the loot element of it. The only way I'll know that for sure is when I get it tiered up a lot higher than what I got mine. And I think I got my Reliant tier 6, I think. I did pay for the unlock and I did I did buy some of the parts. I think did bought 2 packs for it. Kind of like I did with the Junker, but I think it has more value than the Junker overall, for what you can do with it in the game. Where's that sucker at? There it is. Let's see where I got mine. Oh, I got a tier 7, so I've got a. Let's see what we got here. We got impulse engine. We got warp engine. We got guns. We got phasers. Okay, so they're all guns. The cargo. Let's go with the cargo bay first. I haven't looked at this thing in a few days because we're at war. Let's go with the guns next. Okay, that now I got 3 more upgrades and I can take it to tier 8. Okay, so I've got 1 gun left, impulse and warp. Yeah, I'll send it out. Let's see if I don't know if I got most of the crew that I would want on it. It's in the other ship right now, though. Let's go ahead and finish this real quick. And it looks like it's not taking any hold in me. I think I looks like I could sit up here and grind almost the whole ship full if that's what I wanted to do. This is like a total experiment. I haven't tried this ship up in this space yet, but it's got a big hull, so I don't know if I might come to the point where I don't get. I'll get a bunch. What? Stupid shit. All right, man. I'm gonna go online. I said this before, but I ended up not feeling really well last week when I got off here. I'm gonna go online. I'm gonna do. Well, there's some things I want to do with this through this software that can make the stream a little bit better, and I'm gonna look into it. some of the instructional stuff that's on here for the software. I mean, this is a real powerful software. I'm just basically um, doing baby steps with it with this. But it's doing far more than what the OBS was doing already. I mean, not that OBS was a bad program because it was free, but this one I don't regret. I don't regret buying the yearly. It would cost me like $360 or something like that for a year license for this thing. Um, I don't regret that now because it also gives me the vehicle that I'm doing now where I can stream both on YouTube and Twitch. Um, so all you guys are watching me on YouTube, you'd have to watch the video demand version that I exported to YouTube otherwise. Because the way that OBS goes, you got to choose one as your main, and you have to use like a secondary software to be able to um, send it to another stream. So to me, I don't like stuff like that because it gives you too many things that could go wrong. Um, well, the way I got this set up, if something happens and I need to reset the whole thing, it won't take me more than 10 minutes to reset the scenes up on this thing, which is that's something I like. I wouldn't like to have to spend an hour to reset everything because it happens. I don't care what program you're going to use, and there's going to be a time where it glitches and you have to uh, go back and reboot everything. Heck, you could have a power outage or something like that, and it corrupts a file or something. You have to delete it and re-download it and reset it up. So far, that's not happened, but it's happened on other stuff before. It's just the way some of these things opens and closes files. But I'm real happy with this software. I mean, I would anybody that's using Mac platform that wants to stream. I think this is the way to go. Even though it's not free like OBS, but I can do a lot of stuff with it. There's some couple things that OBS does that this one doesn't, but they're not game breakers, like uh, something that I was thinking about doing is if I would have stayed with OBS, supposedly, I'm saying supposedly because I did hear this from more than one source that it wouldn't be you guys from YouTube, it wouldn't help you at all, but the people on Twitch, supposedly, um, you can run two feeds, one that goes on there and one goes video demand. And if that was the case, one thing I was looking into before I found this, that was one reason had found this software was because I was searching online to see if I could find one more source that said this is well, supposedly you can streaming itself live where it's not recorded to anything where it's just going off in the air like you guys are seeing right now. On Twitch, they will allow you to play regular music. Just anything. But once it gets recorded to the video on demand, that's where you get the strikes and the copyright stuff. And supposedly OBS can let me stream live the the uh, version that you see, which y'all would be seeing right now, on Twitch, not on YouTube, but on Twitch. And then it would save a non-version of the stream with no music in it to to the video demand, then I could take the video demand and export it to YouTube. And that was something I'd really like. I mean, I've written my own music for this stuff. I'm not playing it right now because I'm trying to find the best way to do that. That's one of the things I'm looking in with the stream. Because right now it's basically me pushing a play button and it plays. But they do have better controls of the volume than OBS does. So, I mean, I've experimented with it and I didn't get any complaints that the music was too loud. Um, so that's a good thing because that's what I was getting before. Because what it sounded like on my end didn't sound what it did on you guys' end. If that makes any sense. And but some of the times they were complaining, it was meant because I didn't want to come up here and talk all the time through the whole thing. I wanted to be able to talk a little bit, jam some tunes, and do that. And I'll probably do that again, but until I figured the best way to do this, where I can get the best stream possible, um, I'm not gonna add that element in, but I plan to in the future. I'll probably go into some of the software and write some more music to maybe get like 30 songs going. Right now I've got like 12, 15 uh, Star Trek related or more on the metal side, which there's a few people who just didn't like the metal, you know, and then there's so many guys. There's a couple of guys who wanted me to put it on YouTube so they could download it, and or not YouTube, but iTunes. I think you can actually do that, but I don't know if I want to. I don't know if I want to deal with the tax implications of the whole thing. See, that would be another thing if if I ever get to the point where I monetize, especially on the YouTube side. I don't know if I ever see it here on Twitch, but YouTube, I'm not that far away right now. I don't know that I don't know if I want to do it. And if I do it, I got to figure a way that it doesn't hurt me tax wise. Because I don't know if you guys know that um, I found this out because I retired. I'm retired from a water district that I worked for, and getting a small pension. And what I found out is that since my current job or my current job then, and the pension were in two different tax brackets, well, they go back and they go back and charge me for the difference between the tax brackets and the two. So the very first, and I also got penalized because I was below 60 years old, which is something they never told me the retirement people, because I would have worked a few more years and not had to deal with that. But first years I went and did my taxes. You know, I put my salary in. I had to work a bunch of overtime at the new job, and so I do my taxes. I'm gonna get like $6,500 back. I'm like, woo! I never got that much before in my life, and I was happy. Then I put my pension. Uh, it's called a 1099 form. I put the 1099 form in, and all of a sudden I owe them $300. And I'm like, what? I thought I put the number in, but something wrong in there or something. So call the retirement people, and they played dumb about it. And so I called the IRS and I said, hey, I called my retirement people. And I said, I don't know if I'm doing something wrong on Tax Act or whatever, and and then it goes, well, what is your he asked me a certain box on the 1099. "Oh, you're under 60. You're under 59." Well, it's actually under 59 and a half. And I go, "Yeah, uh 52 years old." And he goes, or it might have been 51. But uh he goes, "Yeah, you getting penalized for not being 59 and a half years old." I said, "Well, my retirement never told me that." He goes, "Yeah, dude, you get penalized." And he goes, "Also, I told him how much I made at the of my employer versus how much I got in my pension." He goes, "Oh, they're way out of different tax brackets." And I go, "Well, dude, they shouldn't even tax people's pensions. I mean, that's jacked up in itself." And he goes, "Well, that's the law." And I said, "Okay, whatever." So then I went to tax accountant, had him go through it, and he said, "Okay, what you need to do so this doesn't happen is tell your current job to take this amount of money out of your paycheck every month." And I said, "Okay." So after that, I've never had to pay again. But now I'm over 60. I just turned 60 last September, so that's over with. And so getting monetized by YouTube may hurt me more financially than it would ever help me. But if I ever do get to the point where I do that, um, it'll all go back to the stream. I mean, I got a good job. I don't need the income far as my day-to-day living type stuff. If I ever do get the stuff, it will all go to making the stream better. Well, I mean, the only thing I didn't like about the reboot of Battlestar Galactica is they used the names of, like, they made whatever Katie, whatever her name is, character Starbuck, when when they didn't have to do that. If they wanted a female character, they should have gave the female character her own identity instead of using one that was, like they did that to Boomer, and one other one that they made a female character instead of just giving them their own names. There were different series, even though they had the same name. But the whole premise is, except for the Cylons and uh, the Battlestar Galactica, I forgot what their uh, nation or world was called, but they should have just gave them their own character because they were nothing alike. Number one, and Dirk Bennett's character was just so iconic in that first series, and so you give her that name. I mean, it was okay that they kept like Ardana, Apollo and Adama and all that stuff. That was fine because they were close to the same characters, but it made no sense for them to do that to Dirk Bennett's character. Man, he was. I mean, everybody loved him from the A Team as well, but you know, which he basically played the same character in both series, but uh, that was something I never got over. That they did that in the series, but the story was a good story. I watched every bit of it, but every time it would always stick in my craw when I would hear him call her Starbuck. I retired from there because I'd worked there for 30 years. I started when I was 19 years old, and I didn't like the job anymore. I was the last 8 years that I worked there. I was waiting to get that check because I knew that if I could wait it out, wait it out just a little bit longer, I could get a check. And it wasn't easy. It wasn't easy to find another job in the same field. I actually worked there a year longer than I had to because it took me that long to find another good job. And what was funny, when I quit this last job, I found a job in a week. So that tells you, when. But this one place where I'm working now, I had to kind of know somebody already worked there to get an interview because I'd tried to get on there before, never got called back. And they're always looking for people. And one thing is, I told them, said, man, there's a lot of people I know that's put applications here and don't ever get calls back. And me being one of them. Because when I retired, I wanted to go work there where I'm working now, but I could never get a interview. And the place where I'm working now, is the atmospheres are totally different. I get to do my job. I don't have to do my job and two other people's job, which I was doing at the other place. That we got like a full maintenance crew at night, so if something goes wrong, we don't have to kind of MacGyver shit until the morning when the maintenance crew shows up. I mean, of course, if it's an emergency situation, they would, but even then, they would want you. Well, did you do this or this? Yeah, we did that already. Well, I guess we're gonna have to call somebody in, type thing, Now I just call the dispatcher and I got a guy there fixing whatever's wrong in 15 minutes. I didn't like the. I don't think she was. I don't think that was her character. They just gave her the call sign like like Maverick on Top Gun. It was just they made it into a call sign instead of a person or something like that was what I heard on one of the reasons why they did it, but his character was so, I don't know, it was done. I mean, I understand. I think that her character was well written, but she didn't need to have this name of a character that was in the other series that was a guy. They could have gave her 100 different other call signs for her name. No, I think that was, I think whoever the writer of show, I think they did that on purpose. I don't know why they would do it on purpose, but I think they did. almost kind of like a thumb at the nose at the real series, at the original series, you know. I thought it was funny that one episode where they went to like the museum where they had the old Cylons from the original series in that museum. I mean, it was I liked it. I watched every episode of the thing, and I actually watched that. What was the Reimagine uh, mini type series where they showed you from the Cylon's eyes or something like that? I can't remember. I watched that too. Um, the ending was interesting as hell, you know, at the end, where basically they were the ancestors of the Egyptians or whatever, you know. And you know that was kind of crazy and yeah, I mean I do think it I think it was a diss of the of the I do I agree with it. I think it was a diss of the original series of doing that because really there was no purpose of naming those characters Boomer, Starbuck or whatever, you know, there was none. Zero. I mean, I thought the premise of the whole thing where the all these time all these people were sleeper Cylons and never knew it. That was a pretty cool premise. I mean, there's so many things you can say, man, they did a really good job here, 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 here. But it's like, well, I think they just dropped the ball on that instead of just. I mean, hell, they could have renamed every one of the characters something different. But I do think that they. I don't know. I think you know the ones that like Apollo and uh, Adama and some of the ones that even when they did Commander Kane, that one good. I think that one in the original series that was one of my favorite little arcs right there where they had. And that's where we got June Lockhart's incredibly hot daughter got in that series. What was her name? I can't remember what her name. Anne Lockhart. Oh my God! I mean, I always loved her, man. In the '70s and or I guess it was. I guess that was the late '70s. I was a little kid. I remember watching it on TV when it was on live. Yeah, well, I guess it was late '70s because it was after Star Wars. Because I think the original Star Wars was '77 or '76, but it had a total of '70s feel to the whole damn movie. I mean, series. I haven't watched it in a long time. I don't know if it stands up, but I watched every episode of the original series too. And I do like the fact that ABC went ahead and let them make those little mini series to kind of wrap the story up. You know, where they finally found Earth and it showed you what happened to Starbuck, where he you know where he got stranded on that planet and all this stuff. It I mean, I'm glad that ABC let them wrap the series up and not just left it in the middle like it was. I do. But I watched every episode of that series, man. It was a stop down for me when I was. I mean, it's like one of those things where you say, "Well, are you a fan of Star Trek or Star Wars?" Or I mean, I was a fan of all three. Now the latest Star Wars, the the Daisy Ripley or Disney Star Wars, I haven't been a real fan of those stuff. That now the one thing that got panned, I thought was not that bad, was um, the Obi-Wan Kenobi series. I didn't think that was a bad series. But unfortunately, we live in a kind of a deal in the internet thing is that people can make or break or trash a movie or a TV show before they even watch it. The first I thought the very first victim of that was Batman versus Superman. When it was got trashed before anybody ever watched the series. It watched the film of it all. Game of Thrones got that too. The last season of that, because you had all these quote uh, insider guys that were making YouTube videos that what they thought was going to happen in the series, none of it happened. So it ended up being just the worst garbage in planet. I mean, if you're watching that series and you go back and you watch it from beginning to end, it's sort of like the Sixth Sense, where you can see where that she was always going to go bad. She was always going to go bad. And plus, you're probably looking at a guy in George R. R. Martin who's not going to write a happy ending. He might have to now because he saw what the outline that he gave those showrunners and actors to go with. How everybody hated it, or not everybody. I didn't. I still enjoy that series. Uh, I didn't hate the ending. The only thing that I disliked that they did is they didn't let Jon Snow kill uh, the Night King or whatever. That should have been his deal. Having Arya do it was, I think, was kind of a low blow in my opinion. I think what's his name thinks so too. Kit Harington. I think he thought that he should have killed the Night King. Between Lauren and Admiral Kane, I have a hard time separating the two characters. Oh, Picard season 3. Um, I liked the Picard series overall. Um, but Michelle Hurd's character in in the series was the only one that I did dislike, and it was unbelievable. And for the one reason, well, he finally died. For the one reason, there's no way in hell that Jean-Luc Picard ever lets someone call him JL. There's just no way that's happening. Especially with a person that was under him as an officer. There's no way he's gonna let him call him JL. I used to cringe. I go, there's just no way that Jean-Luc, as straight away as Jean-Luc Picard ever was, that anyone ever called. Maybe Riker and Troy. Nobody ever in his life would ever call him anything less than what his ranking was. There's just no way. Yeah, Rafi. I hated that character. It was unbelievable. she was the worst part of not. And I like her as an actor and other things. It's not that I just like her. I just think that the premise of her character, there's just no way that Jean-Luc Picard would ever let her be that casual with him. Just no way. I mean, I think the only person that would ever get away with doing that would have been Riker and Troy. Anyone else, never. No one ever does that. Let me find one. I guess I was too far down. I went too far down. There we go. But otherwise, I thought. I know a lot of people didn't like season 1 and 2, but I didn't have any problem with it. And what is weird about it is the one stipulation that he had was that what happened in season 3 he didn't want to happen in the series at all. But from what I understand, the reason why he relented and did what he wants because he wants another movie. He wants another Next Generation movie to kind of see if they can redeem themselves on the big screen where they got that last movie of theirs tanked. And so he relented. He agreed maybe to give him interest in another movie. Yeah, he would call him John Luke, but I don't think that that uh that anyone in his life would ever be able to call him JL like that. That wouldn't happen. But he's he wants another movie. I've heard him say that, and he wants to he's trying to get it done before he gets too old where he can even do the role anymore because he's getting up there in age. But he wanted to do another movie, and that's the reason why we saw the Star Trek Next Generation reunion cease. But that was one of the stipulations that he made in the beginning. I think he's talked about that he didn't want to do uh, a Next Generation reboot in this series. He wanted it to be solely about his character and his life after Starfleet. But I'll tell you something, it is unstable. The one thing about season 2 I thought was unstable, kind of like the JL thing. Uh, okay, the whole second season was a deal with Q, right? Wouldn't the real Q know that he's talking to an android version of Jean-Luc Picard and not the real Picard? And would he think that the android version of Picard warranted his deal or whatever? That kind of stuck in that was kind of a little factor in the whole situation that uh that kind of bothered me a little bit is that I don't from the Q that we saw in the series, right? I don't think the Q and sort of like he didn't ever gave Data the time of day because he saw him as a machine. when you think the same thing with Picard is the Android version of Picard. I think people kind of forget that, that the person that's from season 2 and 3 is not the real Picard. He's an android version of the Picard. Now that was something that kind of bothered me about the second season. Okay, what am I? Okay, I wanting to. Okay, here we go. All right, let's go. All right, I'm gonna put. I took him off by accident. Let's go ahead and just reply it. That'd be the quickest way to do this. Oh, you know what? I'm putting the wrong crew in here. I need to put the odd crew on here. And now I need to take Troy off and move him in there. So we're gonna go ahead and go try to put in the remnant. I'm probably gonna get popped, but like I said, it's a cheap fix. That's the thing about when you're at war, when you're having a server war like what we got having going on right now, is you got to rethink how you mine. You got to rethink how you do your dailies and stuff. I mean, you don't have to be shut out because you're afraid you're going to get hit, but you just go with cheaper ships, the ones you don't care that get popped. And we're seeing this one right now. Here we go. Because basically, like I said, I'm sending it out to die anyway. So set course. Okay, now we need to get my miners going. I'm going to start with this one. I'm going to empty this whole crew off of this. Okay, I'm going to need him. Let's see, we're going to go ore. Yeah, we're going to go ore first. Okay, let's go see if we got unlucky. There might be somebody grinding in that system if there is. And now let's go ahead and save this for right now. Okay. Let's see. Okay, let's see where he spawned. Or where he's going to spawn. There he is up here. Let's send it all the way up there. We'll let him get hit. Now we're going to stick it right there. Okay. Now back. Okay, let's go. All right, I guess it didn't save it. Mounting speed, cargo capacity, protection. Okay, so I'm gonna go. I'm gonna use this saying. I'm going to send them out one at a time. So I'm gonna put the specialty ones out and so we got, where's the blue guy? There he is. So I'm gonna put him there. We're gonna put Dixon Hill there. And to Paul, right there. So now I got it set up for it no matter, because when I use these other ships, they're not gonna have, they're only gonna have 3 crewmen, so it'll block him out because he's for Crystal. Oh wait a minute. I need to do switch to Paul and him. There you go. That's right. Okay, so let's go. We're gonna put Quark there. Okay. All right. So what we have left to do. So I think that's a. I think I might call it a night here soon, guys. I was hoping we could do some of those Chrono ones, but like you saw that there's something weird going on with the Sorrentos where it wouldn't, where the cooldown thing was not working, so it's not gonna let me do it. Let's go through here and see if I missed anything. I'm gonna go here and redeem what I can redeem. And then I'm gonna probably call it a night. I really don't want to stay up. I mean, I work nights, so there's a certain part of the night, if I'm that late, I'm not going to be able to go to sleep until, like 6 o'clock in the morning. Okay, so what I think I should just do, because this tournament's over with, I'm not going to need these coins, and these coins are not going to transfer over. So I'm going to go ahead and redeem those choice tokens as well. And it kind of really, like I said, it really irks me that we're going to finish this time around. I know next time around, I'm not going to, you probably won't see me do a perfect run like I've done the last 3 times. Just because why should I put myself, if not enough of our people are going to take the thing serious, and they'll just sit and coattail ride the people that do. I'm not going to give those people resources. I'm just not. It irks me. It irks me pretty hard. I mean, not that I don't, I don't think, like I said, I'm not one of these guys that thinks every one of these guys should have scored 150 or whatever, 150,000. But I do think that they should have been able to, do tasks on their level to help the alliance out. But it's just not going to happen, and it's not going to happen until the people that are running the alliance take a hard look at some stuff. And I've tried to bring that out a few times, and they don't listen to me. Because I remember what this alliance was at one time, and it's not there anymore. I mean, I had a lot of good friends that were in the alliance at one time. They're all gone now because they got bored with all the wanting to play kumbaya with the rest of the server kind of crap, you know. Well, that ain't happening right now. I can tell you that. I'll show you. Two or three of those on that list are the Roach Alliance. Those guys that hit miners all the time. You know, just go into systems, OPC, UPC. Um, that's their gig. So that's why they're on. That's why they're most of the server. Every other alliance has them marked. So that's. But the all the other ones we were at war with three alliances after incursions, and one of the admirals at one of the other alliances decided to bring back his little coalition of farmers, and then we all went to war over the few weeks ago. No, no, few days ago. So we've been at war for about, I think it was Thursday, since Thursday. What you see there, and it's fun. I mean, I love it. That I There's a few. I wish there's a couple more alliances I would add to the list if it was me. It's time that we shake this server up. You know, it just is because when you're trying to like for an incursion, or even when the invasion thing happens, it's usually this alliance that carries everybody. And it gets old, and then we take slack from all the other ones, and I get it. I get why they put the KOS on the rest of those guys, and they put it on us. I get it, but I hope it doesn't. It's not a short-lived thing because it will shake the tree here on this alliance. I've already seen some little cracks here and there. Some players that'll probably end up leaving because they can't take the heat. They like being here, so they get all the benefits from little drops like this and whatever loot they're going to get from the invasion stuff. You know, they're going. I mean the tournament, but there are some of these are just, you know, you look down the list. He probably So you get here where guys didn't have enough resources to do a perfect run, and that's perfectly okay. You know, you're seeing guys doing 15, 13, whatever. That's great. Awesome. Even the guys here who did 15, 15 only got that much, so he's doing his share. But I'm not going to throw anybody under the bus, but if you go down the list, you're going to start seeing a bunch of people that did less than 5. And that's why we're in 6th place. Let's see. See, when I'm being critical not because I think they should do more than what they can do. I just don't think they're doing what they can do. Because like here, we got 94 people. 2 people ahead of us got less still, and their level, their alliance is lower than ours. That shouldn't happen. Now there are people that are lower, like this 160. He got 105. They got a lot of coattail riders. We shouldn't even be in the same. We shouldn't be able to compete against this one. But we shouldn't be getting beat by this 50 alliance and this 52 alliance. We should be right here, or even if this one was here, we should be like 5th, at the very least. You say, well, that's splitting hairs. Not really. If we had more of our 94 of our people were actually doing that, we could have a shot at 3rd place here. But we don't. We won't. Last time we did come in 3rd place, but the scores were a lot lower. These guys right here got their crap together. You know what I'm saying? Not only they got good participation, and that's the part that we need to work on first, is having a larger portion of the 94 people, doing 10 or more tasks, then I'm sure we'd be over 6 million on this thing. But next time I won't be I doubt I'll have the perfect score because I'm not going to go all out for it. I definitely won't spend any money to help them out do it. If I can collect and do like I did this time, where basically I only used I used two I spent used multiphasic tasks twice. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, let's go into the whoops, I pushed the wrong button. Let's go down here. Because not everybody has the same stuff. So I'm gonna re-roll, even though I've already got my stuff done. I'm gonna find the task. I'll show you the task I did. Okay, multiphasic. Good. It came the first one. Acquire 17,000 multiphasics. Well, any $100 pack gives you that much. So that's $100. But I'd already planned on spending to get those interceptor packs. So that's what I did. Is I got one interceptor pack. Well, first I pushed this to start, and then I went and bought my interceptor pack, redeemed it, then rolled a few and got this again, and redeemed it a second time, and then I got crystal. This was yesterday. Today I got all crystal, and I used used this stuff what you saw me redeem just a few minutes ago. I used the choice reward. I saved them the whole time. I basically what you saw me redeem was what I got today in the battle pass. But there's stuff like that. I think I ended up getting 5 tasks through getting crystal or ore or whatever. I think one of them I did ore. Um, so I got 5 passes just from the choice rewards. And the other ones I got from acquiring those temporal destructors. The other ones I got the X Borg uncommon by making those token pools. So basically, I could have got all but two of my 10,000. So say I'm 130,000 I got for free. Didn't spend a dime. Then if I didn't want to spend any more, I could do some of the lower tasks that asked me to do something like, because there are a lot of these, some of these lower tasks. There's some of these that the lower players can do that I can't do. And I'll give you an example of this. Herogens. Okay, 800 points, and then you look at the way it scores. So I'm at op 70, so there's no Herogen that's my level. So I'd have to hit 800 of these to win this. Well, a person who, let's see, where's it at? Total points here. Where's the points? So if a person can go 3 levels higher than their ops levels on these Herogens, they can get 21 points for every one they hit. So do the math. 2 points, 18 points. I mean 13, and then one level ahead, uh, 8 points. The same level, 5 points. So a lower player can easily finish this one for how many points is this for? I think it's like 4,000 or something. No, 3,000. So that's 3,000 points. Let's find another one that's like that. Okay, these are those hostile where the rev is 200, defeat 200 points. Same difference. You get 21 points, 3 levels higher. Now that one's going to be a little bit tougher. Going 3 levels higher is going to be tougher on that. But if you even do the same level, you get 5 points. Divide by 5 by 200, where if I try to do it, I've got to hit all 200 of them. And there's a few more like that too. And there are easy ones like uh, complete. That's one. That's one wave defense. I think it goes 10 stages, right? Yeah. So that's one wave defense. You get. It's not very high, but you still get 750. Um, this one you do 2 wave defenses, and you get 1,500 points. Here you do 1 rare Dominion solo for 750. So, like I said, there's stuff that are easily done. Some of the stuff you need to do grinds every day with, and you can sit there and just incorporate it into your. This one's really easy. That one's not because I don't. My level, I don't have anything common I can spend it on. But maybe a lower player can. Uh, but still, you got so many ones that are pretty easy to do. And here's like if you you still got the Monavine, you can still do the same thing. And the Monavine, it's easy to pop up higher than your Lops level. At least when I was there, it was. Um, so there are a lot of easy ones that. So it's not like every one of these you have to spend money on, and it's not. It's just pulling doing something that will help your alliance and help you because you're getting loot in the end. Like, unfortunately, the one thing I don't like the way that they do it, only to get that loot that you saw me spend in the store earlier, you only get those loots by doing the 10,000 ones. And that's wrong. It should be scaled down, where the 10,000 gets this and the guy that does 3,000 gets that, The guy that does 5,000 gets that. The one that does this 8, you know, it should be scaled, but the way they've got it, I think the only ones that get loot like I had loot was if you do the 10,000 ones. Because I'm not sure that you get. Let's see. This won't tell me. So if I do that, when that I get 8,000 points and I get 660 alliance credits. That's not that good, but at least it's something. Let's see. Let's see this 4,000 if you get any loot. You get a little small snippet of loot. Okay, they've changed this a little bit. I don't think any of these have any though. I think they're just points. Let's see where it drops off to where you have to get. Let's go look at this 1,500 one. No loot. Okay, no loot for that one. So maybe 3,000 is the first place that you start seeing loot. Nope. How about 5? Nope. What I saw, I thought I saw one. I thought this one had loot in it. I guess it's because to get this, you have to buy something. To get 7,000 of these recruit tokens, you're gonna have to buy a. Okay, I get it. That's probably the same thing with the proto matter. Yeah. See, these are ones that require you to spend in some way. They give you or potential. Like I said, you can do this one without spending. Well, that one you can't. You can do. Let's re-roll. I'm gonna re-roll. I know nobody's gonna do this one, so I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of that one. Okay, multiphasics, uncommon points. Nobody's gonna do that one either. You have to spend to get that one. Okay. Go get rid of the proto matter one again. I'm trying to find one of the ones where you get. Okay, this one can be done without spending. This is one that can be done without spending by saving. You saw that overflow by saving the overflow and redeeming them during the tournament. I did I did 2 of those with this. I think 2 or 3. Um, let's go ahead. I don't want to get rid of that one. This is one that no one will buy. Temporal disruptor, fusion rods. No one's going to do that one either. Proto, man. Yeah, see, the thing is about this proto matter, unless you're really way lower player and have been playing a long time, everybody's getting to the point where there's not much left to upgrade. Damn. I keep drawing this stupid proto matter one. I'm glad I wasn't doing. I'm glad I'm not having this. I didn't have this bad luck when I was actually doing this. I'm having like the worst luck ever. I can't get the one I want to show you guys. Proto matter again. I want to do the one next to it too. See if I can get lucky. Okay, there's one that's. This one's a doable free one too. You're just saving those tokens up in the enterprise. I'll show you right here. This is a free one you can do for free, but you're gonna basically not making any pulls out of your. Uh, let's show you in the refinery. Go down here to NX01. You can go here, not make these opportunity chest pulls. You can see I've got 13 pulls that I haven't used, and I'm not going to use any. I mean, basically, this is almost a dead mechanic for me. I'm just going to leave these 13 hanging up here, and I get 3 a day. So when you make a pull, I'll go ahead and make a pull right here. I'll just show you. If I make a pull and I'm wanting the uncommon, so I've got a chance for 5. I got a chance for 540, which that one's the most common when you draw. This one's rare. This one's very rare. So I need 200 and I think it's 200 2,600 of those. Let's see. Let's go back. So that's one you can do for free and not, you just have to save. Export credits. Okay, I need 6,000. Okay. So that one's not easily done, but it can be done if you save. That's one you don't have to pay for. This is one that you spend and you get 8,000 points. That one's not that hard to do either. If you got the loot. Let's see. See, I want to leave these 3 for my alliance of guys that haven't finished it, because some guys will do this in the morning. So this gives my alliance guys 3 tasks that they could do for free if they save their stuff up. Or this one, if you just do, I'll go ahead and re-roll that one. That one's not a free one. That one's not a free one either. Okay, this is what I was looking for. Okay, so I did this like 5 times to get my things. When I used my redemptions, mostly the choice token ones, but I did save my refinery, and then there's a couple of other ones in here that you can get every day. Um, let's go into the. So those are very doable without spending money. You just have to say, okay, I've got a alliance term. I got to watch how I do this. So I can go in here. I mean, you don't always get a draw of the material you want, but a lot of times you do. Let's see if we get any uncommon. 6-star uncommon. Crystal, I got no draws that time. That's kind of rare, but it happens. Um, Also, you've got this refinery you can go into and get a draw. I think I already did mine already for crystal, but you can go in here and you get a guaranteed. We'll just replace crystal for gas. You get 490 of them, and you save these up, and you can get 5 pulls right there. Uh, what app did what ops level did you retire the United Earth Starfleet, the Franklin that does the swarm duties? Ah, God, I'm the wrong person to ask about that ship. I'm the wrong person to ask about that ship. Um, the Franklin, I made just for the hell of it. Um, Swarms were never a big part of my game. I only did it to do the Sunday thing where I could get the shards, and then I would just use one of my regular ships to hit them. But I did make the Franklin just for grins one day when I was bored. Like I said, the thing I was telling you guys about the uh because on my other server, we're originally on 75. We The 5 top alliance decided they're going to make a mega alliance because we're going to merge any day now. And so basically they allied every person that you would want to raid, whatever. So you only had these little guys left over. So uh, But what it did for our alliance, it stagnated our alliance because most of our alliance were preying on most of those guys to raid, to go steal their stuff OPC. It just crippled it. We lost momentum, and all the other ones gained because the main people that were raiding them, taking their OPC stuff, could no longer do it. And those people would go up into 4 and 5 star space and mine all night, and they were able to catch up. I try to say that the whole thing was stupid and wait till we merge and then we can. No, and we never did. It was like a year and a half later before we merged with 74. And but we lost some players. We lost some really good players because of it, because they were bored. We basically couldn't do anything. Anybody that was left that we could raid or whatever didn't have anything. And uh, but so I made the Franklin then, and I had basically had so many parts backlogged. I did it in my 50s, and I had it so backlogged that I basically had it tiered out in 2 weeks. And I've used it a few times since then, but the Franklin's not wasn't the swarm stuff was not a big part of my play, even though you get uh, in the dailies you get all this stuff from doing them. And I'm not gonna, as a lower player, to me that the juice wasn't worth the squeeze, so I never did them. I mean, I get them every day now from doing the freebooters, but like I said, my game was different. My game was about PvP, raiding, OPC hunting. That's the only three things I ever cared about. All the other stuff I didn't. And I mean, I was the biggest OPC pirate on 75's ever seen. I mean, I would go out because I worked nights. I would go into the mining systems like at 5 in the morning and just sit there and fill up my ships full of OPC mats and stuff like that. So I'm the wrong I'm the wrong person to ask about the Franklin, because I hate gimmick ships, the specialty ships. I don't know if you've gotten that void, that whole thing. That was just a whole loop I didn't care about doing, but I did take whatever my biggest warship, and go into those systems and do it every Sunday for a long time until I got con finished. And then I've never done it ever again since. Now there has been a couple of times where they forced us, like I think they did it this last thing for this uh, these cons champion stuff. They made us do some swarms one day, and I didn't even use my Franklin then. I used my one of my other warships because I was popping guys in the system. Um, but yeah, I mean, to me, I but I can see whether it could be some value to some players. I'm not going to say it's totally worth. Now, the only thing I'll tell you, the only loop I think is totally worthless is uh not the augment, the Apex or Stella or Outlaw. I think that's totally worthless in today's game. It was a year one mechanic, and most of the research, and because it doesn't stack with the current research, he just kind of gets. So to me, there is a part of these inline missions that you get here that you have to engage with it. You have to engage with it to clear the missions out or that. Well, because I'm kind of glad that they did this. Now they call it main story missions. Well, there's three tracks. There's the combat one, um, They moved them both in the general. The this is kind of like a story mission one, and they have a building one, and they moved both because I finished them all. They moved those down here, but there are three tracks, and one of those tracks I believe did have some of the Stella stuff in it. So same thing with the Botany Bay. You have to engage with it, make it, and engage with it enough to satisfy the missions that are in there. And once I got done with those things never got done. And now my Stella I ended up I think it was when I was in Ops 50. I did I did go, and the reason why I know that those researches don't mean anything anymore is because I did it at Ops 50, and it changed nothing. Like I had I was looking for on a uh, like here when you do when I do the deal, when you do it gives you tells me how much dilithium. I mean, uh, yeah, dilithium and tritanium I need, and the tritanium. So there's a big research that everybody in that on my server said forever that I need to do to make my research cheaper. Because right there in the late 40s, um, the biggest hurdle for you is going to be the dilithium for your research. And so I had like this one monster, and it's now it sounds ridiculous when I say this, but it had one for 3 billion, and that would be like in the economy of that game at that time or on our server, that would be like me getting uh, a 30 trillion uh, research. It was just humongous. So I go, okay, I'll y'all say this really helps you. Yeah. Yeah, it did this or whatever. So I go in, go into the faction store, I do everything, I get the Stella done, start using I use the X Borg stuff instead of scrapping it because you get more materials and it's quicker. So I go through all the research and thing, maybe 2 months tops. So I finally get to the one research that I'm going for. And before I'm so singularly focused on these two upgrades. Everybody's telling me, man, these are like these efficiencies. These are something that you really, really freaking need. So I get to the point, I finish the last one, and then I looked at my dilithium, what I needed for that 3 billion one, and I do that, and guess what? It did nothing. And that's because all the other research I'd done in the game and even in other trees bypassed what this one, because it didn't stack with. And that's the biggest thing about the Scopely math, and it applies to other things too. When you buy a prime or go in here and do one of these researches, does it stack with the other stuff? And there's no way to know. I'm telling you that because there's no way to know. So there's a possibility I could go in here and let me find one here. Okay, rapid research. So say I use some of this rare particle and do this rapid research, and I've got to research this like crazy how long. I do this, and then I go back to the research and nothing because I've already got other research that out eclipses. I don't know if it would be in something like this because this is pretty advanced, far in the game type stuff over here. But I'm just telling you that the biggest example I have of that is this stupid artifact here. I want to go to it. So at the time, I, the cutting beam for the uh, for the cube. Find that stupid. Might be easier to go. I don't think it's that. Or is it that? Is it this? No, that's base damage. Let's find that stupid. It's going to be one of these 12 ones because it's a temporal. Right here, I think it's this one. Yeah, this one here. So it says right here, it says increases your board cutting damage to a flat bonus based on the damage against the hostile. And look at this crazy ass number. Okay, even at tier 1, it was like 15 million or some kind of crazy number like that too. So I buy, so I buy it because I'm tired of. At that time I was having to charge the board cube in one system and go down a system lower to destroy them, and because otherwise I was having to fill up. I had my cargo bay would be too full to do many beams if I went in the system where I was at. And so I was going back and forth. So when this one came out, I said, wow, 15 million, a 15 million bonus. So I get it. And so I go to this, system, I charge it up, and I go to, because, like some of the lower ones, they have multi numbers. Like say I, say before I was killing a level 42 hostile. And so I decided to hit a level 43 hostile. I'm killing it with one shot with the 42. So the 43, I can't tell any difference. So I go in. I think something's broke. It's not working. It's not whatever. And so so finally get contact one of the community managers. The community manager gets back. She looks into it and she goes, "Oh, well, if you want to hit a level, you want a level higher hostile to kill it, you're gonna have to take that up to tier 7." And I said, "Well, the thing in the store says I get 50 million% bonus. How in the hell does it not kill one level, at least one level higher?" And then they go through the math and stuff, and I'm like, "You guys got to be kidding me! That's false advertisement. I want my fucking money back." And of course, they don't give it to me. I think they gave me some kind of, I don't know, wasn't even worth even talking about. And I was so angry. I was really angry because they made me waste. I think it wasn't expensive. I think it was one of the $49 ones. But still, I felt like it was false advertisement. Because how could a 15 million% boost in your beam not at least kill one level hostile higher? So there's a lot of scopely math in this thing that uh, not only doesn't make sense, and some of your primes cancel out some of the research because it's because it actually is more than what your efficiency that you're working your butt off in one of these trees to build up. So it's always a good thing when you finish one of these researches to go look before and after. Did this really help me? And if you say no, then so so you have to be cautious on those type of things. And one of the thing is that the research in that tree is so horribly outdated, obsolete that good. I got this Nova Squad. I'm gonna let my alliance do me some helps, and I'm gonna speed it up. Um, this has got some really good research in it. It's all PvP related. You can see I've got my burning for the battleship tiered out because at that time the cube was a bigger player for me. Um, and also the first one I did, of course, is the one for the interceptor. And now I'm working on the one for my Enterprise E. I'm looking for the morale boost. These are really good researches. This is one of the gimmick buildings that's worth engaging with if you're a PvP player. Is this one? Also, the one that I'm horribly behind on because there's way more stuff in that store that I wanted to buy is this one. This one has a really good whole health boost for your ship. Um, this one here, there might be a point where I'm not able to really do these ships anymore. I may end up spending some money to catch this one up, but right now it's not that uh, a bigger. There's bigger fish on the, and this one here, this one too. This is one you're probably gonna have to. It's a really good, really good boost for the PvP. You got your this one. You're gonna get your shield boost, and you're also gonna get damage boost on it. This one does make a difference. I can tell you from my own personal experience. But the problem is that they don't run the war room enough for you to keep this thing going. Um, and I looked into I thought about actually buying some the loot. Um, it would just cost you way too much to upgrade it. I'm telling you that now. I'm just from looking at it. Um, I think it goes all the way to 70. Might. I don't know if it goes to 60 or 70. 60. So it goes all the way to 60. So I'm not that far off, but it seems a lot harder because it's just they don't run the war room very often where you can get the loot that you need to upgrade the build. That's why it's only 42. And you can see my other buildings are pretty comparable to where when they came into the game and where my ops levels are. I'm sure there are guys that went and spent their ass off and finished these buildings, but they're good. The drip that you get from your daily drips and stuff in the battle passes and stuff that you get the extra loot is comparable where you can um you know because probably to be honest with you guys if the mirrors the if those that uh 68 system and 70 system in mirror space that has the transport for the rep and the parts, if those didn't exist, I would probably be a 67 right now. But I got those Sigma speed ups from doing the drops, which sped up my progress a whole lot. I mean, I lived in mirror space for until I got to 70. I lived in there. I did. If you want to know where I was at, you could always just look in mirror space. I don't do that much anymore because I'm not building anything right now. As far as buildings go, but that's where I'd be right now. If that mirror space did not exist, I would be around 66, 67 easily, just because of the expense to speed this stuff up. Like this one's 18 days. If I went ahead and spent money on that, I mean spent latinum on it, that's going to cost me 27 million in latinum. And at that point in the game too, I didn't had this access of stuff. Because right now I'm not reason why I am because I'm not spending them on speed ups anymore. I mean, you was having to spend speed ups all the time, or you would be because some of these were impossibly long. You'd have to end up spending a year on some of the, I don't think they were ever that quite long. They were in the lower in uh, the end of 5-star space. Well, you'd be sitting here letting this time out for an incredibly long time, and see that was, I think that to me that I think that was the biggest problem with the guys that were saying what a nightmare it was because they're used to uh, like this. I'm using the speed up and I'm done. They're used to doing that on their buildings. They're used to doing that on their ships. They're used to doing that because they've got all these speed ups built up from playing the game. And that's the one thing that what they should have done with the Sigma stuff. Uh, we got this exchange for it's a poor exchange, but it's still something. Um, where's it at? And see, in an hour and 11 minutes, I can make another exchange. But what you can do is you take your regular resources and turn it into Sigma. And they should have done that with the speed ups too. There should have been a vehicle in here that you scroll down where I could trade 10-day speed ups for 15 hours or whatever. I don't know, whatever. Anything would have been better than nothing. But they don't have that in here. So like me and the higher player was talking earlier. Um, the biggest choke down that's going to happen from the second you turn op 61 to even when you're 70 is going to be the Sigma speed ups. The other stuff changes in varying degrees. Like I said early on, this was a kick in the nuts, and this to some extent. But as I got taller, I mean, as I got higher in level, and my events had more and more of the regular Sigma stuff in it, you see, I got stockpile of, and I just spent some. Um, See, right now that's the only thing I got to spend it on is these gimmick buildings, and the Para's not that bad. One time that would have been a nut kick in the nuts. But I'll earn more than that today through my different pulls. I mean, so there is a smart way to play it, and there's just one you can go crazy ass and spend. And I'm somewhere in the middle. I mean, a lot of the stuff that you see here was earned and not bought. When you're looking at this. Yeah, I would love to go here and spend $2,000 and get my little Kretschner up to where my other one is, but that's crazy. I mean, I didn't mind spending uh $279 because I have it. I actually spent $379 because I ended up buying that loot earlier, but I had it. So, and there'll be a week. There'll be next week where I can only spend $100, But this, I think next week I probably won't spend anything because I think it's the end of the arc. I'll see if I can get earn this on during the week, which it's possible. This one's going to be the harder of the two because I'm going to have to actually go do some stuff. Uh, at the moment, I'm spending more of my time in Romulan space. Okay. Now, Romulan space is going to help you best in the Klingon uh, faction, as far as like reputation and stuff like that. And I cling to me, honestly, except for the rare, and that's more like in 50 and 60 range. The rare ships, the Klingon ships are the best. Now the rares, because the cube is in the in a game with no cubes in them, that might be different. But I know that the cube, an equal like level cube, say I'm a ops the ops 66 rare, so you got, I guess that would be a tier 13 cube. A tier 13 cube kills it. And I don't care how high you got it tiered up. It just crushes it like a grape. That's why I ended up making that Volux only for the cube. All the other ships I don't like I really had a problem with. But cube, it would not do that. Um, yeah, this is what my 5-year-old nephew goes. Oh, he calls my Krechna as my mean ship. I want to use your mean ship. And then my little nephew, my 3-year nephew, he calls this ship right here. Uh, whoops. Let me get out of here. Let me get out. Let me go over one. Maybe it'll do it. Nope. One more. My 3-year nephew calls it, this is my scary ship. That's what I told him. Yeah, I wished it was as scary in the game as it is looking at it. But it is a really cool ship looking. It may be the coolest looking ship they made in this game. And I love my Gretchen, I love my Rotaran so much. But this just looks like this is such a neat looking ship, man. It really is. And it's really maybe the only reason I bought it. Or not bought it, but made it. And when I say that, I'm talking about faction credits. I mean, all these ships you see, except for the cubes, are all bought with faction credits. I didn't spend any money on them on the prints. But it's so cool looking. It's a cool looking ship. It's not as I don't think it's as bad as I was told. I haven't had really put it into any real test yet. Uh, Anybody I've hit with it so far, I should have won with regardless, and did. So it's hard for me to say, well, no, those guys are wrong or whatever. I haven't tested it. And the people who've killed me in combat arenas, it should have died. I'm trying to punch up or just do damage so I can get them on my other ship. But but now I've got it tiered up a little higher. I'm interested today. I'm gonna maybe hit the combat arenas if I can get in a squad. That is, That's been my problem for the most part, is trying to get in, find a squad I can get into. It's not wanting to do them or can do them, is finding a squad to get into that's because the problem is the way the matchup goes. If I jump into a group of guys that are a lot lower than me, and and that even counts as far as 70. Like if I see a guy who's got he's barely 4 million here, he's not very strong. And when we get matched up with all guys that are like six, over 6 million on or 6 billion here. Um, we're gonna get crushed like a grape because those guys are all gonna have, uh, and that guy's not gonna be any help. And I'm actually gonna put them in a position where they will lose. So for me to join their thing and up their chance of getting 370s is pretty high. So I have to look at who. Not only can I get into the squad, do I help or hurt these guys? If I do, and that's been more the case here lately. Well, like last week, there was never a open squad. The one that I got into, the guy immediately bounced me because I don't know if he was waiting for another player to join or not, but I got immediately bounced. And that was really the only chance I had to get into a squad was once. And there are some guys on my alliance that they're all on at the same time. We can join and start a squad. We did pretty good the last time we did it, but it's logistic type thing on that regards. So we've got to get everybody on at the same time and have the time to do them. That's been the biggest issue. Okay, man, how did this do that? Is there something for certain crews and Starfleet shields cracked through? I don't know what you're asking there. There there are different crews for different things. The biggest thing that you want to do is well, I'll just use this one for example. Okay, who's missing? Let's see who's missing. I'll apply. All right, I got to go back in there and see who's missing. I got somebody on another ship. Oh, pick Hugh. Pick Hugh's missing. I don't. What Pick Hugh does is he restores health to your after every round. So no, there's Pick Hugh right there. Who's missing? Who would be on another ship right now? On that ship that I. Oh, DeGiorgio. Okay, she does Apex Shred. Okay, that's who's missing. Um. Okay, so you look at your PvP, and this works with PvE too. Um, Hull breach. That's what your main thing, and most of the time that's always going to be an interceptor one thing. Hull breach. Hull breach. I got the wrong. That's his lower deck. Hull breach. You see a pattern? Hull breach. He's a defensive officer for isolitic damage. and he's an apex barrier. He's a barrier officer, and cascade damage in PvP. So you see, I've got a mixture of hull breach and apex, apex barrier stuff, and then DeGiorgio's apex shred, so she's cutting through it. So, and then he repairs some of my hull. So you see the other two off. I got two officers that rely on hull breach, so they work with each other. And the ones that don't have the hull breach is either boosting my apex barrier or doing isolated damage for this with DeMarco, and I've got apex shred to shred the apex barrier from the other guy. So what apex shred is almost the same as a is hull breach in the fact what it does. So what you want to do is you want to match. You want to be able to use an officer below deck to match what you're doing above deck, and that works with PvE too. Um, so you want to have your crew to be. You want to have a certain amount of offense on there, and you also want to have the defense, like Jockom or whatever you say that dude's freaking name. He's my defensive officer. In some sense, you could say that Pick Hugh's a defensive officer too, and the rest of these guys are all offense. But think about Jockom here. He's got a whole lot of defense. Um, he increases my absolute defense by 500%. Now that's Scopely math again. That might be only 50% in real life, but right now he's the best isolated defense officer in the game right now where I got him. Even the next two are going to be. Let's go lower deck. Let me clear that out of there. The next two officers, if I didn't have him up, I would have. Let's see. Go below deck. You have. Where's Pella? Pella does the same thing but lower. She's 100%. So, and you also got the Cat Doctor. Cat Doctor does 160%. 180% for one round. I thought I looked at that wrong. So if I didn't have him, the Cat Doctor would be right there in my best ship. And then this allows me to put them in the other ones. And then you got these supplemental officers, these low, actual really lower deck from the series. He works on my Explorer. You can use him below deck, or what's cool about these officers, they have dual purposes. Whoops, cancel. Let's see. His officer ability is for battleship. That's where I think that's where I got him. Yeah, he's in my battleship. No. I got him. I got him on B. He's I'm using his below deck. His because the Explorer has a morale, and Jack Ransom. I also have him on my Explorer, but I'm using his officer ability, which is a morale thing. So you see what I'm. If we go over to that ship, which we will, everything is going to be morale based pretty much on this one, pretty except for the Pella. I mean the Cat Doctor, and he's defense. So you look at here, Civil Tum Devil on the start of a round. Um, Wamoon has 100% chance to apply morale. So basically, out the gate. So his ability it also works off of morale. his officer ability works off of morale. His lower deck ability would you put him in a I'd put him in the interceptor. If I hadn't didn't have as good officers as I do there, this guy would be under my interceptor right now. Um, 7 and 9 and DeMarco are quite close. DeMarco is stronger than 7 and 9. Now I've seen guys put both of them in the ship, but it's, I don't know that they stack. So so DeMarco could, if they both proc, DeMarco could take up all the stuff, and hers doesn't really do anything. So that's why I don't put them in the same ship. Because to me, I think that's what happened. I looked at a battle I should have won once, and for some reason I didn't. And uh, now her lower deck ability is going to be off morale. That's why Miss Q's in there. We already seen that he does morale. So we got, and I think this one's any state. Yeah, with no state, he has. I asked. So you with Tuvok and Egypt or whatever you say his name, you have to be the aggressor, meaning you have to go after somebody and like target them before they can target you. And that's the only drawback about him and Tuvok is that but they're strong officers. So when you go in, you go after people, you know. And like I said, this stuff works the same way with your PVE, but what they're going to say, what's going to be different in the PVE stuff. So I think I had who did I have there? Let's go apply. Okay, I've got one of the officers in another ship. I think did I have Grush in here? Let's see who I had in there. I can tell. How I can tell is just if I click on this. Yeah, I had Grush. I think I need to get a better. I think I need to put a better officer than Grush in there. I was kind of just putting together a crew real quick. And right now, you can see on my little crash note, one of my other officers is in that uh, Reliant right now. So, yeah, like someone was talking about Honor Guard Worf. Here's Honor Guard Worf. He's a bad dude. Honor Guard Worf, he's captain. I've never seen anyone use him as captain. Always this one. For 8 rounds of combat against players, Honor Guard Worf increases your critical hit chance by 100%. And you can use him. You can use him like I got it. You can use him up here with the mirror guys. But Quasi is a pretty strong officer, and he has synergies. You can see with Picard, Mirror Picard there. Uh, you can also where's one? There was another crew that I used to use him with a lot. I can't think of it right now. But see, I got the Mirror Gals together. I've got a morale crew in my um, 66 rare, and then I've just got a mixed bag officer crew, and what was my type, but now it's my uh, uh, Volux. I need to change that. That's a couple of these presets I need to change. Put some different officers below deck. I got some deader ones I think now. But what you want to do is like here. on these. So his captain ability, that's why he's the captain, is against armadas, he increases your weapons by 40%, lower, increases your hit chance against armadas. So he's basically only good against armadas. DeMarco's got several different ways you can use her, but her officer abilities are also against armadas and invading entities. Pretty strong. Pretty strong. And 7 to 9's officer abilities also against armadas. To me, those are the three best armada bridge crew that you can have. There are other really good ones like the DS9 crew is good. Also, uh, you can use the next generation. You can use Picard, Bev, and then you use Eunice from the Outlaw. It's either Outlaw or Augment. I can't remember which crew that she's with. So you try to match your officers to the abilities of what you're working with. Does that make any sense to you? Or Starfleet shields tough to crack? Um, like again, it just depends on who you have, what kind of crew you have going on. I wouldn't say they're easy to crack, and I wouldn't say they're difficult to crack. Um, there used to be. It's not as popular as it once was because we got so many other things. Now there is another state where they do have piercing, and there's a few piercing of, but that's going old school. That's going real old school for that. There's not many people use piercing crews anymore. Um, but it used to be a big thing when I first started playing the game. People would use. I'll show you one. I think she's a piercing officer. Let's go in the officers. I'm pretty sure she is. Let's find her. Because she has burning as a captain. I think it might be her. Yeah, piercing, armor piercing. And you can see it's a whole lot. By her piercing increases by. So you would put health back in the day if you used Charbonnet. You would want health below deck because it uses your health value up to 6. That's a she was a pretty bad character pre strike team era, and she's not a bad officer now for defense. I don't know for health. See how look at her health values. You'd put her down below deck and boost your health. That's how I'd use her now. But you could set up a crew. Let's see if it does that in the uh, used to be a filter. Here we go. Let's see if there's a piercing. No, unfortunately, it looks like they don't. But there are piercing officers in the game. You could put them on the bridge together. What is hers? She a piercing officer? No, she's critical chance. Critical hit. She would be a critical. She'd be on one if you made it. We're making a critical build crew. which is not that much different than the Hull Breach crew. That kind of similar. But that was another one too that was an old school. Trying to find another piercing officer. There are some in here. No, Nero's burning. Maybe it's maybe I think there's a guy on his crew that is burning. Yeah, oh, damn it. Okay. There are. I believe me, there are. I haven't looked for that in a long time for anything, but you could put together a piercing crew with some of the older officers. Yeah, this is the only one that eludes me right now. And the problem is she's locked behind the combat arenas. I really want her so bad. You'd put her on the mirror crew for sure. You could actually put her down for a hostile. It increases your apex barrel. She works both ways. She looks like she could be below deck for a PvE, and of course above deck against players. She's a good officer. I wish I had her. I quit on Alliance over that because they wouldn't. Nobody wanted. That's before they had the public one. Because I needed some guys to step up, and they wouldn't do it. They were afraid of the matchups. Okay, we can pull that one now. All right. What you need to do is go back and look some of Reb's older videos. You'd have to go look into the game and see when the strike team was um, put into the game, and then go look at some of his videos pre that. I'm sure that he's going to go over like Pearson Cruz and uh, but those are not real. I haven't seen anyone use those type of crews in a long time in the game. He'll talk. He used to talk a lot about critical build. And he could maybe even tell you which if he was gonna put together uh, a crew. It's just on my server. It's been like I said, it's real a whole lot different. Like I had always have favored the interceptor. That's always been my most of the time my number one ship. Um, I would say, especially pre 4G, 4G, that the majority of this server or 75 were all Federation. They were all big in the Enterprise and the Federation ships. There were like maybe a small handful of us that were all Klingon stuff. And so my whole game was always trying to beat the Enterprise early on. I was trying to beat the Jellyfish and the Enterprise because that was the guys that were the top dogs on our server. That was the ship of their choice. And now I kind of changed everything with the Continga. Now there's a guy. I gotta go get him before he sees me. Now I gotta get ready to light out of here as soon as if he goes up. He just I don't know if he didn't look to see what ship I had going right there. He must have just saw 70 ship, 70 up there and saw MSA and Fleet. That or he was looking for the bonus ship and didn't see me up here. That's another possibility as well. But if he would have stuck around a little bit longer, he would have got sent home. See how much loot I got. See, I'm trying to get another mission going because I'm pretty close to being able to do the next research, I think. Let's see. Let's see. Uh-oh, here he comes. We got a lit light out of here before he gets me. Nope, too late. Lag. Yeah, that's okay. I didn't have that. I wasn't OPC that much. So he didn't get that much from me. Yeah. Didn't get that much. I should have drawn it out when I took my other ship out of there. But I'm trying, like I said, I'm trying to get enough of the loot to do the next thing. Okay, that's free. I'm just gonna leave it there. I'll go out and use it later. All right, let's see. Let's go into the faction store. We should have enough to do at least the. I'm not gonna do another nightmare one because I don't. Number one, I don't have the juice to run the. So I do have enough. I can do either one. So I'm gonna go ahead and do this level 4, the Warlord. Let's see how much I got left after that. So I've got not too much. I could not that far off to being able to do it again. Okay, let's defeat it. Okay, why is it not? It's gonna be like right in front of my station. Usually it's right. Where the hell did it go? Okay, let's go into the mission. Maybe it hasn't popped up yet. Let's see, it should go right there. Locate. Yeah, it's right there. It should have showed up when I did it a while ago. Okay, let's go ahead and get it. And see, my ship right here is strong enough that I really don't have to worry about this one. That's why I say it's probably better to hit 2 of these instead of the nightmare one, because all the stuff you have to do to boost it, and you get more loot. You get 6,000 to do one, but if you did 2 of those, you get 8. So now we got that done. We'll go ahead and see how close we are to get that next apex shred done. We're not too far off, I think. Okay, so we do another one. That's 4. So I'm about 2.5 from doing it, or I could use it to. Oh, well, I'm kind of. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to use it on this because I'm more of a need for this than I am the apex. No, I'll use, so I'm going to use my speed up. Done. What's this right here? Okay, no. I need it for what's his name. Okay, so let's go. That should have reset my my redemption here. I think. Yeah. So what that does is it boosts this up. So now I got 1,200 of each of these. Got a little bit of Prime Valor, probably this medallion. I don't know. I'd have to see what, if I even have any research that I can use for that. Yeah, I mean there are people on all the servers that are like that. That you heard me call those alliances roach alliances. They're pests, and that's pretty much what they do. They think they're big. They think they're big because you can take their warship and hit a little mining ship. Now I'll do that at wartime, and that's the only time you'll ever see me hit a mining ship UPC because there's no value in it. Some people say, "Oh, you can get all these. You can get all these." Let's go to my. Okay. You can get all these power destroyed numbers, but they don't mean anything if you got them from. To me, they don't mean anything if you got them from hitting mining ships, you know. So yeah. I mean, I really don't even like doing it when we're at war. There is one alliance on here that they go in there and they stack their defense with nothing but miners, and they do it as a way where they think that they're doing something by putting out just their trash ships, and if they get killed, they don't care. But it just shows you what wimps they are to me, and it just makes me want to hit them even more. Because basically, but you know, if we're not at war, well, like I said, what I like to do is go in the defenses and look for people I can actually test my ships on. You know, hitting a 40 player doesn't test my ship. You know what I'm saying? It just doesn't. So it's not really worth doing unless we're at war and we're trying to uh, do something with that. Then that's the case, then it is what it is. So now we're gonna get our crystal guy in there. Now I'm going to finish my dailies by going into the freebooter space. Now there's a couple different ways I could do it. I mean, not for freebooter, but if I wanted to finish it. No, I don't want to go in gas. I want to go. Here we go. There. No, there it is up here. Whoa, 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 whoa. Got the wrong ship. Recall. Okay, now this is a little bit different with these hazards. Each of the factions have hazards that their ships are better on. For as far as the Federation goes, they are better on the ion storms. Um, the Romulan ships are all better on radiation. So when you go into one of these systems, You can check and see. You can see I got more shield than what's the ion storm. So I'm going to send it up there instead. I had it backwards. But so now I got to look and see how close I am to McCoy after making that pull. Or not McCoy, Scotty. I will have McCoy appear soon, probably. How close am I? Ugh. Dang, it's gonna take forever. It uses the same stuff as the research up in that tree, as far as the other research. That sucks. They did this. I mean, it's sort of like this one too, but I'm not having to use other Federation credits and that to get it. But I'm probably about a week away from getting her unlocked, finished, and taking her to tier 4. And it looks like Montgomery Scott's going to be much longer than that because I'm getting 1,200 every day. So we're looking 11 days unless there's something that helps me earn it. I do got a couple of away missions that earns that out there right now, but they're days away. These new missions that they put into the game. I mean, they like I think this was 6 days to start out with, and this one was 5. So you can see the last few days I haven't. And the sad thing about it is I don't need either one of these officers. I'm getting it for this and that. And the same here, this and that. And I'm at 100%, so I'm going to win this regard. And I got a critical chance of 25% of getting this little bit of rare, which I don't think it'll usually have a realistic chance to get these. They have to be over 50%. But these were all offers I could spare for the amount of time that I've got to run this mission, which is this one's 3 days. And now there are some ways you can get some speed ups for this, but you got to pay that. So let's go with the one with the less. See if I got any. Okay, I got a 1, 2, 4 hour one. Already. So I'm gonna go ahead and use them. Speed it up just a little bit. So I'm gonna get how much am I gonna get for that one? Okay, that one's not a little bit better, so I'm glad. And I got a little bit better critical chance. But again, I don't need these Miles O'Brien shards. You can see I've got it finished. Mainly I'm doing them for this. And this helps too. That's not a decent size. That's more than some pulls I make in the refinery. So that's a good prize right there. Now, of course, I could go up here and buy it, buy that stuff, but I don't want to. I could go in here and let's see. I think it's in the new. Okay, so they're probably in here. Here we go. I could buy them and get 72,000 of these for $100. I'll see what else is in here. I'm not going to do it, but I'm just curious to see. Okay, you got some decent amount of speed ups. Not great, but not horrible. That would help you. I mean, there's not a lot of mats in here. 3,000 is okay. And as far as this this right here sucks. It's crappy. Even though it's research and usually it's always dilithium heavy. Uh, if this was like 8 million, instead of that, then that would be a good portion of your sigma dilithium. But 180,000, that's a joke. That's not bad for the regular. You get you're going to get over 1 trillion, and that's not bad at all. But far as the sigma ones, it sucks. And far as the peristyle, you get 600 million. That's if I was a 5-star player, that's really good. That's really good too, but not great. Yeah, I mean there are guys that get off on that. Like I said, I right now we're at war, and I've hit plenty of UPC ones right now, but it's a war thing, not a common practice thing. And honestly, I guess since I've turned mid 60s, I haven't done much OPC hunting, just because the stuff that I need, I couldn't. There was no payoff on it. Now that it's kind of changed a little bit. In fact, let's go ahead and put this mirror crew. We're gonna go out looking for OPC. See if we find some. I bet we do. Because mining Mondays today, there's gonna be people that are gonna take the chance. Okay. Because we have way too many farmers on this server. Like the one guy that would sit there and tried to mine when I was right there. That kind of mentality. Say, I know I got a chance of getting popped, but I'm taking the chance because I'm gonna do my daily's work. He's not gonna get any OPC from this because I'm not gonna stay in the system long enough. I'm just doing enough to clear uh, my daily requirement for the faction credits. Okay, so let's really need to do two things. I mean, this has got to be the longest stream I've ever done. I've been on there for almost 8 hours. Now, I don't know that because of where my work schedule is, if they do another Friday one, that's probably going to be out. I told the guys I'm thinking about if next time that my work schedule doesn't conflict, where I am going to do a 24-hour stream during incursions if I can get it to line up to where my okay, there's nobody in this system but one of my guys. Okay. So let's start. So what you can do here, you do your selection. It tells you where the mining stuff is. So we're going to go in the gas right here. Gosh, dog, man, I hate what there's something they've done here recently. We're all have it in an alliance chat, and without changing anything, it'll default back into Galaxy chat. That's what I'm looking at right now. So I need to switch it over. 27 messages. Who's? Oh, that's from earlier. What was that one? Oh, that's me messaging that guy telling he needs to switch servers, man. Because really, I mean, I hope he takes my advice. He probably won't. It's probably somebody's alt and probably laughed about me that I suggested that he moved. But you know what it is. I want to give some guide because once you get past the part where you can use the novice token, then you're screwed. You're stuck here. And you don't want to be a guy starting out on this server, believe me. You just don't. Because you have the people that are on the server have, you're never going to catch up officer wise. You're never going to catch up. Uh, I mean, if you're a newbie on a newbie server, then you got a half a chance because there's so many officers in the game that when you're starting out that you just don't have, and they're and all the arcs and stuff that you missed. I would if I was to start out in the game right now, I think I wouldn't stay very long, knowing that there are all these officers that I need that I have no way to get a hold of them except through luck of the draw pulls from these various refineries. Okay, so I'm looking at 6-star space. There's one. There's two actually. Let's see what. See if any of them are OPC. Oh, I would be getting him anyway. He's getting. I got the bonus plan here. OPC and an enemy. And let's get his other one. That was nice. That was a nice pickup. So I ended up getting almost 200,000. Okay, let's just keep marching. And now you notice I'm using a mining ship. I'm not actually using a warship. Because I'll tell you why. This is because you've got to have a G6 ship to get, like if I was going to go into the para system. I don't know that many, I haven't ever seen many people mining that. So that's why I'm not checking those very hard. So I'm going to go all the way up to this system right here because I don't really think there's many of these guys that have the ship capability to mine here, here, or here. You've got to have that hazard, a lot of hazard uh, research done that they don't have access to. So you're not going to, so I'm not going to go that far because right here's the last system you don't have to worry about the hazard. These are heavy hazard. Like you saw that one that I compared it to where I would probably have died in 30 minutes up there if I would have put my ship there in that spot. Okay. And why I'm using the mining ship in case I find a guy that's way OPC, I don't lose. He didn't. I get it all, and I won't lose any. That's why I'm using a mining ship instead of because the bad thing about these ships, these cargo holds are small. And again, that's another kind of a knock about OPC hunting up here is you need millions of it to really to make a dent. But see, right now, even this one here, you can see I got barely any hull damage whatsoever. Now, what I can do, this guys we're not at war with. Oh, yes. Now, here's going to be a true OPC hit. Whoops. We're going to go back. We're going to pull this thing, man. Let's see if this is hers too. No, it's a Fury guy, and he's not OPC. Those guys know not to do it now. I popped a bunch of them the first week. Okay, boom. OPC. There we go. Very nice. Okay, so let's go into this one. So you can verify. I'm going to verify this. You know, she had 140K OPC. I mean, you could tell when I scanned it, but somebody says she tries to say I hit her UPC, then I got proof there. Yeah, she's one of the biggest farmers in the game. She's the one. She was the one that told me, "Why don't I be human sometime?" Because I popped some of her warships you had floating. Oh, here's another one. And oh, he's not OPC, but he's dying just the same. Do. Let's see. Has he got any more in here? No, he's only got the one. So that's the thing about it. If there's more than one, I might have got another ship and brought it up here and did a dual hit in case he's online. Okay. So now we're going to go into this one. And then we'll go up here. And then once we get over there, there are some systems or like the in-between systems. Whoops. Let me go back. We already checked one of them. One of them was the most popular. Before the war was the most popular place to mine. And there was only one of my guys there. Gosh, I'm glad I have this part of my game back again. Because it was, like I said, when I would say 60 below, a lot of the resources that I spent weren't mine. I either raided for them or I took them from them. I mean, it is a good raiding, and going OPC hunting is a really good way to advance your game. There were a few guys that would leave their miners out every night, every night. I used to go and get like 5 or 6 million a pop. See who this is. Okay, that's a dude. Okay, I guess he's up here mining, and I think they may be KOS with all of the same, a lot of those same alliances. One of them I know that they're not because they're half the guys that were in their alliance was in that alliance once. And that was really one of the only gripes that I had when they decided to ally with them, is that one of the alliances that we have issues with a lot. Some of those guys bounce back and forth. Like there's one guy that started a war with us, and he quit their alliance for a while, and then he jumped into our allies alliance. Which to me, I would, if I was in the leadership of this alliance, I would tell them that that's a no go. Oh my gosh, here's 3 more. Let's see if that is he parked right there. Yeah. Let's get it. Is there any more in here? Let's go. Let's fly it back. And I'll stop it. Okay, is that a hazard system? Okay, I can stop it. It's a hazard system. I got more shield than there is hazard, so I can let it sit there. Why does it keep doing that? Okay, I want to go next. I'm going to go here just because I got this super highway and I can. Is this the one we just went into? Yeah. Okay, let's go here because if not, it's going to make me go through the whole system. I really don't want to do that. Okay. So you can see if there's any of these little these are pretty good spots. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and send this. How much OPC do I got right now? Okay, once I get to the super highway, I'm going to send it back. And I'm going to send my. I want to do that, but um it's complicated. What I'm waiting for is I'm hoping we have a merge sometime soon. You shake everything up. I mean, I like something you guys haven't seen. There've been literally times where I've played the game for a couple of months as a solo alliance guy, just because I get tired of alliance crap. But now that they're doing this, wow, I didn't know this was considered Federation space. Let's look at this. Oh yeah, of course it is. I thought it was here. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and send it back. I want to send it here so it'll go through the superhighway, and we'll go right here. What the hell was it going back? Okay, I got to stop it. It's going back all the way here. That's so stupid. Let's go ahead and stop it. Oh my, that's my other mining ship. Damn it. I don't have enough in there. Okay, I sent the wrong ship. I don't have enough stuff yet. I gotta get out of there because this is a nasty hazard right there. Where's my ship at? Oh, it's right there. I gotta go back. That is enough to get me the first tier of the I mean, I tried. I mean, I've had, but they make the game to where you almost have to be in an alliance because if I could be a solo player long term, I would do it. But they lock a bunch of the stuff behind the alliance stuff. I mean, I would love to be to the point where I could like choose my own enemies and not have somebody decide, oh, we're going to go to war with all these people, which most of the time I don't care about that. But the problem is that, okay, let's see, we'll go on in Garrig. Trying to see who all I got there. I get 3. Okay, I've got patterns, more patterns, more patterns. That one's a decent draw. That one's okay. 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 Okay, let's see. One more. And let's see what we get there. It was okay. I didn't get. All right. I mean, I like being for the most part. I like being a solo player, but they lock so many different things behind being in an alliance. You can't do it long term. You can do it short term to take a break from all the BS, but long term it will hurt your game too much. It will definitely hurt your game. Okay. Where's this ship at? All right. Let's go ahead and take it up. Probably need to go through 5-star space too. Okay, let's bring it up just a little bit. I bet I find a lot more in the ore because they need it to build up to build buildings. I figured it would have been more people in the gas for the Federation ships. Um, I, I wanted that miner to go the other way, and it went the long way, the way I was trying to avoid. So I'll let it get back. I'll repair it and go back into one of the other spaces with it. Need to look in token. I'll use my NX01 to do that though. Okay, here's one guy that's ally. Okay. Where's the next one? Dang, the ores goes all the way up to here is the next one. Okay, let's see. Let's see if I can go back and forth. All right. Would it suck to blow up your own ship? Incursion week, there was a merge. Yeah, I mean, from what I understand, there were rumors on this ours were going to merge, but I talked to some people. We're not even on the radar. We got too many people. See what Scopely goes by on the merge stuff is spending and how much engagement with the content. And when either one of those are their prime matrix on whether the team. We'll see now we can see the polls and see how ridiculous uh, the polls are. So okay, this is for most lower players. This is more than you're going to get for in a long while. This is 24 trillion of the regular pair of resources. This is what I get from the exchange. 260,000 of the Sigma. 3.4 trillion. That's enough to tear up one of your epics pretty far with that. I mean, especially not maybe not your 60 epic, but maybe your 50. And I'm only getting 72,000 of the Sigma. So I'm going to do 560 billion of the dilithium, and I get 28,000 of it. So the exchange rate on this is horrible. From what I heard, and I don't know this for a fact, this was not supposed to be a permanent part of the game. That they only had this, and I think the original exchange rate was better for the guys that jumped up like day one of going to G6. And this was only supposed to be like a temporary thing, but then so many people complained because they weren't able to trade all their other stuff in. They put it back in. But this predates me being in G6. That's all I can say about that. Is it was. Let's see who this is. No, another Fury guy. And no OPC. He's probably OPC. He's probably the same guy. Nope. Here she is again. She's about to lose a second ship going OPC. But this problem is I don't have a mining ship, so I'm going to fill up pretty quick. So I'm going to have to watch that. Because if you hit a ship and you don't have cargo room, on the printout, that we're going to do that again. Like for this printout here, if you're full, it looks like you hit on UPC because it's going to say no cargo down here, It's going to look that way, at least. Now you can, if you can look down there and it shows that your cargo full is full. But there are some people that won't, that they'll say, no, man, you hit me UPC. So you got to be careful especially when you're dealing with a ship with a small cargo hull, it can fill up pretty quick. So what that means, you need to scan every time to see where you're at. That's why did every two have low PvP during the incursion weekend? 3 hours. What do you think was? I don't know. Maybe people finally went to sleep, or something, because who knows why they had low PvP the last 3 hours, or maybe the incursion was so lump-sided the other side gave up. That's another possibility. Like I said, when I went to sleep the last time, I was not going to engage anymore because we're getting beat so bad there was no coming back. Yeah, I had no plans of had no more because I had to work that night anyway. So what I had planned to do is to maybe play on my lunch break and then play after I got off of work for a little bit before I went back to sleep again. But that ain't coming to fruition. I was pretty angry. But at least I got compensated pretty good for my Scopely. But a lot of people didn't believe that happened. It makes me look dumb, so I don't. I so that was the biggest thing. I told them I didn't care about the resources, but I'm not a dummy. I know how to freaking shield. And they were like, "Well, we can." Like I said, they gave me zero. They gave me. That's the only time ever in a situation like that where I've asked for compensation for something that they've gave it to me with zero blowback. Really, the only time ever. But it was a widely known bug. It wasn't on all servers, but it was on a bunch. Like when I reported it, I was the first person from my server to report it. But I wasn't the only one because I had a couple of people. One guy in my alliance said it happened to him. He was got lucky that he needed to use the bathroom when he decided to see how bad we were getting beat, and then he saw that people were hitting his base. They hadn't got through because he was a big player, so it wasn't going to be easy to crack his base. So goes up, he shields, and he's like, "What the hell?" And then he contacts me and he goes, "Man, that just happened to me. You weren't bullshitting about that." I said, "No, why would I? You never known me to get raided during incursions, dude." And he goes, "No, you don't ever get raided." I said, "Well, there you go. You know." But that guy had 160 billion cube, and it probably took him maybe 15 to 20 shots at the base to get through. But if you're not on a line, that's a possibility. Because there's guys on this server who've tried to get through and they just bounce off, and I don't have any damage. I mean, I've got my guns. The guns on these ships are all so you can see everything's 70. So it's going to have to take a monster ship to be able to even get past the guns. Then after that, you have to get past my ships. And believe me, during incursions, I'm not going to have a little ship like the Reliant on deck. Yeah, man, it was pretty. It was like I said. I had not planned to even play. I wish I would have just would have went back to sleep. I planned not to even play early on and during the incursions at all. I was going to shield, and I put a 24-hour shield up and had a delivery of something come in that I didn't know about, and they knocked on the door, and I had to get up. And when I did, I decided, hey, I'm gonna see if incursion started yet, and it was like 15 minutes till it started because I didn't know what time it was. And I said, well, I guess I can get on there. I can get on there, go on the other side, and start cracking bases for guys, and then go to sleep. And because usually that's what I do on normal incursions when I don't have to work, I'm off or whatever. The first thing I would do is the second that it starts, I'd go on the other server, go into their territory, look for guys that were too stupid to move. Usually they're always pretty loaded too, so I'll go in there, crack their base, and then I'll put it in an alliance chat. Hey, you know, 500 trillion over here, and then they start raiding it. Then we start spread. Then I'll message a couple of the other at the admirals from the other big alliances and say, hey, we got a 500 trillion one, and then we'll just swarm it until the guy gets back online, or if they do have somebody big enough to stop us. But most of the time, that's not the case. And we have been. There are guys. I've been against guys that I couldn't beat and incurred. It's going to happen to everybody. Um, Especially when I was in like Ops 67 ish or whatever, I'd go against a guy with 70. He would toast me, because those ships are just too strong versus the rares, which is crazy. It's not like that in any other level. Not that bad. I mean, those epic ships are monsters because you can go up like I could go up with my Haicha and knock out lower tiered rare ships and it on the 6G level with it. And that's my only regret is I wished I would have stayed at around around level 50 a little bit longer and uh, had more fun with that Haicha. But the Haicha is a bad ship, man. I mean, I like incursions. When the guys were using these lower common G6 ships, I was just crushing them with that Haicha. Um, these epic ships are monsters, and like even when the Ascension happened, and I had a completely tiered out 34 ship, it would still get those 42 ships early on, but there was a big gap between 34 and 42, so it didn't take them very long to where I had no shot against them. But when I got my 42, I pretty well rang terror on the deal because I've been saving resources forever for that. And that was right when the strike teams came out. And who was the first strike team? The battleship strike team. So it was like they made that for me, man. You know what I'm saying? And like if you look at my last year's hot legacy reel, it talks about my Katinga. Uh, I love that ship too. I mean, that was a nice little ship. Okay, let's see if we see any enemy. I probably should have looked earlier. They probably could have saw me and lit. All right, so I think we're good. We're good in ROM space. So I'm gonna go ahead and send this one back, and uh, I'm gonna send this to Klingon space, and we're gonna look up there. Then we're gonna go into G5 space looking for guys. Okay, here we go. I'm surprised there's not more, being Mining Monday. But what we really need to do is to look in the token space as well. While that one's flying up there, let me pull my NX-01 out. And we'll take a look. We'll take a few peeks. See if they're being smart or dumb. Okay, so we're going to take the NX-01. Okay, bring it back. First, I'm going to look over here in silent enemy. That's where actually the resources, if there's somebody OPC or one of the enemies in here, that's the one I want to stop them from getting. So let's find it. Silent enemy. There we go. So what I'm going to do is so I don't want to use a tote to get this out of the deal. I'm going to put it right there. And then I'm going to hit stop, which puts it out of the space station. And I'll just use the ability of this ship to scan looking for enemies. Okay, there's one right there. Let's see what he's got going here. Okay, he's up way OPC, brother. Way OPC. So let's see, what's his power? Oh, he's using the Selkie. I could probably use that one to go get him, but I'm not going to take that chance. Let's go. Let's go get, use the Freeman crew, and we'll bring, where's my next highest? I think my next highest one of these ships is this one. So I need to put somebody on there with Carol Freeman. I don't think I have, yeah, Larka's not taken up. Why is he not in there? Okay, so do we want these guys? Yeah, I guess they'll be fine. So we're going to go in there and we're going to get this guy. And we're going to, okay. While we're waiting for that one to go in there, let's look at the one next door. Okay, looks like no enemies. See, here I can only hit the enemies. If the other guy's OPC, I can't touch him. As far as the server rules go. I think that's the next thing I'm going to take away from them is this. Where they can go in here and go OPC to death in here. Who is that? Okay, so we're going to go up there and pop him. I'm going to get right on top of him. So I cleaned up. I almost got 1 million from him. Okay, so where am I at with this ship? Okay, there's an enemy. And let's see if he's OPC. Nope. So we leave him alone. Okay, let's go. Now we're going to blow it up. Where's the next crystal? Right there. Send it. Okay. Now see, this is going to be the factor. I just got 1 million. Look at, wow, I didn't get any hull damage. Wow. It's free. The Freeman crew is the one to run on these ships when you're doing this. Okay, let's go back to. I got one more 6G system to check. Okay. I didn't get all 3 of them. There might be some guys in the 5G. To me, that's not worth wasting a token for. I mean the juice and the token. Okay, there's nobody in that one. There shouldn't be. There shouldn't be anybody in these. Okay, so let's. I mean, I've got tons of these Dominion 5G tokens. So I'm just gonna take the ship over there. I mean, I got tons of them. I collect them almost every day, and I don't use them because it's not obsolete. But I got it for I've been collecting them for this very purpose, so I can go in here and when we're at war, we can see I got 168 of those. So using three right here is not going to hurt at all, and I can pull one right now to replace one of them. So they're good right now, but you're going to see red dots, no red dots, which really surprises me. Yeah, but guys load up the night before. I mean, this is a farming server, and there'll be guys that'll have at 11 o'clock, they'll sit there and have all these set up to where when they soon or 12 o'clock, I guess it is because it's daylight saving times now. But at 12 o'clock, they'll be ready to pull off of these nodes and score. That's just the way it rolls on this server. Mining Monday's big on this server. There'll be people that won't do combat arenas because they don't want to lose their tokens in this stupid space. Well, almost impressed that none of these guys try to do something sneaky. Wow. I'm impressed that these dudes and now let's go into 4-star. I don't have as many of these because there's been a long time since I needed these. So when I go in here and do the pull, I usually always do the only the five. For a while, I was only doing the five because by the time they really had this was a thing, I was almost done with 4G. Okay, there. Oh man, we got all kinds of enemies in here. This is gonna be fun. See, I figured it'd be a smatter of these in all these systems. I figured it would have been like that in every one of those where I had two or three of those dumbasses that would try to mine and token during war. Oh my gosh. Now some of these are too low for me to hit. I can't hit this 42. 49s, the 49s and 50s over here are tough. They seen me come in. I'm already full. Shoot. Well, it doesn't really matter. I'm gonna pop him anyway. I don't need these. I don't need these resources. But those, I'll have to say, these guys impressed me. Not for the most part. I figured these systems would be full of dumbasses. All right. So we got one more. You know what? I'm gonna fly home, dump it, and come back so I can maybe. Even though, like I said, I really don't need these resources. But why? If I can take it from them, why not? Okay, there's a guy. There's one not on a node, but he's about to die anyway. Okay, let's see this guy. Who's this? Okay, he's not OPC, so he's all right. Probably the same guy. Oh my gosh, three times the charm. Oh, 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 Lord. Three times the charm here. I've popped her in OPC in every 6-star space. Oh my gosh. Uh, again, I'm gonna put it on the stream because I'm sure this girl's gonna sit there and say I hit her UPC, which I did not all three times. All right, let's see where the next system. Thought there was one between. Am I missing someplace? That's a big gap all the way from that to the Klingon system's a little bit different than the other ones. I mean, there's some. What? We got to clear the localization. Ship's stuck. It's probably halfway there by now, but it's stuck in the game at least. Now there's been weird things where I've done this and it's take the ship will be in my dock. Seriously, it's happened to me more than once where it gets stuck like this, and then I'll look, it'll be in my dock. All right, let's go up, see where this is going. Okay, it is going where I wanted it to. 3 minutes out, so let's let's go into the other space. And I'll use one of these. Here, we'll use this one here. It'll show me that. I don't want to go there. I want to go there with this. But my saying it what used to be, and it still is. If you're OPC, then you're mining for me. Okay, let's see if there's anybody in this crystal system. Okay, now there's something wrong. I know this system ain't completely empty. Now there's one right there. There's two. There's another one there. One of the things that was so funny was when we came to this server when we merged, and we were at war. I was in a different alliance, I joined one of the alliance off the other server when we merged because I was kind of fed up with the people on mine. And uh, so we were at war with an alliance, and so I go up there and I go into do what I'm doing right now. I went, but in 5-star space. And one of these guys going, well, that's not allowed. And I go, what do you mean it's allowed? You're KOS or kill on sight. What do you mean? And well, yeah, well, on our server we don't uh, even at war these systems are off limits on hits. And I said, well, this is not your server anymore. And they was trying to cry about it, but I thought it was hilarious. Actually, I laughed my ass off at that. That they had war with rules. Oh gosh, I was so comical. Okay, now the 5-star spaces where we're gonna see a bunch of them in here. Because I've killed them all week up in here. Um, okay, where we at with this one? Okay. Oh my gosh, look at this. This is delicious here, buddy. He's got his whole fleet out. He's gonna wake up and all his ships are dead. Because it looks like he's asleep. He is OPC on some of them because I've got resources on it in there. And that might have been from Starbucks. I think he probably put all, no, yeah, he put all 5-star, 3-star miners out here. That's why he's not. He just lost them all no matter what. Who is this? There were guys that would have popped him anyway for putting these 3-star miners on these nodes. I mean, they're that stupid about mining on this server. That'd be the one time where him not being OPC wouldn't have mattered. Because I know a guy the other day when this same guy was doing it before we were at war with him. He goes, I'm going to pop all this dumbass for putting these slow miners on these nodes. And I go, yeah, I think it is a thing, but do you got to know that you can mine? And he goes like, yeah, well, just do that. Let's see what ship that is. We're going to go get it. Okay, now let's check these other ones to see if they're OPC. I mean, I really don't, you know what? I really don't need the 5-star. You know, I'm gonna give the ones that are not enemies a pass. Because I really don't need the resources. Like I said, I knew this system was going to be full of them. Like I said, this is about the only time I ever do this kind of thing is going into when we're at war. Otherwise, there's really no point to it. What you're trying to do is to make it where they can't do their dailies, and especially a lot of these farming alliances, mining Mondays are whole deal, so they're not gonna be able to do it today. I hope we got enough guys that'll patrol, make it almost impossible for them to do it. But I don't know. I don't know how committed some of the guys are. Some of them are. Yeah, I was watching they did a better job about when they found people they didn't think they could beat to put them out so we could come and get them. Did a better job of that today, from what I saw in Alliance chat. So I'm actually pretty happy with the dudes today. I wasn't the other day when I found out that we had the top 4 people in kills in this event that they're doing on the Discord, and our alliance wasn't the top alliance in kills. I'm like, what are you guys doing, man? And I said that what this dude told me with the points total, that the the 5th place guy is way below us top 4. I said, I haven't been killing people the last 3 days because I've been working. What's your excuse? You know, because I haven't. Well, I'll take that back. I did go in that one defense, and I think I popped like 400 guys in that one, but I had all my ships going. So let's go into this one and see. But crude rot, these 68 mining ships are not bad. I know my friend who's like the strongest person in the game, he actually puts the Freeman crew and he uses it to bust bases with. So when he gets in there and he has that scavenger effect on it, which makes it do the same thing as the amalgam. So he gets these monster, even if he hits them one time, he gets these monster pulls. Um, I've thought about doing that myself. Let's see who is this? Oh, he's got one of the bugs on here. They were the schemers on my deal was gonna try to outlaw those and anything but uh, platinum systems. So like I said, they want to make stupid rules. I mean, let people play the game the way they want to. I do think the UPC thing should be a thing because if you're not at war with an alliance, you should let the lower players mine so they can grow. But really, this is the way that you win the wars. You make it where they can't do dailies, they can't compete in events. Otherwise, you're wasting your time. See, I don't like the way this Fed system. Like, I doubt there's going to be any of those. Well, I guess the server's old enough that there could be some guys in that system mining. But the bulk of the idiots are going to be the ones where I've already been. There's another one right there. What's he? He's mining with a warship. Oh, with his Voyager. I bet that's a crappy miner for that. It does good for that stuff that it mines, but not regular mining stuff. Okay, let's go in this. So we went. So we're done with 6-star space. So let's go. We're in Fed 5-star space. Let's go into ROM spot 5-star space now. Let's see. All right. Where we're at. Oh, there we are right there. It's got that weird looking one. Okay, let's go. I think I think these first two systems are both. Yeah. So we're going to send that ship up there. I think I got the mirror crew in that one. Yeah. Got a leak Klingon left over, and I've got pretty much all. Okay, that should be enough to clear my daily. And I'll pull it. Let's see, make sure. Yep. Let's go ahead and send this one back home. And then I've got to do another switcheroo, so I'm going to need this ship back. Okay, where's he at? Okay, let's do the quick. Oh, there's just a regular guy. I think he's probably doing armadas. I guess I would have not have thought I was going to hit regular ships with this too when I was going in here. That guy's going to look at it and go, I just got killed by a mining ship. All right, let's see. I think there's one right. This is the last one. Then we're going to send him home. Because I'm going to need him here in a minute. And then we'll switch the... Oh my gosh. Was I right or was I not right? What's this 3 guy doing up here in this? Is he not in alliance? I don't see a tag. You know what? I'm not gonna hit him. It's hard enough being in it. Now see, he's he's got some loot in there. I'm passing it up because I'm getting enough hits with the other guys. Oh, there's another one. I didn't see that one. There's two. There's another one. Let's see where he's at. Okay, is there anybody in here? Really, is people? Why are people mining with a Voyager? Come on. It's slow. It's too slow to be really doing any. I mean, it does that material that the Voyager's mines really fast. Is the only way to do it. But come on, guys. Don't be so. I mean, I should pop them for being lame because it wouldn't even be OP. It wouldn't be a violation of any kind because he's uh, using a warship to. Let's see, where's the other one at? There he is. Okay, let's. Next one's going to be here. You have to be careful. These 5G, maybe 6G ships, they mine the lower ones really fast. So you could sit there and not pay attention and fill up your cargo hold full of those materials. Okay, it looks like I think we're all clear here. Search all around. We're all clear here, so we're gonna go into the 54. And I think there's one more. There's a 58 right here. Then there's one that's way over here. Oh, I just sent my other ship there. Let's send the other one over there. That'll help me get through here quicker. Getting tired. I might have to go to sleep. Yeah, yep, you're right about that. They may have gotten something to dilithium or something at one time, but no, it wasn't a mining ship. They do a lot of stuff with that in this game that's not canon or whatever. I guess you would not part of the real series. So that wouldn't be the first thing. Like like I'll give you an example of that is the Defiant was a massively uh, strong ship that they used to try to fight the Borg with, and it was too powerful that they thought it was going to uh, destroy their ship. And basically, I think it's for somebody, I would say 4-star players, I think they could get some use out of the Defiant. But once you get past it, it's kind of obsolete because you're going to have other ships that are going to be stronger than it to do the solo armadas with. So, damn it, I already grabbed a bunch of stuff killing him. Okay, let's go. Which one is this one? Yeah, I need to send this one home anyway. Okay. I'm getting all this 5-star. Uh, what is this one doing? I guess I'm sending them both home. All right. So really all I got left is Klingon space. See, I get a little bit of a Trillium D claim right here. It's a little trickle.
See this mirror dust I can do right here. And those are the only two pulls I make. And these are both like uh, daily grabs. They're not like pulls that actually take this stuff away. That's why this thing's growing because I'm not spending it on it because none of these primes right here I care about. And that's not everybody's game. It's just me because I don't. Most of that stuff was when that thing came out. Most of that stuff was obsolete. Somebody lower this because I don't think the primes cover 6G ships. The one that has the repair, that one might be worth investing in. Um, so now I need to change ships. So I need to. Uh, so I've got my clean. Okay, so I'm thinking. Let's look through this thing here. I make sure that I don't load the wrong ship. Okay, so I need gas. So I'm gonna have to use. I think my Klingon ship for the gas. Let's see. Nope. Nope. There you go. That's the one. So hold. Let me get something to drink. All right, guys, we're gonna hit Klingon space, and I'm gonna wrap it up. Take a little bit of a nap and get up. I've got to go get some paperwork signed by my old job. That's gonna be a treat. 'Cause I think there's a few people that weren't happy the way I left that job. So it might be a treat. But I've got to get them to sign like a proof of employment type thing so I can get credit towards the pension plan with this new place I'm at. Because my service time there will transfer. So that's going to be fun. Because like I said, I won't say I won't say that I. Well, I guess I would have to say that I left in bad terms, as far as because I just quit. I didn't give them notice. I mean, I didn't have any knockout, drag out type argument or anything like that with them. I just left. Whoops. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, I loaded my second ship instead of that one. Okay. I need to tear that up if I can. Let's move that up there. And this is the one I need. That's usually my lead ship right there, that other one. Let's put the other one on here. Let's see, where's it at? There it is. If I can tear it up, I'm going to. Okay, what's it need? So I've got one deal. Let's see what we got to. There's the drill. Let's do the mining drill. That one's more important. Okay. Update the background. Just space one. There is a background. Maybe they knew it was coming when you left quick. Oh no, man, there was just um okay, the long story about the job. Okay, I was a lead operator at night for from about maybe 6 months after I worked there until maybe like the last 2 months. My cardiologist asked me if I could move to day shift because I wasn't sleeping. That ended up not being the issue. The issue was that almost a year ago, last July, I caught COVID from one of my coworkers, and I just couldn't shake an upper respiratory infection. I would get sick, I'd get better, but not well, and it would come back again. And it was making it hard for me to sleep. And my cardiologist thought it might be uh, there was like a um, shift syndrome where your body's so screwed up from working nights that it can't sleep right. And I was beginning to think that was probably true because at this point I'd been working night shift for 15 years, and from the job I retired to the one was working. So I moved days, but uh, I guess it was December. I relapsed and I got pneumonia and worked through it. Started feeling better. I didn't really miss any work. I missed maybe two days of work through that. And part of it was the pharmacy screwed up on my prescription, so I didn't get. She gave me a real strong antibiotic, but they only partially filled the antibiotic, and they didn't tell me that was the case. And so I got better, but I didn't get well. I got sick. I relapsed on the pneumonia, and the second time I got really sick. I mean, I got really sick, almost hospital sick. And so they told me, well, just man, you don't try to work through this. Take some time off. So I took a week off and took the antibiotics. Had to go up to the doctor a couple of times to get chest X-rays to make sure that it wasn't getting worse. That was really the only thing that was keeping me out of the hospital, was that the fluid on everything had started dissipating after they got the second round of antibiotics. And they gave me some really strong antibiotics to one where one of the things that they told one of the things that while taking the antibiotics, and they said even like uh 2 months after taking the antibiotics, you're going to be really sensitive to sunlight. And so uh I take the antibiotics, I finally kick it. I go back to work, and then they opened up a new position that I was, from my other job to what I'd already been doing there, that I was vastly more qualified than the people that they interviewed for the job. And I told them I expressed interest in the job when I heard it was going to be opened. And they passed me up on it. And part of it was because I was sick, missing work. Well, I didn't really miss that much work. So that made me angry. And then so I waited till they completely filled that position, I called someone that I knew that worked at the place where I'm working now and told him I was looking for another job because you're looking for some looking to leave there. And I go, yeah. He goes, yeah, I want you to come out here. So he put me on the interview list, and I interviewed. And as soon as it was official, that I got my official hire date, I went I went up, left straight from there, went to the plant. It was already after 6 p.m. So I went up there, got on the company computer, typed my letter of resignation, and got all my belongings, and I've never been back there since. And so I'm going back there today because I got to get this paperwork filled out so that I can get my credit. It's kind of like a governmental credit type thing. But all of my previous job, the one I had worked for 30 years, my time there counted. So I think I'm good with or without it. But, I got 40 years experience total, and I want it all. But so I've got to go over there and get them to fill out a couple papers for me. I don't really think it's going to be a problem because I've corresponded with the HR people there, and they actually opened an investigation on why I got passed over. I never heard what they what they ended up saying about it all. But that's one the lady that I'm going to go talk to today. She told me she was gonna that 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 they were going to investigate this one that they even though I had an email uh, as evidence that I expressed uh, my intention to want to interview for the job. So they had that, and so I'm interested to see what actually happened. Probably nothing, but we'll find out. I'll find out today, maybe. I don't know. I'll see if she brings it up. I won't bring it up. If she brings it up, then which she might. I actually don't want them to know that I care. To be quite honest with you. All right, put my Volix back here. All right, let's take this one. We'll go into Klingon space and we'll be done. I'm gonna go take. What time is it now? Dang, it's 5:30 already. My gosh. I've been on here for 9 hours and 17 minutes. Can't believe it. I mean, I haven't played really hard in days, so I've got so much stuff I needed to do. I mean, my little nephew's helped out a little bit, but all right, let's get up here. We're gonna go through this quick because I really don't have anything else going on at the same time. There's one. No, there's two in here. Three. Let's go for them. Whoops. Oh, I thought I hit that one. All right. Man, he looks like he's probably OPC, I bet. He's on a 0 node. Let's see. Nope. Yeah, he's a little bit over. It looks that way. Yeah, that one guy's not over either. Okay, let's go into this one. There's one. Yeah, it's rising. That's my favorite one. 3. Here's a. Oh my gosh, here's a bunch of them over here. Yeah, the guys on this level are not doing. They're slacking off here. People who could actually use these resources. Yeah, there was a guy in one alliance that I decided to get. We talked, we were friends, and he was big into this mining Monday. It was like, so I guess it was back when the Novas was, so I guess it was 5G space. We had the same number of Novas, and he told me he wasn't going to go for the 58 mining ship. Well, like Klingons, uh, faction, so I built the 58 ship just so I could have a Klingon ship. So guess what he does? He bought. So he's afraid now that I could beat him on Mining Monday. He builds. He builds all 3 of them. I mean, that's how silly they are with the mining on here. And I even think even at 5-star, the mining is, mining, mass mining like that is a waste of time because I mean, the exchange rate's a lot better than it is for 5G, but I mean 6G, but not much. Going up in here mining for Mining Monday is not going to make the difference of you upgrading a ship or not. Now, it'll help you get over the top. Yes, absolutely. But the pulls are designed just to be help. I mean, they're still your main source of getting these materials are going to be through the events. I should have went up there first. Yeah, I almost want to. Let's go ahead and switch one of these and send it there, so you save me some time. Cause I'm ready. I'm kind of getting there, getting kind of loopy. All right, let's send it up there. Send that one there. While we're doing these other ones. There we go. Okay. Okay. Looks like this is the first of these systems I hadn't seen the bad guy, one of the enemy in. I'm not going to hit any. Like I said, I don't need the 5G's resources. Looks like they're not going OPC anyway, which is good. I'd like to pull enough of this to be done with that too. So when I go to sleep, because I'm going to eat me something real quick, and then I'm going to go to sleep. I meant to start my dishwasher last night, and I didn't do it because I need to. My pasta bowl's dirty, and I need to get it clean it because I want to make some. It makes something to eat with it tonight or later today. Okay, let's check the other place. And after that, we're done. We swept. Okay, we got one here. This one's a better, probably going to be the more likely one to have these guys. Oh, there's one right in front of me. I missed because they can port here. That's probably him right there. That's probably his base right there. Yep. I spent a lot of time in not in this one, but oh, here's another one. I almost missed that one. I guess he was hoping that somebody would come at it while he was on, so he could play Ring Around the Rosie. Because you could, if he was awake, there would be no way I could get all three of them. That's a pretty smart stat. That's a pretty smart tactic, actually. But you got to be online for that to work. All right, let's send him home. He's done, and we'll be done after this one, I think. So I don't. We'll see if there's any. Now there, you can port up here too at this. So if you guys are looking, this is a good place to. If you can get your NX01 up here, you can get here. You can port, and you get some pretty big nodes up here. So this is a good place. This is a very good place to mine. And they have a system just like this over in Romulan space, and they do in Federation space as well. But you can come up here, port, boom, boom, boom. Yeah, there have been people mining up here. I think they're like 1 million. Let's see if we can find a unused one. Yeah, see, they're big, big nodes. So yeah, this is not a bad place. A bad tactic is to use your NX01, get up here, port, mine your heart out, and then leave. And do it on the other ones. I did that a lot back in the day. I did it in this system here, did it in that one, and we just left. Like I said, I was mainly a Klingon guy, so I needed crystal all the time. All right, guys, I think that's going to be it for tonight. I'll be on later today for sure. Um, so until next time.